Part 6, Chapter 2 of Germinal by Émile Zola. Translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 6, Chapter 2. Snow had been falling for 2 days, but it had stopped that morning, and a sharp frost had turned the plain into one great sheet of ice. The black country with its inky roads, its walls and trees powdered with coal dust, now seemed to go on uniformly white forever. Village 240 was as good as buried under the snow. Not one wisp of smoke was coming from any chimney. The fireless houses were as cold as the stones of the road, and the thick layer of snow on the roofs never melted. The village looked like a quarry of white stones on the white plain, a dead village, wrapped in its shroud. The only tracks in the slush were the footprints of the military patrols passing up and down the streets. In the Maheu home, the last shovelfuls of gleanings from the pit bank had been burnt the day before, and it was now out of the question to think of picking up any more there in this terrible weather, when even the sparrows could not find a blade of grass. Through having persisted in digging in the snow with her poor little hands, Alzire was now critically ill. Her mother had had to wrap her in an old bit of bedspread and settle down to wait for Dr. Van den Hagen, to whose house she had already made 2 fruitless visits. But his housekeeper had promised that the doctor would be round before nightfall. So now she stood watching at the window, whilst the sick child, who had wanted to be downstairs, sat shivering on a chair, deluding herself that it was better there by the empty fireplace. Opposite her, old Bonnemort, whose legs were bad again, seemed to be asleep. Neither Lénore nor Henri had come back from tramping the streets with Jeanlin, begging for coppers. Only Maheu was walking heavily up and down the bare room, running into the wall at each end with the bewildered look of an animal that cannot see its cage. The oil had run out too, but the reflection of the snow outside was so bright that it dimly lit the room, although night had fallen. There was a sound of clogs, and Levaque burst into the room in a towering rage, shouting to Maheu, "So, it's you who said I forced my lodger to pay me 20 sous when he slept with me." Maheu shrugged her shoulders. "Don't be silly. I never said anything of the kind. And who told you I said so, anyway?" "Never you mind who. I've been told that you said so. And what's more, you said you could hear our dirty goings-on through the wall, and that my house was hanging with filth because I was always on my back. Now, say you didn't say so. Go on." Every day there were scenes like this, owing to the ceaseless gossiping of the women. Between pairs of houses in particular, rows and reconciliations were daily occurrences. But never before had they flown at each other with such spiteful bitterness. Since the strike had been on, hunger had accentuated old rancors, and they all felt like hitting the other. Such arguments between 2 gossiping women frequently led on to murderous fights between their menfolk. And sure enough, Levaque came in now, dragging Bouteloup by main force. "Here's our mate. Now let him say whether he's paid my wife 20 sous to sleep with her." The lodger protested, hiding his nervous meekness behind his fierce beard. "Oh, no, never anything like that, never." Thereupon Levaque became nasty and brandished his fist under Maheu's nose. "Look here, I'm not having any of this. If you've got a wife who says things like that, you should hit her. It means you believe what she says, I suppose." "But in God's name," exclaimed Maheu, furious at being shaken out of his lethargy, "what the hell are all these tales about? Haven't we got enough trouble as it is? Bugger off, or I'll knock you down. And besides, who told you my wife said that?" "Who said so? Pierron." Maheu went off into a shrill laugh and turned on Levaque. "Oh, it was Pierron, was it? Very well. Now I can tell you what she told me. Yes, she said you slept with both your men together, one underneath and one on top." That started a general shouting match. They all lost their tempers, LibriVox countering the Maheu's remarks by saying that Pierron had had a lot to say about them too, but they had sold Catherine, and that they were all eaten up, kids and all, with a filthy disease Etienne had picked up at the Volcan.
"Oh, she said that, did she?"
"So that's what she said," bawled Maheu. "Right. Then I'm going straight over there, and if she said it, I'll sock her one on the jaw." He rushed out, followed by LibriVox as witnesses. But Bouteloup, who hated scenes, slipped furtively home. Maheude, equally incensed by the argument, was on the point of going over too, but a cry from Alzire held her back. She pulled the bits of coverlet over the child's shivering body and returned to her vigil by the window, staring out with unseeing eyes. When would that doctor come? Maheu and LibriVox met Lydie outside the Pierron's door, walking up and down in the snow. The house was shut up, but a chink of light was showing through a shutter. At first the child was very embarrassed by their questions. "No, Daddy wasn't there. He'd gone to the wash-house to meet Ma Brûlé and carry back the bundle of washing." Then she became very flustered and would not say what Mummy was doing. But in the end she blabbed it all out with a sly, vindictive grin. Her mother had put her outside because Monsieur Dancer was there, and she was in the way when they wanted to have a talk. Dancer had been going round the village with 2 gendarmes ever since morning, trying to recruit workmen, browbeating the weaker ones, and announcing to all and sundry that if there was not a general return to Le Verreur by Monday, the company had decided to take on men from Belgium. At dusk he had sent off the gendarmes on finding Pierron alone, and had stayed with her to drink a glass of gin in front of the roaring fire.
"Shh! Be quiet! Let's watch them,"
whispered LibriVox with a smutty leer.
We'll go into that other business later. You be off, missy."
Lydie moved a few paces away while he put his eye to the crack in the shutter. He stifled little exclamations, and a quiver ran down his back. LibriVox had the next look, but she made a show of wanting to be sick and said it was disgusting. Maheu pushed her out of the way so as to have his look and said, "You got a good money's worth." And they began again, one after the other, each having a squint as at a peep show. The room was shining with polish, and the big fire made it look cheerful. There were cakes on the table, with a bottle and glasses. A real party, in fact. What they saw going on would in any other circumstances have given the 2 men food for jokes for 6 months. But now it exasperated them. The fact that she let herself be plugged up to the neck with her skirts in the air was funny. But wasn't it bloody disgusting to treat yourself to that in front of such a big fire, and to get up your strength for it with biscuits when your mates hadn't got a scrap of bread or one single bit of coal? "Here comes Daddy," said Lydie, and scampered off. Pierron was calmly returning from the wash-house with the bundle of washing on his shoulder. Maheu accosted him at once. "Look here. I've been told that your wife said I had sold Catherine and that we're all pox-ridden in our house. And how much does the gentleman pay you for wear and tear of your wife? He's at it now." Taken completely by surprise, Pierron did not understand. But just then his wife, scared by the sound of voices, lost her head and opened the door a little to see what was going on. They caught a glimpse of her, looking very red with her dress open at the neck and her skirt still caught up in her belt, whilst in the background Dancer was frantically pulling on his trousers. The overman moved off at full speed, terrified lest a tale like this should reach the manager's ears. An appalling din broke out, with laughter, booing, and insults. "You always say everybody else is dirty," shouted LibriVox to Pierron. "No wonder you're so clean if you get the bosses to scour you out." She's a fine one to talk at, LibriVox. There's a bitch for you. She said my wife slept with me and the lodger, one on top and the other underneath. Yes, that's what I'm told you said." But by now Pierron had recovered her composure and was facing up to the insults with lofty scorn, safe in the knowledge that she was prettier and richer than anybody else. "I said what I said, and now clear off, see? What business is it of yours what I do? You're all jealous and wild with us just because we put money away in the bank. Get along with you. You can say what you like, but my husband knows quite well why Monsieur Danseur was in our house." And indeed, by now, Pierron was indignantly defending his wife. The quarrel shifted its ground, and they accused him of being the company's watchdog and spying on them for money, shutting himself indoors to stuff himself with the good things the company gave him as a reward for his treachery. He retaliated by making out that Mayhew had slipped a threatening letter under his door, a piece of paper bearing crossbones with a dagger above. Inevitably, it ended up in a free fight between the men, just as the women's rows had been doing ever since hunger had turned even the gentlest of them into viragos. Mayhew and Levaque had pushed at Pierron with their fists, and they all had to be separated. By the time Ma Brûlé appeared, her son-in-law's nose was bleeding copiously. When she learned what was afoot, she merely said, "That swine is a disgrace to me." Peace returned to the empty street, and no shadow darkened the bare whiteness of the snow. The village had relapsed into the deathly stillness of starvation in the intense cold. "Doctor been?" asked Mayhew, shutting the door behind him. "Not yet," answered his wife, still standing at the window. "Kids back?" "No, not back yet." He resumed his heavy tramp up and down the room, looking like a dazed ox. Old Bonnemort, sitting stiff in his chair, had not even raised his head. Alzire said nothing either, but tried not to shiver so as to spare them pain. In spite of her courage in suffering, however, there were times when she shook so violently that the vibration of her poor little sick body could be heard against the coverlet, while her big open eyes gazed up at the ceiling, where the pale reflection of the snowy gardens lit the room with a sort of moonlight. The house was in its last agony, empty and destitute. The mattress covers had followed the woolen stuffing to the dealers. Then the sheets had gone, and all the linen, in fact, everything that could be sold. One evening, one of Grandpa's handkerchiefs had fetched 2 sous. Tears had been shed over each object in the poor home that had had to go, and Mother was still bewailing having taken away, hidden under her skirt, the pink cardboard box her sweetheart had once given her, for it had felt like taking a baby to leave on someone's doorstep. Now the house was stripped bare, and they had nothing left to sell but their skins, and those were so worn out that nobody would have given a farthing for them. They no longer even bothered to look for anything, knowing that there was nothing. It was the end. There was no use hoping for a candle, a piece of coal, or a potato, and they were simply waiting to die. Their only feelings of anger were on the children's behalf, for they were outraged by the pointless cruelty of Providence, which had struck their little girl down with an illness when she had got to die anyway. "Here he is at last," said Mayhew. A dark form had passed the window, and the door opened. But it was not Dr. Vanderhagen. They recognized the new parish priest, Abbé Ranvier, who did not seem in the least surprised to find this house dead, without light, fire, or bread. He had just come from 3 neighboring houses, in a tour of the families, gathering in men of goodwill, like Yancey and his gendarmes. He plunged at once into business in his feverish, fanatical voice. "Why didn't you come to Mass last Saturday, my children? You're making a great mistake. Only the church can save you. Now, just promise me you will come along next Sunday." Mayhew took one look at him and went on with his weary pacing without uttering a word. His wife answered, "Mass, Monsieur le Curé? What for? Isn't your God laughing at us? Look, what has my little girl done to him that she should be shaking with fever? We weren't suffering enough already, I suppose, so we had to go and make her ill when I can't even give her a cup of something warm." Then the priest stood there and held forth at great length. He was exploiting the strike, with its dreadful misery and the bitter resentment engendered by hunger, and bringing to his task all the ardor of a missionary preaching to savages for the greater glory of his faith. The church, he declared, was on the side of the poor, One day she would cause justice to triumph by calling down the wrath of God on the iniquities of the wealthy. And that day would soon dawn, for the rich had put themselves in the place of God and were ruling without him, having wickedly usurped his power. But if the workers wanted a fair share of the things of this world, they must at once put themselves into the hands of the priests, even as after the death of Jesus the poor and lowly gathered round the apostles. Look what power the Pope would have, what an army the clergy could command when the countless hosts of workers accepted their dictates. Within a week the world would be cleansed of evildoers, the unworthy employers would be hounded out, and the true kingdom of God would come, where each man would be rewarded according to his worth, and the law of labor would be the foundation of universal happiness. As she listened, Maheude thought she could hear Etienne when he used to prophesy the end of their woes as they all sat round on those autumn evenings. The only difference was that she never had trusted the cloth. "What you are saying is all very well, sir," she said, "but that's only because you happen to have fallen out with the bourgeois. All our other priests used to dine with the manager and threaten us with hellfire as soon as we asked for bread." He began again, speaking of a deplorable misunderstanding between the church and the people. And in veiled terms he attacked the town priests, the bishops and prelates, sated with luxury and drunk with power, hand in glove with the liberal middle classes in their stupid blindness, not seeing that these very middle classes were depriving them of world empire. Deliverance would come from the country priests, who would rise up as one man to establish the kingdom of Christ, helped by the poor. And he already seemed to see himself at their head, drawing his bony form up to its full height, a partisan leader, a revolutionary of the gospel, and his eyes shone with such fire that they lit up the dark room. His ardent preaching carried him aloft in mystic words which these poor folk had long since been unable to follow. "There's no need for such talk," growled Maheu. "You would have done better to bring us a loaf of bread." "Come to Mass next Sunday," cried the priest. "God will provide." He took himself off to catechize the Levaques in their turn. So up in the clouds in his dream of the final triumph of the church, and having such contempt for mere facts, that he was capable of going about in the villages empty-handed and giving nothing in the midst of this host of starving people, for the poor devil looked on suffering as a spur to salvation. Maheu was still walking up and down, and the flagstone shook with the regular beat of his steps. There was a noise like a rusty pulley, and old Bonnemort spat into the empty grate. Alzire, drowsy with fever, had begun to mutter in her delirium, laughing away and thinking she was playing in the warm sunshine. "Good God!" exclaimed Maheude, feeling the child's cheeks. "She's burning hot now. I've given up waiting for that swine. I bet those beasts have told him not to come." She was referring to the doctor and the company, yet she uttered an exclamation of joy when the door opened again. But her arms dropped limply, and she stood bolt upright with a sullen face. "Good evening," whispered Etienne, after carefully shutting the door. He often looked in like this after dark. From the second day the Maheus had known about his hiding place, but they had kept the knowledge to themselves, and nobody else in the village quite knew what had become of the young man, and this surrounded him with an aura of mystery. They still believed in him, and strange rumors about him were spread around. He would return at the head of an army with coffers full of gold. It was the old religious faith in miracles, in dreams coming true, in a sudden entry into the city of justice he had promised. Some said they'd seen him in a carriage with 3 gentlemen on the Marchian road. Others affirmed that he would be in England for 2 more days yet. But in the end they were becoming skeptical, and the more frivolous accused him of hiding in a cellar and being kept warm by Mouquette, for his affair with her was common knowledge and had done him no good. There was a gradual falling off in his popularity due to the steady pressure of the pessimistic elements whose numbers were bound to go on increasing. "Bloody awful weather," he went on. "What about yourselves? Nothing new, I suppose, and things not getting any better." I'm told that Master Négrel has gone off to Belgium looking for men in the Borinage. God, we're done for if that's true." This dark, icy room had given him the creeps, and his eyes had to accustom themselves before he could see these poor devils, whose whereabouts he could only guess from deeper passes of shadow. Once again he felt that sensation of repugnance and embarrassment that assails the workman who has risen above his class, been refined by study, and begun to harbor ambitions. What misery! And what a smell! All these bodies huddled together in a heap. The awful pity of it brought a lump to his throat. The sight of this agony upset him so much that he was at a loss for words with which to advise them to give in. Maheu rushed up to him, shouting, "Barangs, the buggers wouldn't dare. If they want us to destroy the pits, they'd better put Belgians down there." Etienne diffidently pointed out that they could not move, and that the soldiers guarding the pits would cover the Belgians' descent. But Maheu clenched his fists, angered above all at having a bayonet in his back, as he put it. So the miners were no longer masters in their own place. They were treated as galley slaves and forced to work at the end of a gun. He loved his pit, and it hurt him not to have been down for 2 months, and the thought of this insult, this threat to send foreigners down, made him see red. Also, he was heartbroken at having had his card returned. "I don't know why I'm angry," he said, "since I don't belong to the show any more. When they turn me out of here, I might as well peg out on the road." "Don't be silly," said Etienne. "They'll take your card back tomorrow if you want them to. They don't sack good men." But he broke off in astonishment, hearing Alzire chuckling softly in her delirium. So far, all he had been able to make out had been the stiff form of old Bonnemort, and this sick child's laughter terrified him. This was too awful if the children were beginning to die. He took the plunge and said in a hesitant voice, "Look here, things can't go on like this. We're finished, and we shall have to give in." Until then, Maheu had been still and quiet. But now she suddenly burst out, shouting in his face in violent language, as man to man. "What do you say? Christ! You talk like that?" He tried to explain, but she would not let him speak. "Don't you say that again, or God strike me dead if I don't sock you one on the jaw, woman or no woman. So we've starved for 2 months, and I've sold my home, and my children are ill, all to no purpose. And the same old injustice will start all over again. Oh, the very thought of it is enough to give you a fit. No, now I would burn everything and kill everybody rather than give in." With a grand and threatening gesture, she pointed at Maheu in the dark. "Listen to me. If my man goes back to the pit, I'll wait for him myself in the street and spit in his face and call him a scab." Etienne could not see her, but he felt something like the hot breath of a baying hound, and he recoiled in horror from this frenzy that was his own handiwork. She was so different that she did not seem the same woman. She'd been so sensible, and used to blame him for being violent, saying that one ought never to wish for anyone's death. And now she was refusing to listen to reason and talking of killing people. Instead of himself, it was she who was talking politics, wanting to sweep the bourgeois away at one blow, demanding the republic and the guillotine to rid the earth of these wealthy robbers grown fat on the toil of the starving masses. "Yes, I would strangle them with my own fingers. We've had enough of it. It's our turn now. You used to say so yourself. When I think that father, grandfather, and grandfather's father, and all the past generations have gone through what we are suffering now, and that our sons and our sons' sons will go through it all over again, it drives me mad and makes me want to take a knife. We didn't go far enough the other day. We ought to have torn that bloody Montou to the ground, every brick of it. Do you know, there's only one thing I regret, and that is that we didn't let the old man strangle that Piolaine girl. They let hunger strangle my children." Her words fell like axe strokes in the darkness. The closed horizon had refused to open for her, and the unrealizable ideal was turning to poison in this brain crazed by grief. "But "You have misunderstood me," Etienne at last managed to say, now on the defensive. "We ought to come to an understanding with the company. I know that the pits are getting seriously damaged, and that might make them agree to some arrangement." "No, nothing!" she screamed. At that moment, Lénore and Henri came home empty-handed. Yes, a gentleman had given them 2 sous, but the sister had kept on kicking her little brother, and the coins had dropped into the snow. And as Jeanlin had joined in the search, they'd not been found again. "Well, where is Jeanlin?" "He ran away, Mummy. He said he had some business." Etienne listened with aching heart. She used to threaten to kill them if they begged in the street. Now it was she who sent them out, and she talked of their all going, all the 10,000 Montou miners, with sticks and wallets like aged beggars, roaming the panic-stricken countryside. And now the anguish in that dark room was still further intensified, because the brats had come home hungry and wanted something to eat. Why wasn't there anything to eat? They grumbled and threw themselves about, ending up by stamping on the feet of their dying sister, who uttered a groan. Their mother furiously lashed out at them in the dark, not seeing or caring what she hit. That made them howl and beg for bread louder than ever, and she suddenly burst into tears, collapsed onto the floor, and hugged them all together, dying sister and all. In a nervous reaction she wept and wept until finally, limp and exhausted, all she could do was moan the same phrase over and over again, calling on death. "Oh God, why don't you take us? God, for pity's sake, make an end of it." Grandpa was still rooted in his place like an ancient tree, gnarled by wind and rain, whilst father tramped on between the fireplace and the cupboard, never looking round. The door opened again, and this time it really was Dr. Van den Hagen. "Devil take it," he said. "Your eyesight won't be ruined by candlelight. Make haste, I'm in a hurry." As usual, he grumbled all the time, for he was cruelly overworked. Fortunately, he had some matches, and the child's father had to light 6, one after the other, and hold them for the doctor to examine the patient. She had been uncovered and was shivering in the flickering light, looking as puny as a bird dying in the snow, so thin that all you could see was her hump. But she smiled all the same, with the vague smile of the dying. Her great eyes were staring, and her poor little hands clutching her hollow chest. And as the grief-stricken mother was asking whether it was right that this child, the only one who ever helped in the house, and so intelligent and so gentle, should be taken before her, the doctor impatiently rapped out, "Look, she's gone. Your wretched brat has died of starvation, and she's not the only one. I've just seen another down the street. You all call me in, and there's nothing I can do. Meat is the medicine you want." Mayhew dropped the match which was burning his fingers, and darkness fell again on the little warm corpse. Already the doctor had hurried off. All Etienne could hear in the blackness of the room was Mayhew crying out again and again for death in her endless mournful lament. "Oh God, it's my turn. Take me. Oh God, take my man. Take us all, for pity's sake, and make an end of it." This ends Part 6, Chapter 2. Part 6, Chapter 3 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 6, Chapter 3. By 8 o'clock on that Sunday evening, Souvarine was left to himself in the bar at the Avantage, sitting in his usual seat with his head against the wall. There was not a single miner left now who could put his hand on the 2 sous for a beer, and the pubs had never had so few customers. Madame Rasseneur sat motionless at her counter in irritable silence, whilst Rasseneur, standing in front of the iron stove, appeared to be intently examining the reddish smoke of the coal. The stuffy silence of the overheated room was suddenly broken by 3 little taps on the window, and Souvarine looked round. He leaped to his feet, recognizing the signal that Etienne had used several times to call him, when from outside he had seen him sitting at an empty table smoking a cigarette. But before he could reach the door, Rasseneur had opened it, saying to the man he recognized in the beam of light from the window, "Are you afraid I shall give you away? You would be more comfortable talking in here than outside in the street." Etienne came in. Madame Rasseneur politely offered him a beer, but he waved it away. The publican went on, "I guessed long ago where you were hiding. If I were a sneak, as your friends say, I should have put the police on to you a week ago." "No need to tell me that," the young man answered. "I know you've never eaten that sort of bread. People can have different ideas and still respect each other." Silence fell again. Souvarine had gone back to his chair and was sitting back to the wall, gazing dreamily at his cigarette smoke. But his nervous fingers were fidgeting anxiously along his thighs, feeling for the warm fur of Poland, who was out that evening. He was unconsciously looking for something missing, without quite knowing what. Etienne was sitting opposite him. Eventually he broke the silence. "Work begins again tomorrow at Le Verreux. The Belgians have arrived with young Négrel." "Yes," murmured Rasseneur, who was still standing. "They were unloaded at dusk. So long as it doesn't lead to any more of this killing." Then, raising his voice, "Now, look here. I don't want to start arguing again, but we shall run into trouble if you go on being obstinate. You know, what's happened to you is exactly like what's happened to this international of yours. I met Pluchart the day before yesterday in Lille, where I'd gone on business. It seems that this stunt of his is coming to grief." He went into details. It appeared that the association, having begun by enrolling the workers all the world over by a vigorous propaganda campaign at which the bourgeoisie was still shivering in its shoes, was now being undermined and steadily destroyed by internal dissensions through vanity and ambition. Since the anarchist elements had dominated it and overridden the evolutionists of the early days, the whole thing was going to pieces, and the original object of reforming the wage system was being obscured by sectarian wranglings. The intellectuals were disorganized because they refused to knuckle under to discipline. Already it was easy to foresee that this mass rising, which for a brief moment had threatened to sweep away the corrupt old world, was simply going to peter out. "It has made Pluchart quite ill," he concluded, though in any case he has ceased to count at all. "But he still talks a lot, and wants to go to Paris and do some more talking there. And no less than 3 times he said to me that our strike was a washout." With downcast eyes, Etienne let him have his say. He had had a talk with some of the chaps the day before, and had sensed the first signs of bitterness and suspicion, the beginnings of the unpopularity that precedes defeat. He sat there sullenly, trying not to admit his own despair in front of the very man who had prophesied that his turn would come to be howled down by the mob as soon as it wanted a scapegoat. "Yes, the strike is a washout, no doubt. I know that as well as Pluchart," he said. "But we foresaw that. We had to decide on a strike against our will and never expected to finish the company off. Only you get carried away and begin to hope, and then when it all goes wrong, you forget that you ought to have foreseen and squeal and argue as though it was a disaster from heaven." "But," asked Rasseneur, "if you think the game is up, why don't you make your mate see reason?" The young man looked him straight in the eyes. "Now listen. Let's cut this out. You have your ideas and I have mine. I have come into your house to show you that I respect you all the same. But I still think that if we go under, our starved bodies will do more for the people's cause than all your prudent politics. If only one of those bleeding soldiers could land a bullet in my heart, what a fine end it would be." His eyes were moist as he betrayed the secret wish of the defeated for a refuge where all torment would be finished forever. "Well said," applauded Madame Rasseneur, putting all her uncompromising radicalism into a scornful glance at her husband. Souvarine, whose eyes were lost in dreams, and whose fingers were still nervously drumming, did not seem to have heard. His fair girlish face, with its thin nose and little pointed teeth, had taken on a savage expression, reflecting his mystic dreams about the international and bloody visions. Answering a remark of Rasseneur's that he had caught in the middle of the conversation, he began thinking aloud. "They are all cowards. There was only one man capable of turning their show into a terrible instrument of destruction. But it is the will that is needed. Nobody has the will, and that is why the revolution is going to misfire once again." He proceeded in disgusted tones to bewail the imbecility of mankind, whilst the two others felt like intruders upon the secrets a sleepwalker was confiding to the shades of night. Nothing was going right in Russia. The news he had received was heartbreaking. His former comrades were all turning to politics. The famous nihilists who had made Europe tremble, sons of village priests or of middle-class parents or shopkeepers, now dared not venture beyond national liberation and seemed to think the world would be set free when they had killed their own particular tyrant. And as soon as he spoke to them of mowing down the old society like a ripe harvest, or even pronounced the childish word republic, he felt misunderstood, looked upon as a dangerous man who had stepped out of his class and whom they ranked with the failures, the broken-down princes of revolutionary cosmopolitanism. But he still had lingering qualms of patriotism in his heart, and it was with painful bitterness that he repeated his favorite word. "Balderdash! They'll never get anywhere with their poppycock." Then, in an even softer voice, he ruefully spoke of his old dream of fraternity. He had given up his own rank and fortune and thrown in his lot with the workers for one reason only, the hope of seeing a new society founded on communal work. For a long time all his spare coins had been given to the village children. He had always shown brotherly affection to all the miners, smiling when they hesitated to accept him and winning their trust by his air of quietness and efficiency. But it was none the less true that they did not mix properly. He remained a foreigner to them, with his contempt for all human ties, and his determination to stay pure and uncorrupted by pride or pleasure. And since he had read an article in the morning papers, he was reduced to exasperation. His voice changed, and his eyes lit up as he turned and addressed Etienne. "Can you understand this? A couple of hat makers at Marseille have drawn the lucky number in a lottery, a prize of 100,000 francs, and straight away they have invested it in annuities, saying they were never going to work any more. Yes, all you French workers have that one idea. You want to dig up a treasure and live on it forevermore in selfish and lazy isolation. You make a great song against the rich, but when fortune gives you some money, you haven't the guts to give it back to the poor. You will never deserve to be happy so long as you have personal possessions, and your hatred of the bourgeois simply comes from your mad desire to be bourgeois yourselves in their place." Rasseneur laughed outright, for the thought that the two workers of Marseille ought to have refused to accept the first prize struck him as ridiculous. But Souvarine turned pale, and his features twisted into a horrible expression, the expression of one of those fanatical religious passions that can exterminate whole nations. "You will all be mown down and thrown on the rubbish heap," he shouted. "The one who will destroy your race of cowards and sensualists is at hand. Look at these hands of mine. If they could do so, they would take hold of the world like this and shake it into little pieces so as to bury the lot of you under the wreckage." "Hear, hear," said Madame Rasseneur, with her usual air of polite conviction. Another silence. Then Etienne came back to the subject of the Belgian workmen. He asked Souvarine what arrangements had been made at Le Voreux. But by now the mechanic had relapsed into his daydreams and scarcely answered any questions. All he knew was that cartridges were to be issued to the soldiers on guard. At this point, the nervous drumming of his fingers became so marked that he finally realized what was missing: the soft, soothing fur of a tame rabbit. "Where's Poland?" he asked. The publican laughed once again and glanced at his wife. After an awkward pause, he took the plunge. "Poland? She's been hotted up." The plump rabbit had no doubt been injured by her adventure with Jeanlin, for ever since then she'd only brought forth stillborn offspring, and so as not to have to feed a useless mouth, they had decided that very day to serve her up with potatoes. "Yes, you had one of her legs this evening. You licked your fingers after it, didn't you?" For a moment, Souvarine did not understand. Then he went very pale, retched convulsively, and for all his stoical strength of character, his eyes filled with big tears. But his emotion passed unnoticed because the door had been flung open and in had come Cheval, pushing Catherine in front of him. He'd been drinking and showing off in all the pubs in Montou, and now it had occurred to him to come to the Avantage and show his former friends that he was not afraid of anybody. As he came in, he said to Catherine, "By Christ, I tell you, you're going to have a drink in here, and the first man who starts looking me up and down gets one on the jaw." Seeing Etienne there, Catherine started and turned pale. When Cheval saw him, he said with a nasty leer, "2 beers, please, Madame Rasseneur. We're celebrating the start of work." She served him without a word, for she never refused beer to anyone. Nobody spoke, and the publican and the 2 men did not move. "I know people who said I was a scab," Cheval went on arrogantly, "and I'm waiting for these people to say so to my face so that we can have a bit of an explanation." Still there was no answer, the men turning away and looking at the walls. "There are some as do their job and others as don't," he went on, raising his voice. "I've got nothing to hide. I've left Dunourlin's dirty hole, and tomorrow I start at Le Voreux with 12 Belgians they put me in charge of because they think well of me. And if that upsets anybody, he can say so, and we'll talk it over." As his provocative remarks were greeted with the same contemptuous silence, he took it out of Catherine. "Are you going to drink or not, for Christ's sake? Here's the toast. To hell with all the dirty swine who won't work." She put her glass to his, but her hand trembled so much that the 2 glasses made a continuous tinkling. He had taken a handful of silver out of his pocket and was spreading it out with tipsy ostentation, saying that he had earned it with the sweat of his brow and that he challenged the slackers to show 10 sous. Finding the attitude of the others exasperating, he resorted to direct insults. "So the moles come out at night. The police must be asleep then, as the thieves seem to be abroad." Etienne rose to his feet in quiet determination. "Now listen, I've had enough of you. Yes, you're a sneak, and your money stinks of some new treachery. I don't want to dirty my hands on your skin, you Judas, but still, I'll take you on. It's high time one of us finished the other one off." Cheval clenched his fists. "Come on, then. What a lot of talking it needs to warm you up, you cowardly bugger. I'm ready to take you on alone, and you're going to pay for some of the bloody insults I've had to put up with." Catherine tried to rush between them, raising her arms in supplication. But they did not even have to bother to push her back, for she realized that this fight had to be, and slowly stepped back of her own accord. She stood with her back against the wall, silent and so paralyzed with anguish that she no longer trembled, but simply stared with her great eyes at these 2 men who were going to kill each other for her sake. Madame Rasseneur removed the glasses from the counter in a businesslike way to save their being broken, and then sat on her seat again without showing unseemly curiosity. But two old comrades could not be allowed to kill each other like this, and Rasseneur insisted on trying to stop them, until Souvarine took him by the shoulder and led him back to the table, saying, "This is none of your business. There isn't room for both of them, and it's up to the stronger to survive." Without waiting to be attacked, Cheval was already punching the air wildly. He was taller, a great gangling figure of a man, and he aimed at Etienne's face with furious slashing movements, using both arms as though he were wielding a pair of sabers. And he talked all the time, playing to the gallery with a running fire of insults which also kept his own courage up. "You bloody pimp! I'll get your nose and stick it up you know where. Let me have a go at your pretty face that all the tarts like looking at. I'll turn it into pig's mash, and then we'll see if the bloody women run after you." Etienne never said a word, but, holding his slim body taut and setting his teeth, took up a correct position, guarding his face and chest with both fists and watching for his chances, when he let them fly like springs with terrible straight punches. At first they did each other little harm. The waving windmill strokes of the one and the cool watchfulness of the other prolonged the fight. A chair was knocked over, and the sand on the stone floor crunched beneath their heavy boots. But in the end they were both winded, and their breath came in snoring gasps, while their faces seemed to be inflamed with an inner fire, the flames of which showed in the whites of their eyes. "Got him!" yelled Cheval. "Trumps on your carcass!" And indeed his fist, working slantwise like a flail, had grazed along his opponent's shoulder. Etienne checked a howl of pain, and the only sound was the soft thud on his bruised muscles. He countered with a straight punch to the heart, which would have been a knockout had the other not protected himself by his ceaseless jumping about. But the blow landed on his left side, and there was still so much power in it that he staggered, gasping for breath. Feeling his arms weakening, he went mad with rage and charged like a wild beast, aiming at Etienne's groin with a kick from his heel. "That's for your innards," he gasped. "I'll pull them out into the daylight." Etienne dodged the kick, and this fouling of the rules of decent fighting so enraged him that he broke his silence. "Shut up, you brute, and no kicking, or by God, I'll pick up a chair and smash you." From then on, the fight took a more desperate turn. Rasseneur was disgusted and would have interfered again, but was dissuaded by a warning look from his wife. Had not two customers the right to settle their affairs in the house? So he contented himself with standing in front of the fire, for fear of their falling into it. Souvarine had calmly rolled himself a cigarette, but he forgot to light it. Catherine was still motionless by the wall, but her hands had risen unconsciously to her bosom, where they automatically twisted and untwisted and clutched at the stuff of her dress. Her whole being was concentrated in an effort not to scream out and so kill one of them by showing her preference. By now she was so distraught that she had no idea which one she did prefer. Cheval soon tired. He was bathed in sweat and hitting out at random. Furious though he was, Etienne never relaxed his guard, but parried almost every punch, though some of them grazed him. One of his ears was split, and the nail scratch had cut his neck, which smarted so much that he began swearing too, and let fly another of his terrible straight punches. Once more Cheval avoided a chest blow by jumping, but in doing so he ducked, and Etienne's fist flattened his nose and closed one of his eyes. Blood at once spurted from his nostrils, and the eye swelled up and went blue. Blinded by the red stream and dizzy from head punches, the wretched man was wildly beating the air when another blow, a real body blow this time, finished him off. There was a crash, and he fell on his back with a thud like the sound of a sack of plaster being unloaded. Etienne waited. "If you want some more, get up and we'll start again." Cheval made no reply, but after lying dazed for a few seconds, began moving on the ground and stretching his limbs. He wearily dragged himself up onto his knees, where he stayed a moment huddled up. But his hand was doing something deep down in his pocket. Then he got to his feet and made another mad rush, with the muscles of his throat standing out as he yelled like a savage. But Catherine had seen, and in spite of herself a great cry rose from her heart, like the admission of a preference unknown and astounding even to herself. "Look out! He's got a knife!" Etienne just had time to parry the first stab with his arm. His woolen jersey was cut by the heavy blade, one of those blades fixed into a boxwood handle by a brass ferrule. He seized Cheval's wrist, and a deadly struggle ensued. He knew he was lost if he let go, and the other kept trying to jerk himself free in order to strike. Slowly the knife came lower and lower as their strained limbs grew more tired, and once Etienne felt the cold touch of steel on his skin. By a supreme effort, he squeezed Cheval's wrist so tightly that the knife fell out of his open hand. Both flung themselves at it, but Etienne picked it up and brandished it in his turn. He had Cheval down under his knee and made ready to slit his throat. "You bloody traitor! It's coming to you now!" A horrible, deafening voice was rising within him, coming up from his very entrails and banging like a hammer in his head. It was a sudden, insane desire to murder a man, a lust for blood. He had never had it so badly before, and yet he was not drunk this time. He fought against his hereditary taint with the frantic paroxysms of a man mad with lust, struggling on the verge of rape. He managed to get himself under control, threw the knife behind him, and muttered hoarsely, "Get up! Get out!" This time Rasseneur had leaped forward, taking care, however, not to get between them for fear of catching a nasty blow. He did not want murder in his house, and he protested so loudly that his wife, still enthroned behind the counter, pointed out that he always shouted too soon. Souvarine, who had almost had the dagger in his lap, made up his mind to light his cigarette. It was all over then? Catherine was still staring bewildered at the two men, who were both alive. "Get out," Etienne said again. "Get out, or I'll finish you off." Cheval got up, wiped his bleeding nose with the back of his hand, and with his face smeared with blood and his eye blackened, slouched off in the bitterness of defeat. Catherine automatically made as if to follow him. He turned back, and his hatred poured itself out in a stream of obscenities. "Oh, no, you don't! As he's the one you want, go and sleep with him, you bloody bitch! And don't you bloody well put your foot inside my place again if you value your life!" He slammed the door. The only sound that broke the silence in the warm room was the roaring of the fire. The overturned chair was still on the floor, and splashes of blood were soaking into the sand. This ends Part 6, Chapter 3. Part 6, Chapter 4 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 6, Chapter 4. Etienne and Catherine left Rasseneur's and walked on in silence. It was beginning to thaw, a slow, cold thaw, dirtying the snow without really melting it. The sky was leaden, and a full moon could be dimly seen behind high banks of cloud, like black rags blown along very fast by a gale. But down on the ground there was not a breath of wind, and only the dripping of the gutters could be heard, or the soft thuds of lumps of snow falling from the roofs. Etienne felt awkward with this woman who'd been handed over to him, and in his embarrassment could find nothing to say. It seemed absurd to take her with him to his hiding place in Réquillart. He had offered to take her home to her parents, but she had recoiled from the suggestion in terror. No, anything rather than go back to be a burden to them after the dirty trick she had played by leaving them in the lurch. So neither of them said another word, but tramped on along the roads which were now rivers of mud, not knowing where they were going. First they went down towards Le Voreux, then turned right between the pit bank and the canal. "But you must sleep somewhere," Etienne said eventually. "If I had a room, I would gladly take you." But he could not complete his thought, checked by a strange fit of shyness. He remembered their past, their passionate desires, and the delicacy and timidity that had prevented their coming together. Could it be that he still desired her, since he felt so disturbed, with a new longing gradually warming his heart? The recollection that she had slapped his face at Gaston Marie now made him excited rather than resentful. To his surprise, it now seemed quite natural to take her to Réquillart, and quite easy to do so. "Come, make up your mind. Where do you want me to take you? Do you hate me so much, then, that you won't come with me?" She was slowly following him, her clogs slipping in the ruts, and without looking up, she murmured, "I've had enough as it is. Don't make more for me. Where would it land us? What are you asking for, now that I have a man and you have a woman yourself?" She was referring to Mouquette, thinking he had taken up with her, for everybody had been saying so for a fortnight. When he swore it was not true, she shook her head, remembering the night when she'd seen them kissing each other. He stood still and said in a low voice, "Isn't all this nonsense a great pity? You and I would have got on so well together." She faltered slightly, but answered, "No, there's nothing to be sorry about. You haven't lost much. If only you knew what a miserable little scrap I am. No fatter than 2 sous worth of butter, and such a botched-up job that I shall never be a proper woman, I'm sure." She went on without embarrassment, accusing herself as though her long-delayed puberty were a crime. Although she had had a man, it seemed to lessen her worth and relegate her to a place among the kids. At any rate, there's some excuse when you can have a child. "Poor little thing," Etienne muttered to himself, overcome with pity. They were at the foot of the pit bank and hidden in its huge shadow. An inky cloud was passing across the moon, and they could not even see each other's faces. But their breath mingled, and their lips sought each other's, longing for the kiss each of them had desired for months, to the point of obsession. But the moon suddenly came out again, and there, standing above them on the summit of the white cliffs of light, was the upright figure of the sentry. And without having even kissed each other at long last, they drew back out of modesty, that old modesty of theirs, compounded of anger, a vague feeling of repugnance, and a great deal of friendship. They trudged on again, ankle-deep in slush. "Then that's that? You don't want to?" asked Etienne. "No," she said, "not after Cheval. And then there'd be somebody else after you, I suppose. No, it all disgusts me, as it doesn't give me any pleasure. What is the point of it?" They fell silent again and walked another 100 paces or so. "But anyway, do you know where you are going? I can't leave you out of doors on a night like this." She replied quite simply, "I'm going back. Cheval is my man, and I can't sleep anywhere else." "But he'll half kill you." There was a fresh silence. She had merely shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Of course he would beat her, and when he was tired he would stop. Wasn't that better than roaming the streets like a whore? And besides, she was getting used to beatings, and consoled herself by reflecting that 8 girls out of 10 were no better off than she was. If he married her some day, it would be nice of him, though. They had instinctively turned towards Montou, and the nearer they came to it, the longer their silences were. It was as though they were not walking together any more. It hurt him terribly to send her back to Cheval, but he could not think of any argument to convince her. He was heartbroken, but he had little better to offer her himself. the existence of a penniless fugitive, and maybe a night with no morrow if a soldier's bullet found his head. Perhaps, after all, it was wiser to bear one's present sufferings without taking on new ones. And so here he was, taking her back to her lover and hanging his head in misery. He did not protest when she stopped on the main road at the corner of the yards, some 20 meters from Piquette's, and said, "Don't come any further. If he saw you, there would be more trouble." It was striking 11. The bar was shut, but light showed through the slits in the shutters. "Goodbye," she whispered. She'd given him her hand, and he would not let it go. She had to wrench it away with slow determination. She did not look back, but let herself in by unlatching the little side door. He did not go away, but stood where he was, looking at the house, anxiously wondering what was happening. He listened intently, dreading to hear the screams of a woman being beaten. But the house was dark and still, and all he saw was a light appearing at a first-floor window. The window opened, and recognizing the slender shadow leaning out, he stepped forward. Catherine whispered very softly, "He isn't back yet. I'm going to bed. Do go away, please." He went. It was now thawing more quickly, and the water was running off the roofs in a steady stream. Damp was running like sweat from walls, fences, and all the nondescript buildings of this industrial area, only half visible in the night. His first thought was to make for Requillart. Sick with fatigue and distress, his one desire was to disappear underground and be lost. But then he thought of Le Voreux again, of the Belgian workmen who were to go down, and of his friends in the village who were furious with the soldiers and determined not to have foreigners in their pit. Once again he waded through the pools of slush along the canal towpath. When he was back by the pit bank, the moon came out very bright. He looked up at the clouds scudding by before the high wind, far up in the sky. But now they were wider, thinner and broken, mistily transparent in front of the moon, like troubled waters, and they followed each other so rapidly that the moon was only veiled for a moment at a time, and always coming out again in its full brightness. Etienne's eyes were dazzled by this pure light, and as he lowered them, something caught his attention on top of the bank. The sentry, stiff with cold, was now walking up and down, 25 paces towards Marchiennes, and then back towards Montou. His bayonet gleamed white above his dark outline, which stood out against the pale sky. But what interested Etienne was a shadow moving behind the hut where Bonnemort sheltered on stormy nights, a creeping, watchful animal that he had once recognized as Germinal by his long, thin weasel's back. The sentry could not see him, and it was clear that this devilish child was meditating some prank, for he detested the soldiers and was always asking when they would be rid of these murderers who were sent with guns to kill people. For a moment Etienne had half a mind to call out and stop him from doing anything silly. As the moon went behind a cloud, he had seen the boy gather himself up, ready to spring. But then the moon came out again, and he was still crouching there. At each turn the sentry came as far as the hut, and then turned his back and marched away. Suddenly, as another cloud threw everything into darkness, Germinal leaped onto the soldier's shoulders with one bound, like a wild cat, clung on with his nails, and plunged his open knife into his throat. The soldier's stiff collar was in the way, and Germinal had to ram the handle with both hands and press with all the weight of his body. He had often bled chickens he had found behind farm buildings. It was all so rapid that there was only one muffled cry in the darkness, and the rifle clattered to the ground. The moon was already shining again, very bright. As he watched, Etienne was rooted to the spot with horror, and the shout stuck in his throat. Above him the slag heap was empty, and no shadow now stood out against the scurrying clouds. He ran up as fast as he could, and found Germinal crouching on all fours by the corpse, which was on its back with arms outspread. In the brilliant moonlight the man's red trousers and grey greatcoat contrasted harshly with the white snow. There was not a drop of blood, for the knife was still buried up to the hilt in the man's neck. In a burst of ungovernable fury, he knocked the boy down beside the corpse. "Why did you do that?" Jeanlin pulled himself up and crawled along on his hands, his thin spine arched like a cat's. His big ears, green eyes, and prominent jaws were quivering and ablaze with the excitement of his evil deed. "In God's name, what did you do that for?" "I don't know. I just had to." He stuck obstinately to this reply. He had wanted to for 3 days. It had tormented him, and his head had ached just there behind the ears with constantly thinking about it. Was there any need to be so particular about these bloody soldiers who came and bullied miners in their own homes? Of all the violent speeches in the forest and the cries of destruction and death yelled in the pits, he had retained 5 or 6 words, which he repeated like a street Arab playing at revolutions. And that was all he knew. Nobody had put him on to doing this. He had thought of it by himself, just as he might suddenly take it into his head to steal onions in a field. Horrified at this mysterious growth of crime in a child's mind, Etienne kicked him out of the way as though he were some irresponsible animal. He was terrified lest the muffled cry of a sentry might have been heard in the guard-room at LibriVox, and each time the moon came out, he glanced towards the pit. But nothing had stirred, and he bent down, felt the cooling hand, and listened for a beat of the still heart under the greatcoat. All that could be seen of the knife was the bone handle on which, by way of a sentimental motto, the single word "love" was engraved in black. His eyes went from the knife to the face, and at once he recognized the young soldier. It was Jules the recruit with whom he had talked one morning. He was filled with deep pity at the sight of this gentle, fair face, thickly mottled with freckles. The blue eyes were wide open and staring at the sky with the same fixed stare with which he had seen him look over the horizon towards the land of his birth. Where was this plug-off which he saw in a sun-bathed vision? Over yonder, over yonder. Somewhere far off the sea would be roaring on this stormy night. This wind, blowing high in the sky, had perhaps swept across his native heath. 2 women were standing there, his mother and his sister, holding on their blowing coifs, and they were looking too, as though across the intervening leagues they could see what their boy was doing at this moment. They would wait forever now. What a dreadful thing the poor devils should kill each other for the benefit of the rich. But the corpse must be disposed of. At first Etienne thought of throwing it into the canal, but it would certainly be found there, and he gave up the idea. As the minutes rushed by, he became intensely anxious, for some decision must be made. He had a sudden inspiration. If he could carry the body to Réquillart, he could bury it there forever. "Come here," he said to Jeanlin. The boy was suspicious. "No, you'll hit me. Besides, I've something else to do. Cheerio." As a matter of fact, he had arranged to meet Bébert and Lydie in a hidey-hole they had made under a timber stack at LibriVox. They'd worked out a grand adventure, a night away from home so as to be on the spot if the Belgians were stoned when they went down in the morning. "Now listen," repeated Etienne. "Come here, or I'll call the soldiers and they'll chop off your head." The boy made up his mind and came. Etienne rolled his handkerchief into a pad and tied it tightly round the soldier's neck without pulling out the knife which was preventing the wound from bleeding. The snow was melting, and there was no sign on the ground of either bloodstains or footprints of a struggle. "You take the legs." Jeanlin took hold of the legs, and Etienne lifted the shoulders after tying the rifle to the soldier's back, and they went slowly down the pit bank, taking care not to dislodge any stones. Fortunately, the moon was hidden again, but it came out brightly as they were going along the towpath, and it was only by a miracle that the guards did not see them. They hurried on in silence, but the swaying of the corpse made progress difficult, and they had to put it down every 100 meters. At the corner of the Réquillart lane, a sound petrified them with fright, and they only just had time to hide behind a wall to avoid a patrol. Further on, a man took them by surprise, but he was drunk and went on his way swearing. By the time they had at last reached the disused pit, they were bathed in sweat and so unnerved that their teeth were chattering. Etienne had foreseen that it would be no easy matter to lower the soldier down the escape shaft. In fact, it was appalling. To begin with, Germinal had to stay at the top and slide the body down while Etienne, suspended from the bushes, went down with it in order to get it safely past the first two ladders where some of the rungs were missing. Then the same performance had to be repeated at each ladder. He went down first and received it in his arms. For 210 meters, down 30 ladders, the body was continually falling on him. The rifle grazed his back, and he had not let the boy go ahead and find the candle end, which he was hoarding like a miser. In any case, what would have been the point, for a light would have been a nuisance in this narrow shaft. All the same, when they reached the bottom, breathless, he did send the boy for a candle, while he sat down in the dark beside the corpse and waited with pounding heart. When Germinal came back with the candle, Etienne asked his advice, for the child had explored these old workings and been right into crannies where men could not pass. They set off again, dragging the body for nearly a kilometer through a maze of collapsing galleries. Eventually, the roof became so low that they found themselves on their knees under some crumbling rock supported by rotting timbers. It was a sort of long box, like a coffin, and here they laid the young soldier with his rifle by his side. Then they managed to break the props by kicking them away, at the risk of staying there themselves. The rocks broke up at once, and they only had time to crawl out on their knees and elbows. When Etienne turned round to have a last look, the roof was still falling in and slowly crushing the body under its enormous weight. And then nothing was left but the solid mass of the earth itself. When they were back in Jeanlin's robber's cave, the child threw himself on the hay and stretched himself out exhausted, murmuring, "Damn it, the kids will have to wait. I'm going to have 40 winks." Etienne had blown out the candle, for there was only a little end left. He also was knocked up with fatigue, but not at all sleepy, and sinister, nightmarish thoughts were hammering away in his head. Soon they resolved themselves into a single thought which tormented and wearied him with an unanswerable question. Why hadn't he killed Cheval when he had him at his mercy under the knife, whereas this child had just slain a soldier without even knowing his name? It upset all his revolutionary beliefs about the right to kill, the courage to kill. Was he a coward, then? The child had begun to snore in the hay. It was like the snoring of a drunken man, as though he were sleeping off the intoxication of murder. He was irritated and disgusted at having the boy there and having to listen to him. Suddenly he shuddered. Fear had breathed into his face. A slight rustling sound, a sigh, seemed to have come from the depths of the earth, and the vision of the young soldier lying there with his rifle beneath the rocks sent a shiver down his back and made his hair stand on end. It was absurd, he knew, but the whole pit was full of voices, and he had to light the candle again, and only recovered his self-possession when he could see the empty galleries in its pale light. He meditated for a quarter of an hour, fighting out the same battle with himself, with his eyes fixed on the burning wick. Then there was a sizzling sound, and the wick fell into the molten grease, and everything was dark again. The shuddering returned, and he felt like hitting Jeanlin to stop his loud snoring. He found it so unbearable to be near the boy that he ran off, filled with an imperious desire for fresh air, hurrying through the galleries and up the shaft, as though a pursuing shadow were panting at his heels. When at last he found himself above ground in the ruins of Réquillart, Etienne could breathe freely. As he had not the courage to kill, it was up to him to die, and the thought of death, which had already vaguely passed through his head, now returned and took possession of his mind as a last hope. A plucky death, death for the revolution, would end all, and by settling his account, whether good or bad, would prevent his thinking any more. If his mates attacked the Belgians, he would be in the front line, where he might be lucky enough to be knocked out. So he boldly walked back, intending to lurk around Le Voreux. It struck 2, and loud voices were issuing from a deputy's room, where the detachment of troops guarding the pit was billeted. They had been thrown into a panic by the disappearance of the sentry. Somebody had been sent to wake up the captain, and after a careful examination of the scene, they had decided that the soldier had deserted. Listening in the darkness, Etienne remembered the Republican captain the young soldier had told him about. Supposing he could be persuaded to go over to the people's side. The troops would raise the butts of their rifles in the air, and that would be the signal for the massacre of the bourgeois. Carried away by this new vision, he thought no more of death, but stood there in the mud for hours, with the drizzle of the thaw wetting his shoulders, feverishly hoping that a victory might still be possible. He waited for the Belgians until 5. Then he realized that the company had artfully arranged for them to sleep on the premises. The descent was already underway, and the 1 or 2 strikers from Village 240 who were posted as pickets did not know whether to warn their comrades or not. He told them about the company's trick, and off they ran, leaving him watching out on the towpath behind the slag heap. By now it was 6, and the leaden sky was lightening into a red dawn when Abbé Ranvier emerged from a path, holding up his cassock and showing his spindly legs. Every Monday he went to say early mass in the chapel of a convent on the other side of the pit. "Good morning, my friend," he said in loud tones, after looking the young man up and down with his fiery eyes. But Etienne did not answer. In the distance he had noticed a woman passing between the trestles of Le Voreux, and he rushed off anxiously, for he thought it looked like Catherine. She had been trampling the slushy roads since midnight. Finding her in bed when he came in, Cheval had got her up with a box on the ears and bawled at her to get out through the door at once unless she wanted to be thrown out of the window. Half-dressed and in tears, with her legs bruised by kicks, she had had to run downstairs and had been thrown out with a final punch. Bewildered by this brutal separation, she had sat down on a stone, watching the house and waiting for him to call her back. For surely he must be looking at her and would tell her to come back when he saw her shivering like this and cast off without anybody to take her in. But after 2 hours she'd made up her mind, for she was freezing to death, sitting still like a dog turned out into the street. She walked out of Montou, then returned, but did not dare to call out from the street or knock at the door. In the end, she went off along the straight main road, meaning to go back to the village and her parents. But when she got there, she suddenly felt so ashamed that she ran along the gardens, afraid of being recognized by somebody, although in fact everybody was asleep behind closed shutters. From then on she simply wandered about, startled by the slightest sound and fearful of being picked up and taken as a vagrant to the brothel at Marchiennes, the threat of which had haunted her like a nightmare for months. Twice she stumbled into Le Voreux, took fright at the loud voices of the guards, and ran off breathlessly, looking behind to see whether she was being followed. The Requillart lane was always full of drunks, but nevertheless she went back there, in the vague hope of meeting the man she had refused a few hours earlier. Cheval was to go down to work that morning, and with this in mind, Catherine made for the pit once again, although she realized it was useless to speak to him. It was all over between them. All work had stopped at Jean Bart, and he had sworn to throttle her if she went back to a job at Le Voreux, because he was afraid she might make things awkward for him. Then what was she to do? Go somewhere else? Die of starvation? Or fall a victim to the brutality of every passing man? She dragged herself on, tripping over the ruts, with aching legs and mud up to her waist. The thaw had now turned the roads into rivers of slush, and she paddled through it, on and on, not even daring to find a stone to sit on. Daylight came. She had recognized Cheval's back as he was cautiously rounding the pit bank. And then she saw Lydie and Bébert peeping out of their hiding place under a timber stack. They'd been on the watch all night, not daring to go home because Jeanlin had ordered them to wait for him. And while the latter was at Réquillart, sleeping off his bloodlust, the two children had been lying in each other's arms to keep warm. The wind whistled through the chestnut and oak poles, and there they curled up, as if it were some abandoned woodcutter's hut. Lydie dared not voice aloud all the suffering she had endured like a little beaten wife, any more than Bébert found enough courage to complain of the cuffs from the captain which made his cheeks swell up. But in the end he'd gone too far, making them risk life and limb in crazy forays, and then denying them any share in the spoils. So now they had rebelled, and had ended by kissing each other, although he had ordered them not to, risking the blow from the unknown that he had promised would surely come. And they went on gently kissing each other, in all innocence, putting into their caresses all their long, frustrated passion, all their poor, martyred, affectionate natures. In this way they had kept each other warm all through the night, so happy in their hidden lair that they could not remember ever having been so happy before, even on Sainte-Barbe, when everybody ate fritters and drank wine. A sudden bugle call made Catherine start. She looked up and saw the guards taking up their guns. Etienne was rushing up. Bébert and Lydie had leaped out of their hiding places. In the growing daylight, a band of men and women could be seen coming down from the village, furiously waving their arms. This ends Part 6, Chapter 4. Part 6, Chapter 5 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 6, Chapter 5. All the entrances to Le Voreux had been sealed, and the only door left open was guarded by 60 soldiers standing with ordered arms. This was the way into the pit top, by a narrow flight of steps onto which the doors of the locker room and deputy's room opened. The captain had lined them up too deep against the brick wall so that they could not be attacked from the rear. At first the band of miners from the village kept its distance. There were not more than 35 of them, and they were arguing violently among themselves. Maheude had been the first to arrive, all disheveled, with a kerchief tied hastily round her head, and Estelle asleep in her arms. She was furiously repeating, "Don't let anybody go in or come out. Catch them all inside." Maheude was backing his wife up when old Mouque came along from Réquillart. They tried to prevent his going through, but he insisted, saying that his horses went on eating oats just the same and didn't care 2 hoots about a revolution. Besides, a horse had died, and he had to see about bringing it up. Etienne managed to free the old ponyman, whom the soldiers allowed into the pit. A quarter of an hour later, as the band of strikers was growing larger and more threatening, a wide door opened on the ground floor, and some men appeared, hauling out the dead animal, a pitiful carcass still tied up in the rope net, and they left it in the middle of the puddles of melted snow. The sensation was so great that nobody thought of preventing their going in again and barricading the door behind them, for they had all recognized the horse, his head stiff and bent back against his side, and whispers ran round. "It's Trompette, isn't it?" "Yes, it's Trompette." It was. He'd never been able to accustom himself to life underground, and had remained dismal and unwilling to work, tortured by longing for the daylight he had lost. In vain had Bataille, the father of the pit, given him friendly rubs with his side and nibbled his neck so as to give him a little of his own resignation after 10 years underground. Caresses only made him more doleful, and his skin quivered when his friend, who had grown old in the darkness, whispered secrets in his ear. And whenever they met and snorted together, They both seemed to be lamenting, the old one because he could not now remember, and the young one because he could not forget. They lived side by side in the stable, lowering their heads into the same manger and blowing into each other's nostrils, comparing their unending dreams of daylight, their visions of green pastures, white roads, and golden sunlight for ever and ever. Then, as Trompette, bathed in sweat, lay dying on his straw, Bataille had begun to sniff at him with heartbroken little sniffs, like sobs. He felt his friend grow cold. The pit was taking his last joy away, this friend who had come from up there, all fresh with lovely smells that brought back his own young days in the open air. And when he saw that the other was lying still, he broke his tether, whinnying with fear. Mook had been warning the overman for a week, but who bothered about a sick horse at such a time? In any case, these gentlemen disliked moving the horses about. But now they'd got to make up their minds to move him. The day before, Mook and 2 men had spent an hour roping Trompette up. Bataille was harnessed to haul him to the shaft. Slowly the old horse dragged his dead friend along through such a narrow gallery that he had to proceed by little jerks, at the risk of grazing the skin off the corpse. And he shook his head in distress as he heard the long brushing sound of this mass of flesh bound for the knacker's yard. When they unharnessed him at pit bottom, he watched with melancholy gaze the preparations for the ascent, as the body was pushed on to cross-beams over the sump, and the net was tied to the bottom of a cage. Then, at last, the onsetters rang the meat call, and he raised his head to see his friend go, gently at first, and then with a rush up into darkness, lost forever up the black hole. There he stood, craning his neck, his shaky old memory recalling, maybe, some of the things of the earth. It was all over now, and his friend would never see anything again, and he would be done up himself into a dreadful bundle when the day came for him to go up there. His legs began to shake, and the open air from that far country seemed to catch his throat, and he plodded back to the stable unsteadily, as though he were drunk. Up in the yard, the miners stood round, sadly looking at Trompette's body. One woman said softly, "At any rate, a man only goes down there if he wants to." A new crowd was coming down from the village, led by Levaque, followed by his wife and Bouteloup. Levaque was shouting, "Death to the Belgians! No foreigners here! Down with them!" They all surged forward, and Etienne had to check them. He went up to the captain, a tall, thin young man, not more than 28, looking desperate but determined, and reasoned with him, trying to win him over, watching the effect of his words. Why risk useless slaughter? Was not justice on the miners' side? They were all brothers and ought to work together. When Etienne mentioned the word republic, the captain made a nervous gesture. But he kept his military stiffness and rapped out, "Stand back! Don't force me to do my duty!" Etienne tried 3 times, but his friends behind him were getting restive. The word ran round that Monsieur Hennebeau was at the pit, and somebody suggested letting him down by the neck to see if he would hew his own coal. But the rumor was false. Only Négrel and Dansaert were there, and they both appeared for a moment at a window of the pit top, the overman keeping in the background, for he'd been very subdued since his adventure with Pierron. The engineer, however, boldly looked down at the crowd with his sharp little eyes, smiling with the contemptuous mockery with which he regarded all men and all things. But he was booed, and they both disappeared. The only face that could now be seen was that of the fair-haired Souvarine. He was on duty, not having left his machine for a single day throughout the strike. But he had become more and more taciturn and absorbed in some fixed idea, which seemed to gleam like steel in his pale eyes. "Stand back!" shouted the captain again. "No, I can't listen to anything. My orders are to guard this pit, and I'm going to guard it. And don't start hustling my men, or I'll find some way of making you get back." But in spite of his firm tone, he was becoming increasingly uneasy as he saw the ever-rising tide of miners. He was due to be relieved at noon, but fearing that he would not be able to hold out until then, he had just sent a pit boy off to Montou for reinforcements. He was answered by a storm of yells. "Down with the foreigners! Death to the Belgians! We want to be masters in our own pit!" Etienne turned back, sick at heart. So it had come to this, and there was nothing left to do but fight and die. He gave up trying to hold his mates back, and the crowd rushed the little detachment of troops. There were nearly 400 of them now, and more were pouring out of the neighboring villages and running down to swell the numbers. They were all shouting the same war cry, and Maheu and Levaque were furiously addressing the soldiers. "Go away! We've no quarrel with you! Go away!" "This has nothing to do with you," added Maheu. "You let us mind our own business." Behind her, Levaque screamed in her more violent way, "Have we got to kill you so as to get past? Just you bugger off!" And even the shrill little voice of Liddy could be heard coming from the thickest part of the fray, where she and Bébert had managed to worm themselves. "Look at those silly old sausages of soldiers!" Catherine was standing a little in the rear and listening in bewilderment to all this new violence into which ill luck had thrown her. Had she had enough trouble already? What had she done to be constantly dogged by misfortune? Even up till yesterday, she had not really understood what all the anger of the strikers was about, thinking that when you have your own fair share of beatings, it's silly to go looking for more. But now her heart was full of hatred, and remembering what Etienne used to say during those evening talks at home, she tried to understand what he was now saying to the soldiers. For he was treating them as friends, reminding them that they were men of the people too, and that they should side with the people against the exploiters of the people's sufferings. Just then the crowd swayed violently, and an old woman emerged. It was Ma Brûlé in all her skinny hideousness, neck and arms outstretched, and running so fast that wisps of grey hair blew into her eyes.
"By Christ, I'm in this," she panted. "That rat Pierron tried to keep me locked in the cellar."
Without more ado, she fell upon the soldiers, belching abuse from her black mouth.
"You lot of blackguards! You dirty lot of sods! Look at them! They lick their master's boots and can only be brave against poor people."
The others joined in the volleys of insults. A few still shouted, "Up with the soldiers! Throw the officer down the shaft!" But soon the only shout was, "Down with the red trousers!" However, these men who had heard appeals for fraternity and friendly attempts to enlist them on the people's side, with still, impassive faces, not batting an eyelid, kept their same passive stiffness under the storm of abuse. Behind them, the captain had drawn his sword, and as the crowd closed in more and more, threatening to crush them against the wall, he gave the order to present bayonets. They obeyed, and a double hedge of steel blades pointed at the chests of the strikers.
"The bloody bastards!"
screamed Ma Brûlé, but she fell back. But they all returned to the charge immediately, heedless of death in their frenzy. Women rushed forward. Maheu and Levaque shouted, "That's right! Kill us! Kill us! We want our rights!" Levaque, at the risk of cutting himself, took 3 bayonets in his hands and tried to pull them towards him and wrench them off the rifles. In his rage, he stood there twisting them with 10 times his normal strength. But Bouteloup, regretting having followed his mate, stood quietly on one side, watching.
"Come and have a look at this! Come on, look at this if you're good chaps," said
Maheu. And he unbuttoned his coat and opened his shirt, displaying his bare chest, hairy and tattooed with coal. In a terrible outburst of insolent bravado, he pressed himself against the points of the bayonets and forced the soldiers back. One point pricked him in the nipple and so maddened him that he forced it further in so as to hear his ribs crack.
"Cowards, you daren't do it! There are 10,000 more behind us! Yes, you can kill us, but there'll be 10,000 more to kill as well!"
The The soldiers' position was becoming critical, for they had had strict orders not to use their arms except in a desperate emergency. But how could they prevent these madmen from running themselves through? Moreover, there was no room left, as they now had their backs to the wall and could not retire any further. The little handful of men held firm against the rising tide of miners, however, coolly carrying out their captain's brief commands. He stood there, nervous and tight-lipped, with only one fear, that all this abuse would make his men lose their tempers. Already a young sergeant, a lanky fellow whose 4 hairs of mustache were bristling, was blinking his eyes in an ominous manner, and near him a veteran, tanned in a score of campaigns, had turned pale on seeing his bayonet twisted like a straw. Yet another, probably a recruit, still smelling of the farmyard, flushed crimson every time he was called a shit and a blackguard. But the abuse went on, with waving fists and abominable words. Shovelfuls of accusations and threats hit them in the face. It needed all the force of their orders to keep them standing there in the lofty, gloomy silence of military discipline. Just as collision seemed inevitable, Richomme, the deputy, could be seen coming out behind the soldiers. His kindly white head was bowed down with emotion. He addressed them in a loud voice. "Oh, for God's sake, this is getting silly. This damn nonsense can't go on." He threw himself between the bayonets and the miners. "Listen, mates, you know I'm an old workman and that I've always been on your side. Very well then, I promise you that if they don't deal fair with you, I'll tell the bosses some home truths myself. But you're going too far, and it won't do you any good to bawl a lot of filthy words at these good chaps and try to get your own bellies ripped open." They listened and hesitated. But as ill luck would have it, Négrel's strong profile appeared again just then at an upper window. No doubt he was afraid they would accuse him of having sent out a deputy instead of risking his own skin, and he tried to speak. But his voice was drowned in such a frightful outcry that he could only shrug his shoulders and leave the window again. From then onwards it was useless for Richomme to try to reason with him on his own account and repeat that the matter should be settled between friends. He was suspect and shouted down. But he stuck to his guns and stayed with them. "What the hell? I don't care if I'm smashed up with you, but so long as you are so stupid, I shall stick to you." Etienne, whom he had asked to help him make them see reason, made a gesture of impotence. It was too late now. There were more than 500 of them, and not only the fanatics who had charged down the hill to turn out the Belgians, but onlookers and people who thought the battle was a good lark. Some way back, Zacharie and Philomène were standing in the middle of a group, watching as it were a show, and so unconcerned that they had brought the 2 children, Achille and Désiré. A new wave of strikers arrived from Requillat, including Bouquet and Mouquette. He at once went and clapped his friend Zacharie's shoulders with a grin. But she was very worked up and ran off to join the front row of the malcontents. The captain was continually glancing towards the Montou road. The reinforcements he had requested had not yet come, and his 60 men could not hold out much longer. It occurred to him to stage a demonstration that would strike the imagination of the mob, and he ordered his men to load their rifles in full view. The soldiers obeyed, but it only increased the tension and gave rise to further mockeries and provocations.
"Look, they're off to target practice,"
sneered the women, Ma Brûlé, La Levaque, and the rest. Maheude, holding Estelle to her breast, she'd woken up and was crying, came so near that the sergeant asked her what she thought she was doing with a poor little kid and all. "Mind your own bloody business," was her answer. "Shoot her if you dare." The men shook their heads in scorn. Nobody believed they could be fired at.
"They've only got blank cartridges," said Levaque.
"Do you take us for Cossacks or what?" shouted Maheu. "You don't fire at Frenchmen, damn it!" Others said that when you had served in the Crimea, you weren't afraid of lead, and they all went on throwing themselves at the rifles. If these had gone off at that moment, the mob would have been mown down. Mouquette, now in the front row, was almost speechless with indignation at the idea that soldiers could mean to cut open women's bodies. She had exhausted all her obscene vocabulary on them, and could not think of anything, when suddenly she bethought herself of the supreme insult to fire at the troops, and showed them her backside. She lifted her skirts with both hands, and displayed her great round buttocks, making them as huge as she could. "Look, that's for you, and it's too clean by half, you lot of swine." She bobbed and somersaulted and turned about so that everybody had a good view, and at each thrust of her bum she repeated, "That's for the officer, that's for the sergeant, that's for the privates." A storm of laughter went up, and Bébert and Lydie were convulsed. Even Etienne, despite his gloomy forebodings, applauded this insulting exhibition. Everybody, scoffers and fanatics alike, now joined in booing the soldiers as though they were splashed all over with excrement. And only Catherine stood apart on some old timber, saying nothing, but feeling such bitter hatred rising within her that her breast seemed about to burst. There was a scuffle. The captain had decided to take a few prisoners in order to give his men something to do to relieve their feelings. With one bound, Mouquet darted off between some of the men's legs and was gone. 3 miners, including Levaque, were seized from the thick of the fray and taken off under guard to the deputy's room. Négrel and Dansaert called from above to the captain to come in and barricade himself with them, but he refused, feeling that these buildings, the doors of which had no locks to them, were bound to be taken by assault, and that he would have the humiliation of being disarmed. Already his little company was chafing with impatience, and they could not run away from a rabble in clogs. Once again the 60 were back to the wall and facing the mob with loaded rifles. At first the strikers were impressed by this display of force and fell back in silence. But then a shout went up demanding the immediate release of the prisoners. Somebody said that they were being killed in there, and at once, without any sort of concerted action, everybody had the same impulse, the same thirst for revenge, and they all made a dash for the stacks of bricks nearby. The marly soil provided the clay, and these bricks were baked on the premises. Children carried them one by one, women filled their skirts with them, and soon everybody had his own ammunition dump at his feet, and the stoning began. Ma Brûlé was the first to join battle. She broke the bricks across her bony knee and hurled the 2 pieces with her right and left hands together. Levaque nearly dislocated her shoulders, for being so fat and soft she had to go very near in order to aim straight, heedless of the pleadings of Bouteloup, who tried to hold her back in the hope of taking her home now that her husband was out of the way. The women all warmed up to the job, and Mouquet, finding it annoying to be all bleeding through trying to break bricks over her soft, fat thighs, had given it up and was throwing them whole. Even the children entered the fray, Bébert showing Lydie how to bowl them underarm. The thudding bricks made a noise like gigantic hailstones. Suddenly Catherine appeared in the midst of the furies, waving her arms in the air and hurling her bricks with all the strength of her young arms. Though she could never have explained why, she was bursting with an impulse to slaughter everybody. Wouldn't this accursed life of misery soon be over? She had had enough of it, what with being beaten and cast off by her man, paddling about the muddy roads like a stray cur, and not even being able to ask her own father for a bite or a sup because he was starving as well. Things had never taken a turn for the better, but had gone on getting worse ever since she'd known anything. So she broke her bricks and flung the pieces anywhere with the one idea of smashing everything up. She saw red and did not care whose jaw she broke. Etienne, still standing in front of the soldiers, nearly had his head split open. His ear began to swell up, and he turned round and realized with a shock that the brick had come from Catherine's frenzied hands. At the risk of his life, he stayed there and watched her. Similarly, many others were so enthralled by the battle that they simply stood with their arms dangling by their sides. Mouquet was adjusting the throws as though it were a cork-throwing contest. "Oh, well aimed," or "Oh, hard luck." He was entering into the fun of the thing, nudging Zacharie, who was having words with Philomène because he had clouded Achille and Désirée and refused to take them up on his shoulders to give them a better view. In the background, the road was lined with crowds of onlookers. At the top of the hill where the village began, old Bonnemort had just come into view, hobbling along on his stick, and his motionless form was now outlined against the rust-colored sky. As soon as the brick-throwing had begun, Richomme had taken up his stand again between the soldiers and the mob, entreating one side and exhorting the other, heedless of danger, and so heartbroken that great tears were running down his cheeks. But the noise drowned his words, and only his big gray mustache could be seen, moving up and down. The hail of bricks became thicker, for the men had now followed the women's example. At that moment, Maheude noticed Maheu standing in the rear, sullen and empty-handed. "Here, what's up with you?" she shouted. "Are you scared? Are you going to stand there and let your mates be taken to prison? If I hadn't got the child, I'd show you." Estelle was clutching her neck and bawling her head off, preventing her mother from joining Ma Brûlé and the others. And as her husband still did not seem to understand, she kicked some bricks towards his legs. "Have I got to spit in your face in front of everybody so as to put a bit of pluck into you?" He went very red and broke some bricks and threw the pieces. She lashed him on with her tongue, dazed him with words, stood behind him howling for death, and almost crushed the life out of a child at her breast, until he had moved forward right in front of the rifles. The little squad was nearly lost to sight under the hail of stones. Fortunately, they landed too high and merely pitted the wall above. What was to be done? For a moment the captain considered retreating into the buildings, but the very thought of showing his back to the mob made his pale face flush. And in any case it was no longer practicable, for if they made the slightest movement they would be lynched. A brick had just broken the peak of his cap, and blood was trickling down his forehead. Several of his men were wounded, and he realized that they were at the end of their tether and had reached the stage of instinctive self-defense when they would no longer obey their superiors. The sergeant had let out an oath when his shoulder had nearly been put out and his skin bruised by a heavy thud that sounded like a dolly banging the washing. The recruit had been grazed in 2 places. His thumb was smashed and his right knee was smarting. How much longer were they going to put up with this? One brick had bounced up and hit the veteran in the groin, and he had turned green and was raising his rifle with his thin arms. 3 times the captain was on the point of ordering them to fire. He was torn with perplexity, and for some seconds an apparently endless struggle within him shook all his ideas, his sense of duty, and his beliefs as a man and a soldier. The bricks rained thicker still, and just as he was opening his mouth to shout "Fire!" the rifles went off of their own accord. First 3 shots, then 5, then the whole volley of a platoon, and then, long afterwards, a single shot in the midst of silence. There was a moment of stupefaction. They had really fired, and the crowd stood motionless, unable to believe it. Then piercing shrieks arose, while the bugle sounded the ceasefire. And then a wild panic like the stampede of cattle before machine guns, a frantic rush through the mud. With the first 3 shots, Bébert and Lydie collapsed on each other, the girl shot in the face, and the boy with a hole under the left shoulder. She was killed instantly and lay still. But he went on moving for a while, and in his dying convulsions seized her in his arms as though wanting to take her again, as he had taken her in the dark retreat where they had spent their last night on earth. At that moment, Jeanlin, still puffy with sleep, came skipping along from Réquillart through the smoke, just in time to see Bébert embrace his little wife and die. The other 5 shots which followed had brought down Ma Brûlé and the deputy, Richomme. He'd been shot in the back while still imploring his mates and had sunk to his knees. He fell on one side and lay gasping on the ground, with his eyes still full of tears. As for the old woman, her breast had been torn open, and she'd fallen stiff, crashing like a bundle of dry wood, vomiting a final oath with her life blood. Then the volley swept the whole area, moving down the groups of onlookers as they were enjoying the battle and laughing 100 paces away. A bullet went into Mouquet's mouth and bowled him over with his face smashed in. He fell at the feet of Zacharie and Philomène, whose children were spattered with red spots. At the same moment, Bouquet had 2 bullets in the stomach. She'd seen the soldiers raise their rifles, and, good soul that she was, she had instinctively flung herself in front of Catherine, warning her to look out. With a loud scream, she fell on her back, knocked clean over by the blow. Etienne rushed up, meaning to lift her and carry her away, but she waved him off as though to say she was done for anyway. Then she hiccuped, still smiling at them both to show she was happy to see them together now that she was going. All was over, or so it seemed, and the bullets were all spent, some of them as far away as the walls of the village, when the last single shot went off. It went through Maheu's heart. He spun round and fell with his face in a puddle of black water. Maheu stooped down, bewildered. "Here, come on, old chap. Get up. It's nothing, is it?" She was still encumbered with Estelle and had to tuck her under one arm so as to turn her husband's head. "Say something, do! Where does it hurt?" His eyes were staring expressionless, and a bloody foam was coming from his mouth. She understood. He was dead. And she sat down in the mud, with her baby still under her arm like a bundle, looking at her old chap, dazed. The pit had been cleared. The captain had nervously taken off his cap, which had been cut by a stone, and then put it on again. But even in the face of the great tragedy of his life, he kept a stiff military bearing, while his men silently reloaded their rifles. The horrified faces of Négrel and Dansaert could be seen at the window. Behind them was standing Souvarine, his brow deeply furrowed, as though the answer to his terrible problem had etched itself there. On the horizon, at the edge of the plateau, Bonnemort was still standing, leaning on his stick with one hand and shading his eyes with the other, so as to see more clearly the slaughter of his own flesh and blood down below. The wounded were groaning, and the dead freezing into twisted postures, muddy with the liquid mire of the thaw, and sinking in places into the inky patches of coal now reappearing here and there out of the wastes of dirty snow. In the midst of these human corpses, looking so small and pinched and poor, lay the corpse of Trompette, a huge and pitiful heap of dead flesh. Etienne had not found death. He was still waiting for it by the side of Catherine, who had collapsed with fatigue and grief, when a sonorous voice made him start. It was Abbé Ranvier coming back from his mass. There he stood with arms raised like an inspired prophet of old, calling down the wrath of God upon the murderers, foretelling the age of justice and the coming extermination of the bourgeoisie by fire from heaven, since now it had committed the foulest crime of all, and caused the workers and the penniless of this world to be slain. This ends Part 6, Chapter 5. Part 7, Chapter 1 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 7, Chapter 1. The shots at Montou had resounded far and wide, even in Paris. For 4 days the opposition papers had been in an uproar of indignation, covering their front pages with harrowing stories. 25 wounded, 14 dead, including 2 children and 3 women, and there were prisoners besides. Levaque had become a sort of hero to whom they attributed an answer to the examining magistrate worthy of some sublime figure of antiquity. These few bullets had hit the empire in the vitals, but it affected an omnipotent serenity, all unconscious of the gravity of its own wound. There had simply been a regrettable incident, it was alleged, an obscure scuffle far away in the Black Country, a long way from the Paris streets where public opinion was formed. It would all be forgotten quite soon. The company had been unofficially instructed to hush up the whole affair and put an end to this strike, which by dragging on in such a tiresome manner was turning into a social problem. Hence it came about that on the following Wednesday morning 3 of the directors were seen arriving in Montou. The little town, which was so unnerved that it had not dared to rejoice openly at the massacre, now breathed again and tasted the joy of being definitely saved. Moreover, the weather had turned fine, with bright sunshine, one of those first sunny days of February which touch the lilac shoots with warmth and tinge them with green. All the shutters of the office block had been thrown back, and the great building seemed to have come to life again. Most reassuring rumors came therefrom to the effect that these gentlemen were very touched by the disaster and had come to extend loving, paternal arms to the poor misled sinners in the villages. Now that the blow had fallen, albeit a heavier blow than they had wished for, they devoted themselves to their mission as saviors and decreed excellent, if belated, measures. They began by discharging the Belgians and made a great noise about this extreme concession to their workpeople. Then they called off the military occupation of the pits, which in any case were no longer in any danger from the crushed miners. Thanks to them, also, the inquiry about the sentry who had disappeared from Le Voreux was hushed up. The whole area had been searched, and neither the rifle nor the corpse had been found, and so it was agreed to write the soldier off as a deserter, although everybody suspected a crime. In every way they strove to attenuate what had happened, for they were full of fear for the morrow, and felt it impolitic to admit how irresistible was the savage strength of a mob running amok among the tottering foundations of the old order. Not that all this work of conciliation prevented their pushing ahead with purely administrative matters, for Deneulin had been seen going to and from the office, where he had discussions with Monsieur Hennebeau. Negotiations were in progress for the purchase of Vandamme, and it was confidently expected that he would accept the gentleman's offers. But the great sensation in the neighborhood was the big yellow notices which the directors had had posted on all the walls. They bore these few lines in very bold type. "Workers of Montou, we do not want the errors of which you have recently seen with deplorable consequences to deprive good and loyal workers of their livelihood. We therefore propose to reopen all pits on Monday next, and, when work has been resumed, to examine with due care and consideration all cases where there is room for improvement. We shall do everything that is right and that it is in our power to do." In one morning the 10,000 miners filed past this notice. None of them said a word. Many shook their heads, and others slouched off without having moved a muscle of their stolid faces. Until then, Village 240 has persisted in its fierce resistance. The blood that had reddened the mud of the pit barred the road for the survivors. Scarcely 10 had returned underground. Pierron and a few toadies of his type, whom the others watched set off and returned with sullen faces, but with neither a gesture nor a threat. The notice stuck on the church wall was treated with deep mistrust. There was not a word on it about returned cards. Was the company going to take them back? They still stood out stubbornly, through fear of victimization and the feeling that they must hang together and protest against any dismissals of their more compromised brethren. It all seemed fishy. It needed looking into, and they would return to work when these gentlemen condescended to say exactly what they meant. The squat houses were wrapped in silence. Even hunger meant nothing now, and they might as well die since violent death had passed over their homes. But one house was more dark and silent than all the others. The Mehues were overwhelmed with grief. Since she had followed her man to the cemetery, Méhude had never opened her mouth. After the shooting, she had let Etienne bring Catherine back home, half dead and covered with mud. And as she was undressing her in front of the young man before putting her to bed, she thought for a moment that her daughter had been shot in the stomach too, for her chemise was stained with large patches of blood. But soon she realized that it was the pent-up flood of her puberty, released at last by the shock of that dreadful day. Yet another stroke of ill luck, this. A nice thing indeed to be able to have children for the gendarme to slaughter later on. Not that she said a word to Catherine, any more than to Etienne. The latter was now sleeping with Jeanlin again at the risk of being arrested, for the thought of going back to the darkness of Requillart filled him with such dread that he preferred prison. The very thought of it made him shudder. The horror of darkness after all these deaths, and his unacknowledged fear of that young soldier sleeping beneath the rocks. Moreover, in the bitterness of defeat, he dreamed of prison as a haven of refuge. But nobody came for him, and as the weary hours dragged on, he tried in vain to tire out his body. Sometimes, however, Méhude would look at them both in a resentful way, as though she were about to ask them what they were doing in her house. Once again they all slept in a heap. Grandpa Bonnemort now had the bed the two children used to sleep in, and they shared with Catherine now that poor Alzire was no longer there to stick her hump into her big sister's ribs. It was at night that the lonely mother felt the emptiness of her home in the cold spaces of the bed, which was now too big for her. It was of little avail to take Estelle in with her to fill the gap. She did not take the place of her man, and she quietly cried to herself for hours. Life went on again as before, still no bread, and not even the good fortune to die once and for all. For odd bits picked up here and there did these poor wretches the disservice of keeping them alive. Nothing had changed in their existence, nothing except that her man was not there. On the afternoon of the 5th day, Etienne, depressed beyond endurance by the sight of this silent woman, went out of the house and wandered slowly down the cobbled street of the village. This irksome inactivity drove him to take endless walks, with his arms hanging idle and his head down, and always the same torturing thoughts. He'd been walking round like this for half an hour when he had the still more uncomfortable sensation that his mates were coming out on their doorsteps to look at him. What little popularity remained to him had been blown away by the shooting, and now he never went out but he was followed by looks of hatred. If he raised his eyes, he saw men standing in threatening attitudes, and women pulling back their little curtains, and, subjected to the so far inarticulate accusation and the pent-up anger of these staring eyes, widened still more by hunger and weeping, he became self-conscious and could not walk properly. The mute reproaches behind him grew steadily more embittered, and he was so afraid that the whole village would come out and scream its misery at him that he went indoors, all of a tremble. But there he was greeted by a scene which upset him even more. Old Bonnemort had been glued to his chair in front of the cold fireplace ever since the day of the massacre, when two neighbors had found him lying on the ground with his stick broken in pieces, laid low like an old tree blasted by lightning, while Léonore and Henri, in an attempt to deceive their hunger, were making a terrible din scraping an old saucepan in which cabbages had been boiled the day before. Méhude, having put Estelle down on the table, was standing erect and brandishing her fist at Catherine.
"Just you say that again, by God! Just you repeat what you said!"
Catherine had announced her intention of going back to Le Voreux. Each day she was finding it more unbearable not to be earning her keep, to be tolerated in her mother's house like some useless animal in the way. Had she not feared trouble from Cheval, she would have gone back on Tuesday. She nervously began again. "What do you want me to do? I can't live without doing anything, and at least we should have some bread to eat." Méhude cut her short.
"Now, listen. I'll strangle the first one of you lot who goes back to work. Oh, no, that would be the last straw, to kill the father and then go on exploiting the children. No, I'd rather see every one of you taken off between 4 planks, like the one that's gone already." Her long silence broke into a furious torrent of words. A nice help that would be. Catherine would bring in 30 sous at the most, and you could add to that 20 sous if the bosses were willing to find some job for that little varmint Jeanlin. 50 sous and 7 mouths to feed. The kids were good for nothing but swallowing soup. As for Grandpa, he must have busted something in his brain when he fell down, for he was quite potty now, unless it was the sight of a soldier shooting his friends down that had given him a fit. "They've finished you off, haven't they, old chap? It's all very well to have your strong arms still, but you're done for." Bonnemort looked at her dully, without understanding. He sat like that, staring in front of him for hours on end, and the only sign of intelligence he had left was that he did spit into a tray of ashes that they had put down beside him, for the sake of cleanliness. "And they haven't fixed up his pension either," she went on. "I'm sure they won't give it him because of our ideas. No, I tell you, it's too much to put up with from these cursed people." "But still," Catherine ventured, "they have promised on the notice—" "Will you shut up, you and your bloody notice? That's only a bit of birdlime to catch us and do us in. They can afford to be ever so kind now, but they have shot us down." "But, mother, where shall we go? They won't let us stay in the village, that's certain." Maheude waved her arm in a vague and terrible gesture. Where could they go? She didn't know, and tried not to think about it, for it drove her mad. They'd go somewhere. Somewhere. And as the scraping of the saucepan became unbearable, she fell upon Lenore and Henri and boxed their ears. Meanwhile, Estelle had crawled along the table on all fours and fallen off, which redoubled the commotion. Her mother whacked her and made her stop. It would have been a good job if the fall had killed her. She began talking about Alzire and wishing all the others could have had her luck. Then suddenly she thrust her face against the wall and burst into hysterical sobs. Etienne had been standing by, not daring to interfere. He did not count now in this house. Even the children turned suspiciously away from him. But this poor creature's tears pierced him to the heart, and he said, "Oh, now, courage! We'll get over it somehow." She did not seem to hear him, for she was pouring out her grief in a low, continuous moaning. "Oh, for pity's sake, can you believe it? We still managed to keep going before all these horrors. We only had dry bread, but at any rate we were together. Oh, God, what has happened? What have we done to deserve such trouble, with some of us dead and buried and the rest of us only wishing we were dead too? It's true that we were harnessed to the job like horses, and it wasn't fair that our share was always the kicks and cuffs, and we swelled the fortunes of the rich, with no hope of ever having the good things ourselves. There's no pleasure left in being alive when there's no hope left. Yes, I know it couldn't go on like that. We had to breathe a bit. But if only we had known. Is it possible that you can make yourself so miserable simply by wanting to see justice done?" Her immeasurable grief seemed to rise up from her breast in convulsive sobs and choke her voice. "And then there are always clever people about to promise you that everything will be all right if only you put yourself out a bit. And you get carried away. You suffer so much from the things that exist that you ask for what can't ever exist. Now, look at me. I was well away, dreaming like a fool, and seeing visions of a nice, friendly life on good terms with everybody. And off I went, up into the clouds. And when you fall back into the mud, it hurts a lot. No, none of it was true. None of those things we thought we could see existed at all. All that was really there was still more misery. Oh, yes, as much of that as you like. And bullets into the bargain." Every tear in this outpouring of grief filled Etienne with remorse. No words of his could calm Maheude, for her terrible fall from such a high ideal had left her utterly broken. She came back into the middle of the room, and looking straight at him, let fly a final cry of rage. "And what about you? Are you thinking of going back to the pit too, after you've landed us all in this bloody mess?" "Oh, I'm not blaming you. Only if I were in your shoes, I'd have died of shame long before this for having done so much harm to my friends." He felt like answering back, but he shrugged his shoulders in despair. What was the use of going into explanations when she would never understand in her grief? And so, finding it too painful to stay where he was, He went out and resumed his desperate walk. But outside, the whole village seemed to be waiting for him, the men on their doorsteps and the women at their windows. As soon as he appeared, a hostile snarl ran round and the crowd thickened. A whispering campaign that had been steadily intensifying for 4 days now burst out in a universal malediction. Fists were brandished, mothers pointed him out to their children with vindictive gestures. Old men looked at him and spat. It was the inevitable reaction after defeat, the necessary reverse side of popularity, the feeling of execration that had come to breaking point after all these sufferings endured to no purpose. He was paying the price of hunger and death. Zacharie, who was coming along with Philomène, deliberately bumped against Etienne as he was leaving the house and sneered evilly. "Look, he's getting fatter. Other people's dead bodies seem to be doing him good." Levaque was already outside her door with Bouteloup. Referring to her boy Bébert, killed by a bullet, she called out, "Yes, there are some cowards in the world who get children murdered. If he wants to give me back my child, he'd better go and look for him under the ground." She was not bothering her head about her husband in prison, for her home was still carrying on as Bouteloup was there. But now she suddenly remembered him and screamed, "Get out! Rogues like you walk about scot-free while good men are locked up." In trying to dodge her, Etienne ran into Pierron, who had rushed up across the gardens. She had welcomed her mother's death as a blessed relief, for the old woman's violent behavior threatened to get them all hanged. Neither was she particularly grief-stricken for Pierron's girl, that little minx of a Liddy. Good riddance to her. But she sided with her neighbors so as to get back into their favor. "What about my mother? And the poor little girlie? We saw you hiding behind them when they stopped the bullets meant for you." What could he do? Throttle Pierron and the others, and then take on the whole village? For a moment Etienne was tempted to try, for the blood was singing through his head, and he could now see how brutish his mates were. And it made him mad to see that they were so stupid and thick-headed that they blamed him for the logic of events. How ridiculous! But he was disgusted also at his own powerlessness to dominate them once again. And so he quickened his pace and turned a deaf ear to their insults. Soon it became a headlong flight. Every household booed him as he went by. They dogged his steps, and the curses of the whole community rose to a thunder of unleashed hatred. He was now the exploiter, the murderer, the sole cause of all their woe. He rushed away from the village, pale and terrified, with the yelling crowd at his heels. A few of them gave up the chase at the main road, but some were still persisting when, at the bottom of the hill, just in front of the Avantage, he ran into another group coming out of Le Voreux. Old Mouque and Cheval were among them. Since the death of his daughter Mouquette and his son Mouquet, the old man had gone on with his job as ponyman and had never uttered a word of regret or complaint. But suddenly, on seeing Etienne, he was seized with fury. The tears streamed from his eyes, and a spate of oaths burst forth from his mouth, black and bleeding through chewing. "You filthy tyke! You swine! You bleeding bastard! Wait a minute, you've got my poor kids to pay for. You're going the same way, too." He picked up a brick, broke it in two, and threw the pieces. Yes, let's wipe him off the slate," grinned Cheval, overjoyed at this chance of getting his own back, and working himself up into a rage. "Everyone gets his turn, and now it's yours to be up against the wall, you dirty sod." He also made a rush at Etienne with stones. A savage clamor went up, and each of them picked up a brick and broke it, trying to disembowel him as they had hoped to do to the soldiers. He was too dazed to try to run away, but faced up to them, trying to calm them down with words. His old speeches, once so warmly applauded, now came back to his lips. He repeated phrases with which he had had them spellbound when he held them in the palm of his hand like a flock of sheep. But the old magic had gone, and the only answer was brickbats. Already his left arm was injured, and he was backing away in deadly peril when he found himself driven against the wall of the Avantage. Rasseneur had just come out on his doorstep. "Come in," was all he said. Etienne hesitated, hating to go there of all places for shelter. "Come in. I'll talk to them." He accepted the situation and went in and hid at the back of the bar, while the publican blocked the doorway with his broad shoulders. "Look here, chums, be sensible. You know I have never let you down. I've always been for peaceful methods, and if you'd listened to me, you wouldn't be where you are now, and that's a fact." He stood there, rocking his shoulders and belly, and for a long time poured out his facile eloquence, gentle and soothing like warm water. All this old mastery came back. He regained all his former popularity in a natural, effortless way, as though his mates had never booed him and called him a coward only a month ago. Voices exclaimed in agreement, "Very good. Yes, we're with you. That's the style." There was a thunderous burst of applause. Inside the bar, Etienne felt sick, and his heart was full of bitterness. He remembered Rasseneur's prophecy in the forest, when he had warned him about the ingratitude of the mob. What stupid brutality! How abominable to forget all he had done for them! They were like a blind force constantly feeding on itself. But underlying his indignation at these stupid brutes who were wrecking their own cause was chagrin at his own collapse and the tragic end of his own ambition. So it was all over already. He recalled how under the beech trees he had heard 3,000 hearts beating in time with his own. On that night he had grasped popularity with both hands. These people had belonged to him, and he knew he was their master. At that time he'd been drunk with grandiose visions. Montou at his feet, Paris beyond, return to Parliament perhaps, blasting the bourgeoisie with his oratory, the first speech made in Parliament by a working man. All over now. This was the awakening to find himself miserable and ostracized. His own people had driven him off with brickbats. Rasseneur's voice rose to fresh heights. "Violence has never succeeded. You can't make a new world in a day. People who have promised you to change everything at once are either leg pullers or rogues." "Hear, hear!" Who are guilty, then? This question, which Etienne asked himself, put the finishing touch to his misery. Was it really his fault, all this suffering which made his heart bleed, the misery of some and the death of others, all these women and men wasting away with starvation? One night, before all these disasters, he'd seen this dire vision, but at that stage he was already uplifted by a strength outside himself, and had been carried away like his comrades. And it was not true that he had ever imposed his will on them. On the contrary, they had led him and made him do things he would never have done himself without the momentum of the crowd behind him. Each outburst of violence had appalled him by the logic of events which he had neither wanted nor foreseen. How could he ever have foretold, for example, that a day would come when his own faithful disciples would stone him? These crazy people were lying when they accused him of having promised them a life of eating and idleness. Behind this self-justification and these arguments with which he was trying to stifle his remorse, a suspicion was nagging away at him. The vague feeling that he had not proved himself equal to his task. Those misgivings of the half-educated which had always pursued him. But his courage was at an end, for he now no longer even spoke the same language as his mates, and was afraid of them, afraid of the huge, blind, irresistible weight of the people, sweeping on like a force of nature, wiping everything out irrespective of rules and theories. Gradually, as his own tastes had become more refined and all his instincts had been slowly raising him towards a higher social class, these people had nauseated him more and more. Rasseneur was ending his speech amid shouts of enthusiasm. "Up with Rasseneur! He's the only one for us! Bravo!" The publican shut the door and the crowd dispersed. The two men looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders without a word. Then they had a drink together. On the same day, there was a grand dinner at La Piolaine to celebrate the engagement of Négrel and Cécile. Ever since the previous day, the Grégoires had been having the dining room polished and the drawing room dusted. In the kitchen, Mélanie was in her glory, watching the roasts and stirring the sauces, and the smell filled the house right up to the lofts. Francis the coachman was to help Honorine wait at table. The gardener's wife was to wash up, and the gardener opened the gate. Never before had such a gala turned the big, comfortable, patriarchal house so completely upside down. Everything went off splendidly. Madame Hennebeau was charming to Cécile and beamed at Négrel when the notary gallantly proposed the health and happiness of the bride and bridegroom-to-be. Monsieur was also at his most affable. All the company was struck by his happy and carefree manner, and it was whispered that he was now quite in the director's good books again, and would soon be made an officer of the Legion of Honor for the energetic way he had dealt with the strike. They carefully avoided any reference to the recent troubles, but the general gaiety smacked of triumph, and the dinner was taking on the character of an official celebration of victory. They were out of danger at last, and could begin to eat and sleep in peace again. A very discreet allusion was made to the dead whose blood had scarcely soaked into the mud of Le Voreux. It was a necessary lesson, they said, and all looked very touched. The Grégoires added that it was the duty of all to go and heal the wounds in the villages. They had recovered their placid charitableness and made excuses for the worthy miners, whom they could already see back underground, giving a good example of age-old resignation. Various notabilities of Montou, feeling secure once more, agreed that the wage problem should be cautiously looked into. By the time they were having the roast, victory was assured when Monsieur Hennebeau read out a letter from the bishop announcing the removal of Abbé Ranvier. All the bourgeois of the province were indignantly discussing this priest who treated the soldiers as murderers. As dessert was being served, the notary resolutely took up his stand as a free thinker. Deneulin was there with his 2 daughters, forcing himself to hide his grief at his own ruin in the midst of all this gaiety. That very morning he had signed the sale of his Vendôme concession to the Montou Company. With his back to the wall and a knife at his throat, he had agreed to all the directors' demands, handing over the prize they had coveted so long for a sum hardly sufficient to pay off his creditors. He had even agreed at the last moment, as a piece of singularly good fortune, to their wish to keep him on as a divisional engineer, resigning himself to accepting a salaried post at the pit in which he had sunk his fortune. This sounded the knell of small private enterprise, of proprietors soon doomed to disappear, devoured piecemeal by the insatiable maw of capital, lost in the rising tide of great combines. He was the only one to pay for the strike, and he felt that in toasting the decoration of Monsieur Hennebeau, they were drinking to his own disaster. His only slight consolation was the fine, devil-may-care attitude of Lucie and Jean, who were looking charming in their altered clothes, laughing amid the ruins, scorning money like the pretty hoydens they were. As they passed into the drawing-room for coffee, Monsieur Grégoire took his cousin to one side and congratulated him on his courageous decision. "What can you expect? Your great mistake was to jeopardize the million of your Montsou denier in Vendôme. You have let yourself in for all this terrible trouble, and the money has all melted away in a life of unspeakable toiling and moiling, whereas mine, which has sat tight all along in a drawer, still keeps me quietly doing nothing, as it will my grandchildren's children." This ends Part 7, Chapter 1. Part 7, Chapter 2 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 7, Chapter 2. At nightfall on Sunday, Etienne slipped out of the village. A cloudless sky, jeweled with stars, shed a bluish twilight over the land.
He went down to the canal and made his way slowly along the towpath towards Marchiennes. This was his favorite walk, a grass path 2 leagues long, running in a straight line along this geometrical waterway, stretching out like an endless bar of molten silver. Usually he never met anybody, but this time he was vexed to see a man coming towards him. In the pale starlight, the 2 lonely walkers did not recognize each other until they were face to face. "Oh, it's you," said Etienne. Souvarine nodded silently. They stood still for a moment and then set off side by side for Marchiennes. Each seemed to be pursuing his own line of thought as though the other were not there. Etienne was the first to break the silence. "Did you read in the paper about the success Pluchart has had in Paris? After the meeting at Belleville, the crowds waited for him on the pavement and gave him an ovation. Oh, he seems to have made his mark now, and will get wherever he wants to, Qatar and all." The mechanic shrugged his shoulders. He despised people with the gift of the gab, who take up politics as others go in for the law, to make big money out of phraseology. Etienne was now reading Darwin, that is to say, he had read extracts in a popular 5-sou synopsis, and this half-digested reading had inspired him with revolutionary ideas about the struggle for existence, the survival of the fittest, the strong people devouring the effete bourgeoisie. But Souvarine violently condemned all that, and talked at some length about the stupidity of the type of socialist who accepted Darwin, the apostle of scientific inequality, whose famous natural selection was only fit for the aristocratic intelligentsia. His friend stuck to his guns, however, and wanted to argue the thing out, and so he expressed his doubts in a hypothesis. Suppose the last crumb of the old order had been swept away. Well, wasn't there a danger that the new world as it grew up would be slowly corrupted by the very same injustices, with some people sick and others flourishing, some, the artful and intelligent ones, turning everything to their own advantage, and others, stupid and lazy, relapsing into slavery? In the face of this vision of misery without end, Souvarine fiercely cried out that if justice was not feasible for mankind, mankind would have to disappear. For every corrupt society, a massacre, until the last human being had been exterminated. Then they fell silent again. Souvarine walked on for a long time on the soft turf, head down, and so absorbed in his own thoughts that he was following the very edge of the water, with the calm assurance of a sleepwalker on a roof. Then he started without any visible reason, as though he'd run into a ghost. He looked up, and his face was very pale. He said softly to his companion, "Did I ever tell you how she died?" "Who?" "My wife, in Russia." Etienne made a vague gesture, astonished that this normally insensitive fellow, so stoically detached from others and even from himself, should now be speaking in a trembling voice and feel a sudden desire to confide in him. All he knew was that the wife had been a mistress, and that she'd been hanged in Moscow. Souvarine began his tale, while his dreamy eyes followed the white canal as it stretched on and on between the bluish colonnades of tall trees. Our plans had gone wrong. We had spent 14 days in a hole in the ground, undermining the railway line, and then, instead of the imperial train, it was an ordinary passenger train that blew up. Then they arrested Anushka. She used to bring us food every day disguised as a peasant. She it was, too, who had lit the fuse, because a man might have attracted attention. For 6 days I followed the trial, hidden in the crowd. His voice faltered, and he had a choking fit of coughing. Twice I almost shouted out, and leaped over people's heads to join her. But what use would that have been? 1 man less is 1 soldier less, and I could tell that each time her big steady eyes met mine, they were saying no. He coughed again.
On her last day I was there in the public square. The pouring rain had made the clumsy devils bungle the job, and they had taken 20 minutes to hang 4 others. The rope broke, and they could not finish off the 4th. Anushka stood there, waiting for her turn. She could not see me, although she continually scanned the crowd. And so I stood on a stone, and she saw me, and our eyes never left each other again. Even after death, her eyes were still upon me. I waved my hat and walked away. There was another pause. The canal stretched on like a white road, out of sight, and they walked along with light, noiseless tread as though each were alone again. On the horizon, the pale water seemed to pierce the sky with a narrow gash of light. That was our punishment, Souvarine went on, but his voice was now hard. We were guilty of loving each other. Yes, her death was a good thing, for her blood will inspire heroes, and I have no weakness left in my heart. Nothing at all. No family, no wife, no friends, nothing to make my hand falter on the day when I have to take other people's lives or give my own. Etienne shuddered and stood still, and the night felt very cold. He did not argue, but just said, We've gone a long way. Shall we turn back? They slowly retraced their steps towards Le Voreux, and after a little while Etienne said, Have you read the new notices? The company had put up some more big yellow posters that morning. They were more conciliatory and less vague, promising to take back cards of miners who returned to work the next day. Everything would be overlooked, and a free pardon was extended even to the ringleaders. Yes, I've seen them, answered Souvarine. Well, what do you think? I think this is the end. They'll all troop back like a flock of sheep. You are cowards, all the lot of you. Etienne hastened to excuse his comrades. One man alone can be brave, but a starving crowd is helpless. They had now reached Le Voreux, and standing in front of the black buildings, he swore that he would never go back himself, but he forgave those who were going to do so. Then, as there had been a rumor that the shaftsmen had not had time to repair the shaft lining, he asked about it. Was it true that the pressure of earth against the timber jacket of the shaft had made it bulge so much that one of the cages fouled the sides for a distance of over 5 meters? Souvarine, who had gone pensive again, explained in a few words. He'd been at work the day before, and it was true that the cage caught against the sides. In fact, the enginemen had had to increase speed in order to get past this place. But when it had been pointed out to the bosses, they had all snapped back the same remark. They wanted coal. Consolidation could come later. You know, it's going to give way, said Etienne. It'll be a nice do. Gazing at the shadowy pit, Souvarine quietly concluded, If it does, your mates will know about it. You've advised them to go down again. The clock at Montou was striking 9, and when Etienne said he was going home to bed, his friend added, without even holding out his hand, Well, goodbye. I'm going. Going? What do you mean? What I said. I've asked for my card back. I'm off somewhere else. Etienne stared at him in amazement and grief. There was his friend, saying this after they'd been walking together for 2 hours, and so calmly, too, whereas the mere mention of a sudden separation filled him with sadness. They'd become friends and worked hard together, and the thought of parting for good is always sad. You are off? Where are you going, then? Oh, somewhere, I don't know. But I shall see you again? No, I don't expect so. They stood looking at each other for a moment and could find nothing else to say. Well, goodbye. Goodbye. While Etienne went up to the village, Souvarine turned round and went back to the towpath, and walked on and on alone, with head down and so much a part of the inky darkness that he was but a moving shadow of the night. Now and again he stopped to listen to the clock striking in the distance. When it struck midnight, he left the towpath and made for the pit. At this hour of the night it was empty, and he only met one sleepy-eyed deputy. The furnaces were not to be lit until 2, in readiness for the resumption of work. He began by pretending to go and look for a coat he'd left in the back of a cupboard. Rolled up inside the coat were tools, a brace and bit, a very sharp small saw, a hammer and chisel. Then he went off, but instead of going out through the locker room, he went through the narrow corridor leading to the escape shaft. Holding the rolled coat under one arm, he softly went down without a light, judging the depth by counting the ladders. He knew that the cage was catching at 374 meters, against the 5th section of the lower lining. When he counted 54 ladders, he put out his hand and felt the bulge in the timbers. This was the place. Then, with the quiet skill of a good workman who has carefully thought out the job, he set to work. He began by sawing a panel out of the partition separating the escape shaft from the main winding shaft. By the short-lived flame of 1 or 2 matches, he was able to ascertain the state of the lining and the extent of the recent repairs. Between Calais and Valenciennes, the sinking of pit shafts met with appalling difficulties, because they had to pass through enormous subterranean lakes that lay at the level of the deepest valleys. The only way to hold back these gushing springs was to construct linings of pieces of timber joined to each other like the staves of a cask. These linings isolated the shafts in tunnels through the middle of the lakes, the dark and mysterious waves of which lapped against the outside of the walls. When Le Voreux was sunk, 2 distinct linings had to be made. The one for the upper part of the shaft, where it went through the shifting sands and white clays found near chalky soils, and these were riddled with fissures and soaked with water like a sponge, and the other lower down, immediately above the coal measures, through yellow sand as fine as flour, flowing like liquid. Behind this lower lining was the torrent, the underground sea that was the terror of the pits in the Nord department. A sea with its own storms and wrecks, unexplored, unfathomable, the black rollers of which heaved more than 300 meters below ground. Normally, the linings were secure against the enormous pressure, and the only real danger came from the settling of earth in the vicinity when it was disturbed by the continual movement of disused galleries caving in. When the rock sank in this way, fissures were sometimes produced which slowly lengthened until they met the timbers, and they eventually warped these and forced them inwards into the shaft. Therein lay the great danger, the threat of collapse and flooding which could fill the pit with an avalanche of soil and deluge of spring water. Straddled across the opening he had made, Souvarine found a very considerable bulge in this 5th section of the lining. The planks of wood were bellowing out from their framework, and some were even right out of their shouldering. A great many leaks, pichoux as the miners called them, were squirting out of the joints, through the tarred cotton waste with which they were packed. And the shaftsmen, being pressed for time, had simply put angle irons across the corners, and so casually that they had not even put in all the screws. Clearly, there was a considerable shifting going on behind the sands of the torrent. Then, with his brace, he undid the screws in the angle irons, so that one last push would tear them all out. The job demanded an incredible nerve, and a score of times he all but overbalanced and fell 180 meters to the bottom. He had to get a hold on the oaken guides, in which the cages slid up and down, and, hanging over the void, to move along the cross-pieces which connected them at intervals. He slipped along, sat down, and even turned upside down, simply buttressing himself with an elbow or a knee, and with a cool contempt for death. A mere breath would have upset him, and 3 times he just caught himself in time without so much as a shudder. First he explored with his hands, and then did his work, only lighting a match when he'd lost his bearings among these greasy timbers. Having loosened the screws, he attacked the planking itself, and the danger became even greater. He'd found the key piece which held all the others and concentrated on that, boring, sawing, and thinning to lessen its resistance. And all the time water spurted through the holes and slits in fine jets of icy rain, which blinded him and soaked him through. 2 matches were put out, and then the whole box got wet, and there was nothing but impenetrable night. Then he worked like one possessed. The breath of the invisible elated him, and the black horror of this rain-swept cavern filled him with a frenzy of destruction. He attacked the lining at random, hitting wherever he could, using his brace and bit or his saw as though his one idea were to rip everything open there and then on top of him. He put into the task the sort of ferocity with which he might have driven a knife into the flesh of some living being whom he loathed. He would kill this foul beast in the end, this pit with the ever-open jaws that had swallowed down so much human flesh. The bite of his tools could be heard as he stretched himself out, crawled along, went down, came up, holding on by a miracle in continual movement like some night bird flying in and out between the beams of a belfry. But he forced himself to take things calmly. Surely he could keep a cool head. He quietly waited to recover his breath, and then moved back into the escape shaft, filling up the gap by replacing the panel he'd sawn out. That would do. He did not want to raise the alarm by doing too much damage at that moment, for they might have tried to repair it at once. Sufficient that the beast was wounded in the vitals, and whether it would still be alive by the next evening remained to be seen. What was more, he had put his signature to the job, so that a horrified world should know that the pit had not died a natural death. He still took his time, methodically rolling up his tools in the coat and slowly climbing the ladders. Having emerged from the shaft unseen, it did not even occur to him to change his clothes. It was 3 o'clock, and he stood in the road, waiting. At the same time, Etienne, who could not sleep, was disturbed by a little noise in the darkness of the bedroom. He could hear the light breathing of the children, the snores of Bonnemort and Méhude, whilst at his side Jeanlin was whistling like a flute. Thinking he must have been dreaming, he was nestling down once more when the noise began again. It was the crackling of a palliasse. Somebody was trying to get out of bed noiselessly. He supposed Catherine must be feeling unwell. "Is it you? Are you all right?" he whispered. There was no answer, no sound except the snoring of the others. Nothing stirred for 5 minutes, and then there was another crackling. This time he was sure he was not mistaken, and he crossed the room, holding his hands out in front of him to feel for the opposite bed. Great was his surprise when he touched Catherine, sitting up and holding her breath in tense watchfulness. "Well, why don't you answer? What are you up to?" At last she spoke. "Getting up." "What now?" "Yes, I'm going back to work at the pit." Etienne felt strangely moved, and had to sit down on the bed beside her while she explained. It was too upsetting to live like this, doing nothing and feeling reproachful eyes always on her. She would rather risk being rough-handled down there by Cheval. And if her mother wouldn't take the money she brought in, well, she was big enough to fend for herself and get her own food. "You go back to bed. I want to dress. And don't say anything, will you? Please." But he did not leave her, for he had put his arm round her waist in a caress of pity and concern. As they sat together on the edge of the bed, still warm with the night sleep, they were huddled so close that they could feel each other's hot flesh through their shifts. At first she had tried to free herself, but then had begun to whimper softly, and in her turn she threw her arms round his neck and drew him near her in a desperate embrace. And there they stayed with no other desire, and behind them was the past, with their unhappy, unsatisfied love. Was it all over between them? Would they dare to love each other some day, now that they were free? If only they could have experienced a little happiness together, they would have forgotten their reticence, this awkward reticence that kept them apart because of all sorts of odd ideas which they could not quite make out themselves.
"Go back to bed," she whispered. "I don't want to light up. It would wake Mother. It's time I got on. Let me go."
He paid no attention, but went on holding her close, and his heart was overflowing with unspeakable sadness. He felt a longing for peace and happiness at all costs. He saw himself married, with a nice little home and no other ambition but to live and die there together. He would be content with dry bread, and if there were only enough for one, it should be hers. What was the good of anything else? Was life worth it? But she freed her bare arms.
"Let me go, please."
Then, in an impulsive movement of love, he whispered,
"Wait for me. I'm coming with you."
He himself was amazed at having said this. He had sworn never to go down again. Then why this sudden decision which had tumbled out of his mouth without a moment's thought or discussion? Immediately he felt such a sense of calm and complete release from his doubts that he clung to it like a man whom a mere chance had saved and who had at last found a way out of his dilemma. He refused to listen when she took fright, realizing that he was sacrificing himself for her and dreading the insults with which he would be greeted at the pit. He laughed it all off. The notices promised no victimization, and that was enough. "I want to work. That's how it is. Let's get dressed and be quiet about it." They dressed in the dark, taking 1,000 precautions. She had secretly put her working clothes ready the day before, and he found his coat and trousers in the cupboard. They did not wash for fear of moving the basin. Everybody was still asleep, but they had to cross the narrow passage where her mother's bed was. As luck would have it, on their way out they knocked a chair. Métude awoke and asked sleepily, "What's that?" Catherine stood stock-still, trembling and squeezing Etienne's hand very hard.
"It's me. It's all right. I feel stuffy, and I'm going out to get some fresh air."
"Oh, all right." She fell asleep again. Catherine dared not move for a long time, but eventually went downstairs to the living room, where she cut in two a slice of bread she had saved from a loaf given by a lady in Montou. Then she slowly closed the door behind them and went off. Souvarine was still standing at the corner by the Avantage. For half an hour he'd been watching the miners returning to work, tramping by in the darkness like a herd of cattle. He was counting them as a butcher might count animals going into the slaughterhouse, and was surprised how many there were, for even in his pessimism he had not foreseen that there would be so many cowards. The line stretched on, and still he stood watching, stiff and cold, with clenched teeth and shining eyes. Then a shudder ran through him. Among these men going past, whose faces he could not make out, there was one he recognized by his walk. He stepped forward and stopped him.
"Where are you going?"
Etienne was so startled that instead of answering the question, he said, "What, haven't you gone yet?" Then he owned up. Yes, he was going back to work. Of course, he knew he had sworn not to, but it was no life at all to wait with folded arms for things that might turn up in 100 years' time. Besides, he had personal reasons. As he listened, Souvarine was deeply troubled. He seized Etienne by the shoulder and spun him round towards the village. "Go back home, do you hear? I mean it. Do you understand?" But Catherine came up at that moment, and he recognized her too. By now Etienne was protesting that he was not going to let anyone else set himself up as a judge of what he did. The mechanic's eyes traveled from the girl to his friend, and he stepped back with a sudden gesture of surrender. When a man's heart was tied up with a woman, he was finished and might as well die. Perhaps he caught one more fleeting vision of his mistress hanged in Moscow, the severing of the last bond of his flesh which had set him free to dispose of his own life and those of others. He merely said, "All right." Etienne, feeling very awkward, stood about trying to find some friendly word so as not to leave his friend like this. "So you are still going away?" "Yes." "Oh, well, shake hands, chum. Good journey, no ill feeling." The other held out an icy hand. No friend, no woman. "Goodbye, for good this time, then." "Yes, goodbye." Standing motionless in the darkness, he watched Etienne and Catherine go into Le Voreux. This ends Part 7, Chapter 2. Part 7, Chapter 3 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 7, Chapter 3. The descent began at 4. Dansaert himself was in the timekeeper's office in the lamp room, writing down the name of each miner as he appeared, and seeing that he was given a lamp. He accepted everybody without comment, keeping the promise made on the notices. However, when he saw Etienne and Catherine at the window, he went very red and was on the point of angrily refusing to take them on, but he contented himself with a sneer of triumph. Oh, so the great strong man was down then. There was some good in the company after all, since the terrible prize fighter of Montou was back begging for bread. Etienne held his tongue, took his lamp, and went up to the top landing with Catherine. But that was where Catherine feared there would be trouble from the others. As soon as she went in, she saw Cheval in the middle of a group of 20 or so, waiting for a free cage. He was bearing down on her in a fury, but saw Etienne and paused. Then he put on a sneer and shrugged his shoulders in an offensive manner. Oh, well, right-o. He didn't give a bugger. Evidently the other chap had entered into occupation while the place was still warm. Good riddance, he said. It was the gentleman's own business if he liked leftovers. But behind the display of contempt, he was trembling with jealous anger and his eyes were blazing. Nobody else moved. They all stood in awkward silence, looking at their feet. They merely cast a few sidelong glances at the newcomers, and then turned back in stolid dejection, and stared at the shaft, lamp in hand and shivering in their thin coats, while draughts blew continuously through the huge shed. At last the cage settled on its keeps, and they were told to get in. Catherine and Etienne piled into a tub where Pierron and 2 colliers were already sitting. Beside them, in the next tub, Cheval was observing to Mouk at the top of his voice that the administration was making a mistake in not seizing this chance to rid the pits of mischief-making blighters. But the old ponyman, who had already resigned himself to this dog's life and forgotten his anger at the death of his children, simply made a conciliatory gesture. The cage dropped down into the darkness. Nobody said a word. Suddenly, when they were 2/3 of the way down, there was a terrible grating sound and a creaking of iron. The men were thrown in a heap. "Christ!" growled Etienne. "Do they want us all to be flattened out? We shall all stay down there for good, thanks to their bloody lining. What's more, they make out it has been repaired." However, the cage had passed the obstacle. But now it was going down through such a deluge of water that the miners listened anxiously to the downpour. Surely there must be a lot of new leaks in the caulking of the joints. Pierron, who had been working for some days already, was asked what he thought, but not wanting to show any fear that might be interpreted as criticism of the directors, he answered, "Oh, there's no danger. It's always like that. They just haven't had time to stop up the leaks." The torrent was roaring down on their heads, and when they reached pit bottom it was like a veritable waterspout.
Not one deputy had thought to go up the ladders to find out what was amiss. Oh well, the pump would cope with it, and the shaft men would look at the joints the next night. In any case, they had quite enough trouble getting work reorganized in the galleries. The engineer had decided that before letting the colliers return to the coal faces, everybody should put in 5 days' work on certain urgent maintenance jobs. Falls were imminent in all directions, and roads had deteriorated so much that propping had to be repaired over distances of several hundred meters. And so, at pit bottom, they were making up teams of 10 men, each with a deputy in charge, and setting them to work at the most dangerous places. When everybody was down, 320 men were counted, or about half the number working when the mine was in full production. Cheval happened to make up the number in Etienne and Catherine's team, and this was no coincidence, for he had lurked behind some of the others and had then forced the deputy's hand. This team went off to the extremity of the north gallery, a distance of nearly 3 kilometers, to clear away a fall of earth blocking a road in the 18 pouces seam. They attacked the fallen rock with pick and shovel. Etienne, Cheval, and 5 others cleared, while Catherine and 2 lads trammed the stuff to the incline. Few words were exchanged, for the deputy was supervising them all the time. But in spite of that, Catherine's 2 lovers almost came to blows. Cheval kept on muttering that he had done with the trollop, but at the same time would not leave her alone and slyly pushed her about, which made Etienne threaten to give him what for unless he kept his hands off her. They glared at each other and had to be separated. At about 8, Lantier came round to see how the job was going on. He was clearly in a terrible temper and took it out of the deputy. Nothing was right. Props should be replaced as you went along. Work like this was no good at all. He flounced off, saying he would come back with the engineer. He'd been waiting for Négrel since first thing and could not understand why he was so late. Another hour went by. The deputy had called off the clearing so as to put everybody on to propping the roof. Even Catherine and the 2 lads stopped tramming and prepared and handed up pieces of wood. In this blind gallery, the team was like an outpost at the extreme limit of the mine and quite out of touch with the other workings. 3 or 4 times, strange noises, like people running in the distance, had made them turn and listen. What was the matter? It was as though the roads were emptying and their mates were knocking off already, and as fast as they could. But the sounds died away in deep silence, and they turned back to drive home props in a whirl of hammering. Then they resumed the clearing, and the tubs began moving again. But Catherine came back from her first journey looking very frightened, saying that there was nobody left at the incline. "I called out, but there was no answer. They've all cleared off." They were so horrified that all 10 of them threw down their tools and ran, panic-stricken at the thought of being abandoned alone in the pit, so far from the shaft. They had taken only their lamps, and ran along in a line, men, boys, and the girl. Even the deputy lost his head and called out loudly, for the silence in this endless wilderness of galleries unnerved him more and more. What was going on? Why wasn't there a living soul anywhere? Had some accident carried all the others off? The very vagueness of the danger increased their terror, for they felt an unknown threat hanging over them. When at last they were nearing pit bottom, a rushing stream barred the way. In a moment, water was up to their knees, and they could not run, but had to wade painfully along, knowing full well that 1 minute's delay might mean death. "God Almighty, the lining's given way!" cried Etienne. "Didn't I say we should stay down here?" Ever since they came down, Pierron had been anxiously watching the steadily increasing deluge down the shaft. While loading tubs into cages with 2 other onsetters, he kept glancing up, and his face was splashed with water and his ears deafened by the thundering of the waterfall above him. But he got really frightened when he saw that the 10-meter sump below him was filling up. The water was already splashing onto the ground and creeping over the sheet iron flooring, which proved that the pump could no longer keep up with the leakages. He could hear it panting and gasping with fatigue. He warned Lantier, who swore angrily and said they must wait for the engineer.
Twice he returned to the attack, but all he could get out of Dansaert was shrugs of exasperation. Very well, if the water was rising, it was rising, and what could he do about it? Mouk appeared, leading Bataille to do his turn, but he had to hold him with both hands, for the sleepy old animal had suddenly reared and stretched his head towards the shaft, whinnying a death cry. "What's up, old philosopher? What are you worrying about?" Because it's raining, I suppose. Come on, it's none of your business." But the horse stood there shuddering all over his body, and he had to be dragged to work by main force. Almost at the same moment as Mouk and Bataille were disappearing into a gallery, there was a crash high up in the air, followed by a long noise of falling. A section of lining had come loose and was bouncing down against the sides of the shaft for 180 meters. Pierron and the other onsetters just had time to dodge out of the way, and the oak planking merely smashed an empty tub. Simultaneously, a great chunk of water fell down like the bore from a burst dam. Dansaert wanted to go up and see, but even while he was saying so, a second piece of timber came down. Appalled by the imminent catastrophe, he came to a decision and ordered the pit to be evacuated, sending deputies to warn the men in the workings. Then there began a fearful stampede. Streams of men rushed in from all the roads and fought their way into the cages, crushing each other to death in order to get taken up at once. Some of them had thought of going up the escape shaft, but they came down again, shouting that it was already blocked. After each cage left, the rest stood there in terror. That one had got past, but who could say whether the next one would, for the shaft was filling up with debris. The collapse must still be going on up above, for through the continuous and ever-growing noise of falling water could be heard a series of muffled detonations and the splitting and cracking of timber. Soon one of the cages was out of action. It was smashed in and wedged between the guides, which were probably broken too. The other one was catching so badly that the cable would certainly snap soon. And the 100 men still to be taken up were fuming with impatience, spattered with blood and half drowned, clinging on for their lives. 2 were killed outright by falling planks. A third hung on to the underside of the cage, lost his grip, and fell 50 meters to his death in the sump. Nevertheless, Dansaert was still trying to keep some sort of order. He seized a pick and threatened that the first to disobey would have his head split open. He tried to make them form a queue and ordered that the onsetters must be the last to leave after seeing the others off. But they would not listen. In fact, he had just prevented Pierron, pale and shaken, from slipping off among the first. Dansaert had to knock him aside each time the cage left. But his own teeth were chattering. One more minute and he would be buried alive, for everything was caving in and coming down like a river in spate with a murderous hail of timbers. A few more men were still to come when he went mad with fear himself and leaped into a tub, letting Pierron tumble in behind him. The cage went up. At that very moment, Etienne and Cheval's team reached pit bottom. They saw the cage disappearing and hurled themselves forward, but had to fall back before the final collapse of a lining. The shaft was blocked, and the cage would never come down again. Catherine began whimpering. Cheval swore till he choked. There were still a score of them. Were those bloody bosses going to leave them to die? Old Mouk had slowly brought Bataille back and stood holding his reins, and there they stayed, the old man and the animal, both appalled by the speed with which the flood was rising. Already it was up to the men's thighs. Etienne, silent and with set jaws, lifted Catherine in his arms. With upturned faces, the 20 stood there, vacantly gazing up the shaft, now a mere hole that had caved in and was spitting forth a river. No help could come from there, but they went on screaming in terror. As he emerged into the daylight, Dansaert saw Négrel running up. By a stroke of fate that particular morning, as he and Madame Hennebeau were getting out of bed, she had delayed him in order to look through some catalogues of presents for his bride. It was now 10 o'clock. "Well, what's the matter?" he shouted, still running. "The pit is finished," answered the overman. He stammered out the story of the disaster, but the engineers looked quite incredulous. Oh, come, how could a shaft lining just collapse of its own accord like that? They must be exaggerating. It must be looked into. Nobody left at the bottom, I trust? Dansaert faltered. Nobody. That is to say, he hoped not. And yet perhaps some of the men might have got delayed. Then why the hell did you come up? You can't leave your men in the lurch. He at once ordered a count of the lamps. 322 had been issued that morning, and only 255 could be accounted for. But several men admitted that in the panic they had dropped theirs and left them down below. They tried to have a roll call, but it was impossible to reach an exact figure, for some of the miners had rushed off home already, and others did not hear their names. Nobody could agree who was missing. There might be 20, but then again, there might be 40. Only one fact was clear to the engineer. There were men left down there, and indeed, if you hung over the mouth of the shaft, you could hear their screams through the rushing of water and the crashing of timber. Négrel's first thought was to send for Monsieur Imbeau and to try to shut the pit. But it was already too late, for the miners who had rushed off at once to village 240, as though still pursued by crashing timber, had spread the alarm among the families, and crowds of women, old men, and children were running down the hill, crying and shouting. They had to be pushed back, and a cordon of inspectors was told off to hold them and prevent them from hampering operations. Many of the rescued miners stood there in a daze, forgetting to change, transfixed by fear in front of this dreadful cavern in which they had nearly stayed forever. They were surrounded by frantic women imploring them for names. Was so-and-so there? And so-and-so? And somebody else? They could not remember. They muttered meaningless phrases, shivered convulsively, and made insane gestures. Gestures which tried to push away the abominable, haunting vision. The crowd rapidly swelled, and a great lamentation went up from the roads nearby. And all the while, up on the pit bank, sitting in Bonnemore's shelter, was a man, Souvarine. He had not gone away. He was watching. "Names! Tell us the names!" wailed the crowd of women. Négrel appeared for a moment and said, "As soon as we know the names, we shall let you know. But we mustn't give up hope yet. Everybody will be saved. I'm going down myself." The crowd began waiting in silent agony, for with quiet confidence the engineer was preparing to go down. He had had the cage disconnected and ordered a skip to be attached to the end of the cable instead, and expecting that the water would put out his lamp, he had a second lamp hung underneath the skip, which would keep it dry. The deputies who helped him with these preparations had white and terrified faces. "Dansaert, you're coming down with me," said Négrel curtly. But seeing how frightened they all were, especially the overman, who in his terror was staggering as though he were drunk, he pushed him contemptuously aside. "No, you would get in the way. I'd rather be on my own." He had already stepped into the narrow bucket swinging on the cable, and holding his lamp in one hand and the signal rope with the other, he shouted to the engine man, "Easy does it." The engine began to turn the drums, and Négrel vanished into the abyss, from which the screams of the trapped men could still be heard. He found nothing wrong with the upper part of the shaft where the lining was intact. Dangling in space, he shone his lamp on the sides as he spun round and round, and there were so few leaks between joints that the lamp was not affected. But when he reached 300 meters, where the lower section of lining began, his lamp was extinguished as he had foreseen, and the skip filled with water. From there onwards, his only source of light was the lamp, hanging underneath, which preceded him in the darkness. Brave though he was, he began to shudder as he realized the full horror of the disaster. Only a few pieces of wood remained in position. The others had gone down, frames and all, and where they had been there yawned enormous cavities, from which the fine, flour-like yellow sand was pouring in large quantities, whilst the waters of a torrent, the underground sea, with its mysterious storms and wrecks, were gushing forth like a ware. He went lower still, amidst ever-widening chasms, tossed and whirled about by waterspouts, and so ill-lit by the red star of a lamp beneath him that the great moving shadows took on the shapes of streets and crossroads in some far-away, devastated city. Any further human action here was out of the question, and there was only one thing left to hope for: to try to save the men in peril. As he went down, their shrieks grew louder, but suddenly he had to stop, for the shaft was blocked by an impassable obstacle, a mass of timber, the broken beams of cage guides, split partitions of the escape shafts, all tangled up with supports torn from the pump. As, with aching heart, he was examining the wreckage, the shouting below him suddenly stopped. The poor devils must have taken fright at the rapid rise of the flood and fled along the galleries, unless the water had already stopped their mouths. Négrel had to admit defeat and tugged the signal rope to be drawn up. But then he ordered another stop. He was still baffled by the suddenness of the accident, the cause of which passed his understanding, and anxious to find out the reason, he began to examine the few pieces of the shaft lining still in place. From a distance he had been amazed by the rents and nicks in the wood, and as by now the wet had almost put out his lamp, he felt with his fingers and recognized unmistakable saw cuts, holes bored by a bit, in fact a fiendishly complete job of destruction. It was obvious that the disaster had been deliberately planned. As he was gazing in amazement, the remaining pieces crashed down with their framework in a final collapse which almost carried him away. All his courage had vanished. The thought of the man who had done this made his hair stand on end and froze his blood with the superstitious dread of evil, as if the man were still lurking there, monstrous in the shadows, expiating his unspeakable crime. He shouted aloud and tugged madly at the signal rope. It was high time, for 100 meters higher up he noticed that the upper lining was also beginning to move. The joints were widening, and their caulking was coming adrift, letting in jets of water. Now it could only be a matter of hours before the shaft would lose the whole of its lining and cave in. At the surface, Monsieur Hennebeau was anxiously waiting for him. "Well, what about it?" he asked. But the engineer could not answer. His voice had gone, and he was almost swooning. "Impossible," said Monsieur Hennebeau. "Such a thing is unheard of. Did you have a good look?" Négrel nodded, but gave him a warning glance. He would not go into it in the presence of 1 or 2 deputies within earshot, and led his uncle 10 meters away. Decided that was not far enough, and went further still. Then, in a whisper, he told him about the outrage, how the planks had been sawn and bored, in fact that the pit had had its throat cut and was bleeding to death. The manager paled, and also lowered his voice, with the instinctive need to speak quietly about monstrous orgies and dastardly crimes. There was no point in appearing to tremble in front of the 10,000 employees of Montou. Later on, they would see. The 2 men went on whispering, appalled that any man could have had the nerve to go down there and hang over the abyss, risking his life 20 times over to do his dreadful work. They could not even conceive of such insanely intrepid destruction, and refused to believe in the very face of proof, as one is skeptical about famous escape stories in which prisoners apparently fly out of windows 30 meters above the ground. When Monsieur Hennebeau rejoined the deputies, his face was drawn by a nervous twitch. With a gesture of despair, he ordered the pit to be evacuated at once. Everybody began to leave in funereal gloom, silently abandoning the pit, casting backward glances at the great empty brick building still standing, but doomed beyond any possibility of salvation. The manager and the engineer were the last to leave the pit head, and the crowd greeted them with its monotonous clamor. "Names! Names! Tell us the names!" By now, Méhude had joined the waiting women. She recollected the noise in the night. Her girl and the lodger must have gone together, and they were down there for certain. Although at first she had declared that it was a good job and that they deserved to stay there, the heartless wretches, she rushed off just the same, and was now in the front row, shuddering with dread. In any case, she dared not doubt any longer, for the talk going on around her told her all too plainly. Yes, Yes, Catherine was among them, and Etienne too. One of their mates had seen them. But there was less general agreement about the others. No, not him, but so-and-so. Perhaps Cheval? But then a pit boy swore he had come up with Cheval. Lalevaque and Pierron had nobody in peril, but wailed as loudly as the others. Zachary had been one of the first up, and in spite of his cynical pose had burst into tears as he kissed his wife and mother, and now stayed by his mother's side, sharing her sorrow, and showing unexpected depths of tenderness for his sister, refusing to believe she was down below until it was officially confirmed. "Names! Names! For God's sake, tell us the names!" Negro could stand it no longer, and shouted in a carrying voice to the cordon of inspectors, "Oh, do shut them up! It's enough to kill you! We don't know any names yet!" This had been going on for 2 hours already. In the first shock, nobody had thought of the other shaft, the old Réquillart one. Monsieur Imbeau was in the act of announcing that they would try to carry out rescue work from Réquillart when a new rumor ran round. 5 men had escaped from the flooding by climbing up the rotten ladders in the old disused escape shaft, and old Mouk's name was mentioned, which was a surprise, as nobody thought he was below. But the story of the escaped 5 only renewed the weeping, for that meant that 15 others had been unable to follow them, having lost their way through falls of rock, and they could not now be rescued because the water in Réquillart was already 10 meters deep. All the names were now known, and the air was filled with the groans of a slaughtered people. "Oh, stop them, for God's sake!" Négrel repeated furiously, "and make them stand back. Yes, 100 meters back. It's dangerous. Push them back." The poor devils had to be driven back. They imagined fresh horrors, that they were being driven off so that other deaths could be concealed. And the deputies had to explain that the buildings themselves would be swallowed up by the shaft. They were so aghast at the thought of such a thing that they fell silent, and let themselves be forced back step by step. But the cordon had to be doubled in order to hold them, for in spite of themselves they continually crept forward as though fascinated. 1,000 people were now pushing and jostling in the roadway, and still they were coming in from the villages, and even from Montou. And high up on the pit bank, the fairer man with the girlish features smoked cigarette after cigarette in his impatience, and his pale eyes never left the pit for a moment. Then the wait began. It was noon. Nobody had had any food, but nobody went home. Russet-colored clouds drifted slowly across the gray, smoky sky. From behind Racheneur's hedge came the loud and incessant barking of a big dog, upset by the living scent of this crowd. The crowd itself had gradually spread from one field to another, and now surrounded the pit at a distance of 100 meters. And in the center of this empty space stood Le Voreux, in lonely isolation, without a living soul or sound, its gaping windows and doors showing its deserted interior. A stray ginger cat, sensing the ominous solitude, leaped from a stairway and disappeared. The furnaces could not have gone out yet, for thin wisps of smoke were still issuing from a tall brick chimney, and could be seen floating against the somber clouds, whilst the weathercock, squeaking in the wind with a little high-pitched scream, was the only plaintive voice from these vast buildings condemned to die. 2 o'clock, and no change. Monsieur Imbeau, Négrel, and other engineers who had hurried to the scene formed a frock-coated and black-hatted group in front of the crowd. They could not tear themselves away any the more, though their legs ached with fatigue, and they felt sick and ill at their own powerlessness in the presence of such a cataclysm. There they stood, occasionally exchanging a whispered word, like watchers at a deathbed. The upper lining must now be finally collapsing, for they could hear sudden crashes reverberating in the deep chasm, followed by long silences. The wound was steadily opening as the landslide, having begun at the bottom, was rising to the surface. Négrel was seized with unbearable nervous impatience. He felt he must see, and he walked forward alone into the awful empty space. But the others seized him by the shoulders. What was the good? He couldn't do anything. However, one miner, an old hand, dodged through the cordon and ran to the locker room. but he calmly reappeared, having been to recover his clogs. 3 o'clock, and still no change. Nobody in the crowd had moved a step, in spite of pouring rain. Raseneu's dog had begun barking again. Not until 3:20 did the first earth tremor occur. Le Voreux shook slightly, but it was strongly built and stood firm. But a second shock followed at once, and a long shout came from the astonished crowd. The tarred screening shed lurched twice and collapsed with a deafening crash, and in falling its huge weight rubbed the broken beams together so hard that fountains of sparks flew up. From then onwards there were continuous tremors, and shock followed shock as underground subsidences rumbled like a volcano in eruption. The dog in the distance had stopped barking, and was now howling mournfully as though heralding the earthquakes whose approach he could feel, and the women and children could not hold back cries of distress as each tremor shook them. In less than 10 minutes, the slate roof of a tower fell in, and gaping holes appeared in the walls of a top landing and the winding house. Then the noises ceased for the time being, and the building stopped falling. There was another deathly silence. For an hour, Le Voreux remained in this state, as though it had been breached by a horde of barbarians. The ever-widening circle of onlookers was reduced to watchful silence. Smashed tips and broken and twisted hoppers could be seen under the heaps of splintered beams that had once been the screening shed. But the greatest pile of debris was on the top landing, where bricks had rained down and whole walls had crumbled into rubble. The iron scaffolding of the headgear had sagged and half disappeared into the shaft. One cage was hanging in mid-air, and a bit of table was dangling loose. And everywhere there was a churned-up mass of tubs, sheet iron, and ladders. By a strange chance, the lamp room to the left was still intact, with its twinkling rows of little lights. And the engine could be seen through the walls of its house, still squarely set on its foundation of masonry, its copperwork still gleaming, and its massive steel limbs looking like indestructible muscles. The great crank had stopped in mid-air, resembling nothing so much as the powerful knee of a recumbent giant, confident in his strength. When this respite had lasted an hour, Monsieur Hennebeau began to feel hope returning. The shifting of the earth must have stopped, and they might be fortunate enough to save the engine and the rest of the buildings. But he still forbade anyone to approach, wanting to wait patiently for another half-hour. The suspense was becoming intolerable, for renewed hope sharpened anxiety, and all hearts beat faster. A dark cloud coming up from the horizon had brought on an early twilight, a sinister nightfall over this wreck left by the earth's tempests. Everybody had been there for 7 hours without moving, without eating. And then, as the engineers were cautiously moving forward, they were suddenly thrown back by a supreme convulsion. There was a volley of underground detonations, a monstrous cannonade in the bowels of the earth. On the surface, the last buildings toppled over and crumpled up. First, a sort of whirlwind blew away the ruins of the screen shed and top landing. Then the boiler house burst asunder and disappeared. Next, the square tower containing the gasping pump fell on its face like a man shot down. And then, a terrifying thing. They saw the engine, torn from its bed, wrestling against death with dislocated limbs. It moved, stretching its crank, its gigantic knee, as though it meant to rise, but it fell back dead, smashed to smithereens, and was swallowed up. The only thing that remained standing was the 30-meter chimney, and that was swaying like a ship's mast in a hurricane. They expected it to break up and collapse into dust. But suddenly it plunged down in one piece, swallowed whole by the earth, like a giant candle that had melted away. Nothing was left showing, not even the point of a lightning conductor. This was the end. The evil beast, crouching in its hollow, sated with human flesh, had drawn its last long, heavy breath. Le Voreux had sunk into the abyss, every bit of it. The crowd fled, screaming, Women ran along holding their hands in front of their eyes. A wind of terror blew men along like a heap of dry leaves. They tried not to shout, but shouted all the same, with bursting lungs and waving arms as they beheld the immense hole that had opened up. A crater like an extinct volcano, 15 meters deep, stretched from the road to the canal, at least 40 meters across. The whole yard had followed the buildings, great trestles, bridges with their rails, a whole train of tubs, and 3 railway trucks, as well as the store of pit props, a forest of cut poles, all swallowed up like straws. In the bed of the crater only a tangled mass of wood, bricks, and plaster could be seen, frightful wreckage, pounded, twisted, and blackened by the fury of the catastrophe. The hole was still spreading, throwing out fissures from its edges far away into the surrounding fields. One of these ran as far as Rasseneur's bar and cracked his wall. Would the village itself be engulfed? Where could shelter be found on this fearful evening, under the leaden sky that looked as though it meant to join in as well and crush the world? But Négrel uttered a cry of grief, and Monsieur Hennebeau, who had fallen back a little, burst into tears, for the calamity was not yet complete. The canal bank gave way, and the water poured like a boiling stream into one of the fissures, vanishing like a cataract falling into a deep chasm. The pit drank up the stream, and that meant that the galleries would be flooded for years. Soon the crater filled up, and the place that had been Le Voreux was a muddy lake, like those lakes beneath which lie evil cities destroyed by God. In the terrified silence, nothing could be heard but the waterfall roaring down into the bowels of the earth. At that moment, Souvarine rose to his feet on the shaken slag heap. He had recognized Méhud and Zacharie sobbing together in the presence of this total collapse, which must be pressing with its stupendous weight on the heads of those poor wretches dying down below. He threw away his last cigarette and walked off into the darkness without so much as a glance behind. His shadowy form dwindled and merged into the night. He was bound for the unknown, over yonder, calmly going to deal violent destruction wherever dynamite could be found to blow up cities and men. Doubtless, on that day when the last expiring bourgeois heard the very stones of the streets exploding under their feet, he will be there. This ends Part 7, Chapter 3. Part 7, Chapter 4 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 7, Chapter 4. On the very night after the collapse of Le Voreux, Monsieur Hennebeau had left for Paris, determined to give the directors the full story himself before the papers could publish even the bare news. When he returned on the following day, he was quite calm and wearing his normal administrative air. It was clear that he had disclaimed all personal responsibility and did not even seem to have lost favor. On the contrary, the decree naming him an officer of the Legion of Honor was signed 24 hours later. But though the manager's position was safe, the company was reeling under a terrible blow. It was not the loss of a few millions that mattered, but the wound in the vitals, the haunting, relentless fear of the morrow in view of the slaughter of one of its pits. Once again the panic was such that it was felt that the affair must be hushed up. Was there any need to stir up all this abominable mud? If the criminal were discovered, why make a martyr of him? For his horrible heroism would turn other men's heads, and might beget a whole progeny of incendiaries and murderers. In any case, they did not suspect the real culprit, but eventually decided that it must have been the work of a large number of accomplices, finding it impossible to believe that one man alone could have had the daring and the strength to carry out such a design. This was at the bottom of the company's obsession that an ever-growing threat hung over their pits. Accordingly, the manager had been instructed to organize a vast network of espionage and to dismiss quietly, one by one, any dangerous characters suspected of complicity in the crime.
it was thought to be politically wise and prudent to limit action to a purge of this kind. There was only one immediate dismissal: Dancer, the overman. In any case, he had been impossible since the scandal with Pierron, and the reason now given was his attitude in the face of danger, tantamount to the cowardice of a captain abandoning his crew. It was, moreover, a tactful concession to the miners, who abominated him. However, rumors had spread among the general public, and the directors had to send a letter to one paper correcting a version of the story which had mentioned a barrel of gunpowder fired by the strikers. Already, after a cursory inspection, the government engineer had reached the conclusion that the lining had given way of its own accord owing to shifting pressure of earth, and the company had preferred to keep quiet and accept a reprimand for inadequate inspection. By the third day, the Paris press had added the disaster to its stock of catch-penny sensations, and people talked of nothing else but miners dying at the bottom of the pit and greedily scanned the dispatches in each morning's issue. In Montou itself, the worthy bourgeois turned pale and silent at the mere name of Le Voreux, and a legend was forming which made the stoutest hearts quail as they whispered it into each other's ears. The whole neighborhood was full of pity for the victims, and parties made excursions to the wretched pit, whole families treating themselves to the awe-inspiring spectacle of the ruins which weighed so heavily on the heads of the poor creatures buried beneath. Deneulin had been appointed divisional engineer and had begun his duties just in time to have to deal with the worst of the disaster. The first thing was to turn the canal back into its proper course. For every hour this torrent of water was aggravating the trouble. Very extensive work had to be done, and he at once set 100 men to construct an embankment. Twice the swirling waters washed away the first dams, and now pumps were being installed, and there began a desperate fight to recover the lost land, inch by inch. But the rescue of the buried miners was even more enthralling. Négrel was responsible for making a supreme effort, and he had a host of helping hands, for all the miners rushed to offer themselves in a burst of fraternal devotion. The strike was forgotten, and pay did not matter. They did not mind working for nothing. All they asked was to risk their lives since there were comrades in danger of death. They all came with their tools, eagerly asking where they were to use them. Many of them were still suffering themselves from the shock of the accident, with nervous twitches, cold sweats, and incessant nightmares driving them mad. But they got up just the same and showed themselves the most furiously determined to fight against the earth as though they had an account to square. Unfortunately, the trouble began over how to set about doing something really useful. What could be done? How could they get down? Whereabouts ought the attack on the rock to be directed? In Négrel's opinion, not one of the victims could still be alive. All 15 must certainly have perished from drowning or asphyxia. But in mining disasters, the rule is that men walled in underground must always be presumed to be alive, and he acted on this supposition. The first problem, he set himself, was to work out which way they could have gone to take refuge. The deputies and old hands whom he consulted were unanimous on this point. In an emergency, their mates would certainly have climbed from gallery to gallery until they reached the highest coal faces. Therefore, they could probably be trapped at the end of one of the uppermost roads. Moreover, that tallied with the information from old Mook, whose involved story even suggested the theory that in their panic the escaping miners had broken up into little groups which would have scattered fugitives over all the levels. But when it came to discussing ways and means, the deputies differed among themselves. As the nearest roads to the surface were 150 meters down, the sinking of a shaft was out of the question. That left Réquillart as the only means of access, the one line of approach. The worst of it was that the disused mine, being also flooded, was no longer in direct communication with Le Voreux, for the only clear roads above water were short galleries running from the first level. Since it would take years to drain the pit, the best course was to inspect these galleries and find out whether they ran near to the flooded roads, at the end of which the marooned men were thought to be. But before logically reaching this conclusion, there had been a great deal of discussion in order to rule out a host of impracticable suggestions. Négrel at once disturbed the dust of the archives, and when he had discovered the old plans of the two pits, he studied them and decided from which points the investigation should be carried out. The rescue work had gradually fired him with enthusiasm, and like everybody else he became possessed by a frenzy of self-sacrifice, despite his usual ironical indifference to men and things. They ran up against preliminary difficulties at Réquillart, where the approaches to the shaft had to be cleared. The mountain ash had to be cut down, the blackthorn and hawthorn cleared away, and the ladders had to be repaired. Then exploration began. The engineer took 10 workmen down and made them tap with their iron tools on certain parts of a seam which he pointed out. Then, in absolute silence, they all put an ear to the coal to listen for distant answering taps. They went all over every gallery they could reach, but to no purpose. No answer came. Their quandary was worse. Whereabout should they start cutting the seam? Whom should they make for, since nobody seemed to be there? But they went on doggedly with the search, in ever-increasing exhaustion and anxiety. From the first day, Maheude had gone to Réquillart every morning. She sat down on a log near the shaft and never moved until nightfall, except to jump up whenever a man emerged from the pit and ask him the same question with her eyes. "Nothing?" No, nothing. And she sat down again without a word, to continue the wait with hard, stoical face. As they were invading his territory, Fenelon had also been prowling round, with the scared look of a beast of prey whose depredations are about to come to light in his lair. The young soldier was on his mind, too, and the fear that his slumber under the rocks might be disturbed. But that part of the mine was under water, and in any case they were digging further to the left, in the west gallery. At first, Philomène had come as well with Zacharie, who was in the rescue squad, but she had soon tired of catching cold for no rhyme or reason. So now she stayed in the village, where she dragged herself sloppily through the days, without bothering her head about it, coughing from morn till night. But Zacharie could not stop even to live, and would have devoured the earth itself to find his sister. He shouted out in the night. He saw and heard her, emaciated with hunger and with her lungs worn out with shouting for help. Twice he had tried to dig against orders, saying she must be there. He could feel it. The engineer finally stopped his going down, but he would not leave the forbidden shaft. Neither could he sit still and wait with his mother, but had to run round and round looking for something to do. They'd been at it for 3 days. Négrel, in despair, had resolved to abandon the search that evening. At midday, when he was returning after lunch to make one last effort with the men, he was astonished to meet Zacharie coming up out of the shaft, looking very red, gesticulating, and shouting, "She's there! She answered me! Come on, come on!" He had dodged the watchman and slipped down the ladders, and he swore that somebody had tapped an answer down in the first gallery of the Guillaume scene. "But we have already been twice all over the part you're talking about," said Négrel incredulously. "Still, we'll have another try." Maheude had risen to her feet, and she had to be prevented from going down herself. She stood waiting on the very brink of the shaft, staring down into the darkness. When they reached the spot, Négrel himself tapped 3 times at long intervals, then put his ear to the coal, enjoining absolute silence. Not a sound came. Obviously the poor fellow had been dreaming. Zacharie tapped frenziedly himself. He heard it again, and his eyes blazed, and he quivered with excitement. Then the others tried again in turn, and they were all overjoyed to hear a distant answer quite clearly. The engineer was amazed. He listened again, and eventually his ears did catch a faint sound, faint as a breath, a scarcely audible rhythmical drumming to the well-known tune of the miners' recall, which they beat out on the coal as a danger signal. Coal transmits sound with crystal clearness over great distances. A deputy estimated that the mass between them and their comrades must be at least 50 meters thick.
but now it seemed as though they could reach out and touch them, and their joy knew no bounds. Négrel had to give orders to dig in that direction at once. When Zacharie saw his mother again at the mouth of the shaft, they fell into each other's arms. "You mustn't get too excited," Pierron was cruel enough to say. She'd come that way for a stroll, just to have a look round. "If Catherine weren't there, it would be such a disappointment." It was quite true. Catherine might be somewhere else. "Shut your bloody mouth, can't you?" roared Zacharie. "Of course she's there. I know she is." Maheude had sat down again, silent and expressionless. She resigned herself to another wait. As soon as the story was known in Montou, a fresh crowd of people came out. There was nothing to see, but they stayed there all the same, and sightseers had to be kept back. Below ground, work went on night and day. For fear of meeting some obstacle, the engineer had had 3 descending tunnels cut through the seam, converging on the point where the imprisoned miners were believed to be. Only one collier at a time could hew away at the head of each narrow tunnel, and he was relieved every 2 hours. The coal was loaded into baskets, which were passed back by hand along a line of men which lengthened as the excavation went on. At first, the work made rapid progress, 6 meters in one day. Zacharie had got permission to be one of a chosen few to work on the face. It was the position of honor which they all coveted. When they tried to relieve him after the regulation 2 hours, he violently resisted. He cheated the others out of their turns and refused to hand over his pick. His tunnel was soon ahead of the others, and he battered against the coal with such furious energy that from right back at the entrance to the tunnel they could hear his heavy, snoring breath like the bellows of a forge. When he staggered out, drunk with fatigue and covered with black mud, he fell at once to the ground and had to be covered with a blanket. Then he would rush back to the job, still unsteady on his feet, and the struggle would be resumed, with heavy muffled blows, muttered oaths, like the fury of a soldier hacking his way through slaughter to victory. Unfortunately, the coal was becoming harder. Twice he broke his pick on it, in his rage at not being able to make so much headway. The heat was an additional torture, for it grew with every meter he advanced, and down in this narrow hole, where the air did not penetrate, it was unbearable. It is true that there was a hand ventilator in working order, but it could not really circulate the air, and 3 times men were brought out unconscious. Négrel lived underground with the men. His meals were sent down, and occasionally he snatched 2 hours' sleep on a bale of straw, rolled up in a coat. The men's determination was maintained by the supplications of the poor wretches on the other side of the barrier, whose tapped-out appeals to hurry were becoming more and more distinct. By now they were very clear, with a musical quality something like a harmonica. This note was their guide, and they advanced towards the crystalline sound as an army in battle advances towards the cannon. Each time a collier was relieved, Négrel went in, tapped and listened, and each time, so far, the reply had been prompt and imperative. There was now no doubt in his mind that they were advancing in the right direction, but with what deadly slowness. They would never get there in time. At the outset they had, it is true, covered 13 meters in 2 days, but on the 3rd day the rate had fallen to 5, and on the 4th to 3. The coal was becoming so much denser and harder that now they only penetrated 2 meters per day, if that. By the 9th day, after superhuman efforts, the total advance was 32 meters, and they calculated that there were at least 20 more ahead. It was the 12th day for the prisoners. 12 times 24 hours in icy darkness, without bread or fire. This dreadful thought made their eyes fill with tears, but put more muscle into their arms for the job. It seemed impossible that Christian folk could live any longer. The distant taps had been weakening since the day before, and every moment they dreaded to hear them no more. Maheude still came regularly and sat at her place by the mouth of the shaft, bringing Estelle in her arms, for the child could not be left from morning till night. Hour after hour she followed the work,
sharing in the hopes and disappointments. The waiting groups and even people at Montou were now in a state of feverish tension and talked of nothing else. Every heart in the neighborhood was beating with those others under the ground. At lunchtime on the 9th day, Zachary did not answer when he was called to be relieved. He was tearing away at the job with oaths like one possessed. Négrel came along for a moment but could not make him obey, and the only other people left were a deputy and 3 miners. At that moment, perhaps, Zachary, in his fury at being slowed down in his task by the dim and flickering light, committed the folly of opening his lamp in defiance of strict orders, for it was known that fire damp had been escaping, and large pockets of gas had collected in these narrow, ill-ventilated passages. Suddenly there was a thunderous roar, and a spout of fire issued from the hole like a flash from the muzzle of a gun loaded with grape shot. Everything burst into flame. The very air caught fire like a train of gunpowder from end to end of the galleries. The torrent of flame, sweeping aside the deputy and 3 miners, leaped up the shaft and high into the air like a volcanic eruption, spewing out rocks and bits of timber. The sightseers scattered, and Maheude jumped to her feet, clutching the terrified Estelle to her breast. When Négrel and the others came back from lunch, they fell into paroxysms of fury, stamping on the ground like some unnatural woman slaying her stepchildren, with no other reason than the insensate whim of her hatred. To think that they went to the help of their comrades, putting aside all thought of help, simply in order to lose yet more of their number. When at last, after 3 long hours of struggle and danger, they made their way back into the galleries, they set about the gruesome recovery of the victims. Neither the deputy nor the 3 men were dead, but they were covered with terrible burns which gave off a stench like charred meat. They had swallowed fire, and the burns went right down into their throats, and they moaned incessantly, begging to be finished off. One of the 3 miners was the man who during the troubles had aimed the final blow with his pick that had smashed the pump at Gaston-Marie, and both the others still had scarred hands and grazed and cut fingers from having pelted the soldiers with bricks. As they were carried by, all the onlookers, pale and trembling, took off their caps. Maheude stood waiting. Zachary's body at last appeared. The clothes had been burned away, and the body was black, charred, and unrecognizable. The head had been blown off. The horrible remains were laid on a stretcher, and Maheude followed them listlessly, with dry, burning eyes. Still holding the sleeping Estelle in her arms, she moved away, a tragic figure, with her hair blowing in the wind. When they reached the village, Philomène was stupefied for a moment, and then at once found relief in floods of tears. But the mother went straight back to Réquillart. She'd brought home her son, and now she was going back to wait for her daughter. 3 more days went by. The rescue work had been resumed in unspeakably difficult conditions. Fortunately, the explosion had not wrecked the approaches, but the galleries were full of such hot, heavy, and foul air that fresh ventilators had to be installed. Now the colliers had to be relieved every 20 minutes, but they were creeping forward, and scarcely 2 meters were left between them and their comrades. But they were working with death in their hearts, and if they still hit out hard, it was only in a spirit of revenge, for the sounds had stopped. There were no more little rhythmical calls. It was the 12th day of the rescue work and the 15th since the disaster, and ever since morning there had been a silence of death. The new accident had revived the keenest interest in Montou, and people were organizing excursions with such enthusiasm that the Grégoires decided to follow the fashion. An outing was arranged, and it was agreed that they would go to Le Voreux in their carriage and meet Madame Hennebeau, who would take Lucie and Jean in hers. Deneulin would conduct them round his salvage work, and then they would return by way of Réquillart, where Négrel would let them know exactly how far the tunneling had reached and whether he still entertained any hope. And they would finish up by all dining together in the evening. At about 3, When the Gregoires and their daughter alighted in front of the ruined pit, they found that Madame Hennebeau had arrived first. She was dressed in sea green and holding a parasol to protect her complexion from the pale February sun. The sky was clear and the weather spring-like. Monsieur Hennebeau was there with Desnouliens, and as the Gregoires arrived, she was listening absent-mindedly as Desnouliens was explaining the efforts they had made to dam the canal. Jean, who always had her sketchbook with her, had begun to draw, for the horror of the subject was most exciting, whilst Lucie, sitting beside her on the remains of a truck, was prattling away with pleasure and calling it all thrilling. The dam was only half finished and still leaking in many places, and foaming streams rushed along and fell headlong into the enormous hole into which the buildings had subsided. And yet the crater was gradually emptying as the water soaked away into the earth, and the appalling wreckage at the bottom was coming into sight. Beneath the pale blue sky on this lovely day, it looked like a cesspool, or the ruins of a stricken city that had sunk into the mud. "And we've come all this way to see that!" exclaimed Monsieur Gregoire, feeling decidedly let down. Cécile, in the pink of health and enjoying the pure fresh air, joked away merrily, but Madame Hennebeau, pouting with distaste, observed, "The fact of the matter is that it isn't at all pretty." The two engineers began to laugh. They tried to entertain the visitors by taking them all around, explaining how the pumps worked and how the pile driver hammered in the balks of timber. But the ladies were beginning to get restive. They shuddered on learning that the pumps would have to work for years, perhaps 6 or 7, before the shaft could be reconstructed and all the water drained from the pit. No, they preferred to think about something else. These upheavals only gave you bad dreams. "Let's go," said Madame Hennebeau, making for her carriage. Jean and Lucie protested. What, so soon? And before the drawing was finished? They wanted to stay there, saying that their father would bring them on to dinner in the evening. So Monsieur Hennebeau was the only one to join his wife in the carriage, for he wanted to ask Négrel something too. "Very well, you go on ahead," said Monsieur Gregoire. "We'll follow you. We have a little 5-minute call to pay up there in the village. Go on. We'll be at Réquillart by the time you are." He climbed up after Madame Gregoire and Cécile, and as the other carriage sped off along the canal, theirs slowly climbed the hill. It was one of their little charities which they had thought of to complete the outing. Zacharie's death had filled them with pity for the tragic Mayhew family, whom all the neighborhood was discussing. They had no sympathy for the father, for he was a villain, a killer of soldiers who had to be destroyed like a wolf. But the mother touched their hearts. This poor woman had just lost her son after losing her husband, and perhaps by now her daughter was a corpse down below. And besides, there was some talk of a sick grandfather and a boy crippled in a fall, as well as a little girl who had died of hunger during the strike. And so, although to some extent this family had brought its troubles upon itself through its detestable ideas, they had resolved to show how broad-minded their charity was, and how they were willing to forgive and forget by bringing some little help with their own hands. 2 neatly packed parcels were stowed under one of the seats. An old woman pointed out the Mayhew's house to the coachman, number 16 in the 2nd block. But when the Gregoires had been set down with their parcels, they knocked in vain. They banged on the door with their fists, but still no answer came. Nothing but a hollow, mournful echo from a home that seemed to have been emptied by death, frozen, dark, and deserted long since. "There's nobody there," said Cécile, very disappointed. "Isn't that tiresome? What are we going to do with all this?" But suddenly the next door flew open, and La Levaque appeared. "Oh, monsieur and madame, I beg your pardon. Excuse me, mademoiselle. If you're looking for my neighbor, she isn't in. She's at Réquillart." She told them all about it in a torrent of words, saying that we must all help each other, that she was minding Lénore and Henri so as to let their mother go and wait down there. Her eye had been caught by the parcels,
and that led her to speak of her poor widowed daughter, to expatiate on her own poverty with a covetous gleam in her eyes. Then, in a different way, she murmured, "I've got the key. If a lady and gentleman would really like to go in, the grandfather is there." The Grégoires looked at her incredulously. What? The grandfather was at home all the time? But nobody answered. Was he asleep then? But when Lalivac had opened the door, the sight that met their eyes pulled them up short. There was Bonnemort alone, sitting on a chair in front of the empty grate, staring wide-eyed in front of him. The room seemed larger than it really was, now that it was no longer cheered up by the cuckoo clock and the varnished furniture. The only things left on the garish green walls were the portraits of the emperor and empress, wearing an official smile of benevolence on their rosy lips. The old man did not move, neither did his eyelids blink in the sudden light of the opening door. He was an imbecile, and had not apparently even noticed all the people coming in. At his feet was his tray of ashes, like those put for cats to do their messes in. "You mustn't mind if he's not very polite," said Lalivac obligingly. "Something's gone cracked in his head, it seems. He's never said no more than that for a fortnight now." At that moment, Bonnemort was shaken by a mighty hawking that seemed to come up from the pit of his stomach, and he spat into his tray a thick black spittle. The ashes were soaked with it, like coal mud. All the coal from the pit was being heaved up out of his throat. Then he fell back into his stillness. He never moved now, except once in a while to spit. Although they were deeply shocked and almost retching with disgust, the Grégoires tried to find a few friendly and encouraging words. "Well, my good man," said Papa, "so you have a cold?" The old man never moved his head, and his eyes stared at the wall. A heavy silence fell. "They ought to make you a little tea," said Mamma. He remained stiff and dumb. "Oh, I say, Papa," said Cécile, "they did tell us he was infirm, but we forgot about it." She stopped, feeling very awkward. Having set down on the table some stew and 2 bottles of wine, she undid the second parcel, out of which she took a pair of huge boots. This was the present intended for the grandfather, and she held one in each hand, puzzled and dismayed as she looked at the swollen feet of the poor old man who would never walk again. "They've come a little late in the day, haven't they, my man?" went on Monsieur Grégoire, trying to cheer things up a little. "Never mind, they'll always come in." Bonnemort did not hear, did not answer. His face was terrifying to behold, as cold and hard as stone. So Cécile stealthily put the boots down by the wall. But in spite of her care, the hobnails made a clinking noise on the floor, and the huge boots were an eyesore in the room. "Bless you, he won't ever say thank you," exclaimed Lalivac, who had cast deeply envious glances at the boots. "You might as well give a pair of spectacles to a duck, begging your pardon." She talked on, trying to lure the Grégoires into her own house, hoping to touch their hearts. She finally thought of a pretext. She praised Lénore and Henri, who were such nice, sweet children, and so clever, too, answering any questions you asked, just like little angels. They would tell the lady and gentleman anything they wanted to know. "Are you coming in for a moment, girlie?" asked her father, glad of a chance to get out. "Yes, I'll come on in a minute," she replied. Cécile remained alone with Bonnemort. She stayed behind, spellbound and all of a tremble, because she thought she had seen the old man somewhere before. Where could she have come across this square, livid face, all tattooed with coal? And suddenly it came back to her. She saw a sea of yelling people all round her, and felt cold hands closing round her neck. Yes, this was the man. She was certain of it as she looked at the hands resting on his knees. the hands of a worker who crouches at his job and whose whole strength is in his wrists, still powerful in old age. Slowly, Bonnemort seemed to come back to life. He noticed her, and in his gaping way appeared to be examining her, too. His cheeks flushed fiery red, and a nervous twitch pulled open his mouth, from which dribbled a thin trickle of black saliva. They gazed at each other in fascination. She, buxom, plump, and pink from the long days of well-fed idleness of her race. He, blown out with dropsy, hideous and pathetic, like some broken-down animal, ravaged by a century of toil and hunger, passed down from father to son. 10 minutes later, the Grégoires, wondering what had happened to Cécile, went back into the Mayhew home. They uttered a piercing shriek. Their daughter was lying on the floor, blue in the face, strangled. Round her throat were the red marks of a giant's grip. Bonnemort, tottering on his useless legs, had fallen beside her and could not move. His hands were still clutching, and he stared at them with bulging, unseeing eyes. In his fall he had broken his tray and spilled the ashes, and the black mud of his spittle had splashed over the room. The pair of boots were still standing by the door, safe and sound. It was never possible to establish exactly what had happened. Why had Cécile gone near him? How could Bonnemort have seized her throat, glued as he was to his chair? Obviously, once he got hold of her, he had hung on relentlessly. His grip had stifled her cries, and he had rolled over with her until the last gasp. For no sound or cry had been heard next door through the thin party wall. It could only be supposed that he had suddenly gone out of his mind and yielded to some inexplicable impulse to murder at the sight of the girl's white throat. People were horrified at such savagery from this broken old man who'd lived the respectable life of a beast of burden, quite different from these modern ideas. What kind of rancor, unbeknown even to himself, could have slowly festered in his vitals and risen to his head? In their horror, they could only conclude that he had had no idea what he was doing, that it was the crime of an imbecile. The Grégoires, on their knees, were sobbing and speechless with grief. The daughter they adored, the daughter for whom they had longed for so many years and then loaded with all their riches, whom they went on tiptoe to watch sleeping, who never seemed well enough fed, never plump enough. Their very life had collapsed. What was there left to live for without her? LibriVox screamed wildly. "Oh, the old devil! What has he done? Fancy such a thing happening! Did you ever? And Mayhew won't be back until this evening. Shall I go and find her?" The father and mother were too overwhelmed to answer. "Perhaps I'd better, eh? All right, I'll go." But before going, she eyed the boots. The whole village was agog, and already a crowd was pushing in. They might get stolen. And anyhow, there wasn't a man left in this house who could wear them. She quietly took them. They looked just the right size for Bouteloup. At Réquillart, the Hennebeaus waited a long time for the Grégoires. Négrel had come up from the pit and was giving them a detailed account. It was hoped to get through to the prisoners that very night, but he was sure that they would only bring out their dead bodies, for the deathly silence had not been broken. Mayhew was sitting on her balk behind the engineer's back, white with fear at what he was saying, when LibriVox arrived and told her about the old man's nice trick. All she did was raise her hands in a great gesture of impatience and annoyance. But she followed her home. Madame Hennebeau nearly fainted. How abominable! Poor dear Cécile! She had been so merry that day, so full of life only an hour before. Monsieur Hennebeau had to take his wife into Mouk's shack for a moment. He loosened her corset with fumbling hands, for the scent from her bosom excited his senses. In floods of tears she clung to Négrel, who was horrified at this death, which put an end to his marriage. And as her husband watched the two of them sharing their grief, a great load fell from his mind. This tragedy settled things nicely. Better keep his nephew, for fear it might be the coachman. This ends Part 7, Chapter 4. Part 7, Chapter 5 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 7, Chapter 5. At pit bottom the water was now waist deep, and the marooned victims were shrieking with terror. The noise of tumbling water was deafening, and the last pieces of lining to fall sounded like the crack of doom. But what turned their terror into horror was the whinnying of the ponies shut up in the stable, the blood-curdling, unforgettable death cry of animals being slaughtered. Mook had let Bataille loose. The aged horse stood trembling and staring with dilated eyes at the ever-rising waters. The bottom landing was rapidly filling, and the flood showed greenish in the red light of the 3 lamps still burning near the vaulted roof. All of a sudden, as the icy water penetrated his coat, Bataille galloped off madly and disappeared down one of the galleries, and the men followed him in a wild dash for safety. "Nothing doing this way," shouted Mook. "Try Requia." They were all swept along by the one idea that they might still get through the adjoining disused mine if they could get there before the way was cut off. The 20 of them pushed and shoved each other in single file, with lamps held high to keep them away from the water. Fortunately, the gallery sloped slightly upwards, and for 200 meters they struggled on without the water gaining on them. In their frightened hearts, old slumbering beliefs came back to consciousness, and they called upon Mother Earth, since it was she who was taking her revenge by bleeding from her veins because a man had cut her arteries. One old man was muttering forgotten prayers and turning out his thumbs to appease the evil spirits of the mine. A dispute arose at the very first junction. The ponyman wanted to take the left fork, but others swore it would be shorter to the right. A minute was lost. "I'll stay there, then, and die for all I care," said Cheval brutally. "I'm going this way." He took the right fork, followed by 2 of the others. The rest ran ahead after old Mook, who, after all, had grown up in the Requia pit. But even he was not sure of his bearings and did not know which way to turn. They were all losing their heads, and even the old stagers could no longer recognize the roads, which seemed to have twisted themselves up into a tangled skein before their very eyes. At each junction they were pulled up by indecision, and yet they had to make up their minds. Etienne was bringing up the rear, slowed down by Catherine, who was paralyzed by weariness and fear. He would have taken the right-hand fork with Cheval, for he thought it was the right way, but he had let him go, even if it meant staying down there for good. And, in any case, the party went on breaking up, for some others had struck off on their own, leaving only 7 following old Mook. "Put your arms round my neck, and I'll carry you," Etienne said to the girl, who looked on the point of fainting. "No, leave me here," she murmured. "I can't go on. I'd rather die straight away." They had dropped 50 meters behind the others, and he was on the point of picking her up to carry her, willy-nilly, when the road was suddenly blocked. An enormous slab or rock fell in and cut them off from the others. The flood water was already percolating into the rocks and causing falls on all sides. They had to retrace their steps, and in so doing they lost their sense of direction. That put an end to any idea of climbing out via Requia, and their only hope was to reach the upper levels where they might be rescued if the floods abated. At last Etienne recognized the Guillaume seam. "Good," he said. "Now I know where we are. Good God, we were on the right road all the time. But it's all one now. Look here, if we go straight ahead, we can climb up the chimney." Progress was very slow because the water was now up to their chests. So long as they had a light, they would not despair, and so they put out one of the lamps in order to save oil,
intending to empty it into the other. As they reached the chimney, a noise behind them made them turn. Had the others also been cut off and forced back this way? There was a distant sound of stentorian breathing, like an approaching storm lashing the water into foam. For a moment they were mystified. Then they uttered a scream of terror as a gigantic whitish mass loomed up out of the darkness, fighting its way towards them through the narrow timbers between which it was nearly jammed. It was Bataille. On leaving Pit Bottom, he had galloped along the black galleries, panic-stricken, but still sure of his way in this underground city where he had lived for 11 years, for his eyes could see quite clearly through the eternal night in which he had spent his life. On and on he galloped, lowering his head, lifting his feet, speeding through these narrow warrens where his great body could only just pass. Roads followed roads, and junctions forked this way and that, but he never hesitated. Where was he bound? Over yonder, maybe, towards that dream of his youth, that mill on the Scarpe where he was born, that distant memory of the sun burning up there like a big lamp. He wanted to live. His animal memories came back to him. A longing to breathe once again the air of the plain carried him on, straight on, in the hope of that hole which led out into the light of day under the warm sky. His lifelong resignation was swept away in a fierce revolt against this pit that had first blinded him and now was trying to kill him. The water was pursuing him. Now it was lashing his thighs, now licking his rump. But as he plunged onward, the galleries narrowed and the roofs came lower. The walls jutted out. Nevertheless, he galloped on, grazing his flanks and leaving his bleeding flesh on the jagged timbers. The mine was pressing it on him from every side. It was going to get him and crush the life out of him. As he came nearer, Catherine and Etienne saw him wedge himself finely between the rocks. In stumbling, he had broken both his forelegs. With one last effort, he dragged himself a few meters along, but his haunches would not pass through, and there he was, snared and garroted by the earth. He craned forward his bleeding head, still looking for some crack with his great frightened eyes. The water was rapidly rising over him, and he began to whinny, with the same long-drawn-out, agonized cry with which the other horses had perished in the stable. It was a fearful death. This poor old animal, mutilated, held prisoner, was struggling his last struggle in the bowels of the earth, so far from the light of day. His cry of distress never stopped, and even when the flood reached his mane, it still went on, only more raucous, as his mouth stretched upwards, wide open. Then there was a final snoring sound, and a muffled gurgling like a barrel being filled. Then silence. "Oh, God, take me away," sobbed Catherine. "Oh, God, I'm frightened. I don't want to die. Take me away." She had looked on death. Neither the collapsing shaft nor the flooded pit had filled her with such horror as this death cry of Bataille. It went on echoing in her ears and sent a shudder through her whole being. "Take me away! Take me away!" Etienne seized her and carried her off. It was high time, for they were in water up to their shoulders as they began to climb up the chimney. He had to help her up, for she had no strength left to hold on to the timbers. 3 times he thought he was going to drop her into the deep swirling waters below. They were able to stop for a few minutes' breathing space when they reached the first level, where it was still dry. But the water caught them up, and they had to hoist themselves still higher. And so the climb went on for hours as the flood drove them from level to level, always forcing them upwards. At the 6th, there was a respite which filled them with excitement and hope, for the water seemed to remain stationary. But then it rose more quickly than before, and they had to climb to the 7th, and then the 8th. There was only one more left, and when they reached that, they anxiously watched every centimeter that the water rose. Unless it stopped, was this to be their death, crushed against the roof with water filling up their lungs, like the old horse? At every moment some new fall re-echoed.
The whole mine was convulsed, for its entrails were too weak to hold all this liquid on which the creature was gorged, and they were bursting. Pockets of air, compressed into blind galleries, went off in terrible detonations, splitting the rocks and overthrowing great blocks of earth. This terrifying din of internal cataclysms was like those prehistoric upheavals when deluges turned the earth inside out, burying the mountains under the plains. Catherine, dazed and shaken by the continuous earthquake, wrung her hands and repeated her never-ending refrain, "I don't want to die! I don't want to die!" Etienne tried to reassure her by swearing that the water had stopped moving. Their flight had lasted a good 6 hours, and somebody was bound to come down to their rescue. He said 6 hours, but he had no real idea, for they had lost their sense of time. In reality, a whole day had already passed while they were climbing through the Guillaume scene. Wet through and shivering, they settled down to wait. She did not hesitate to take off her clothes and wring out the water, and then put on her jacket and trousers again to dry on her. She was barefoot, and he made her put on his clogs. They had plenty of time ahead of them now, and so they turned the wick of a lamp down until there was only the feeblest glimmer left. It was not until now that gnawing pains in their stomachs reminded them that they were dying of hunger. Until then they had not had time to notice. They had not had their lunch when the accident occurred, and now they found their sandwiches soaked with water and turned into a mere sop. She had to be angry with him to make him accept a share. As soon as she had eaten, she fell asleep, exhausted on the cold earth. But he was tortured by wakefulness, and sat with his head in his hands, watching over her. How many hours went by like this? They could not have said. All he knew was that there in front of him the creeping black water had reappeared at the mouth of a chimney, as though the malignant beast were arching his back so as to reach them. At first it was only a thin trickle, like a sinuous lengthening serpent, but it broadened into the back of a sinister crawling animal. Then it caught them up, and soon the sleeping girl's feet were in the water. He could not decide whether to wake her up, for it seemed cruel to drag her from rest, from this happy oblivion, which was perhaps lulling her in dreams of open air and life in the sunshine. Besides, where was there to go? As he pondered, he remembered that the incline serving this part of the seam communicated with the one serving the next level. There was a way out, but he let her sleep on as long as possible, keeping an eye on the advancing water, waiting for it to hound them on. Then he gently lifted her, and she shuddered. "Oh, so it's true, then! My God, it's starting all over again!" As it all came back to her, and she saw death drawing near, she began crying out in a loud voice. "No, keep calm," he said softly. "I'm sure there is a way through." In order to reach the incline, they had to walk bent double, and were soaked once again right up to the shoulders. Another climb began, but this was a more dangerous one, as the tunnel was 100 meters long and timbered throughout. They began by trying to pull the cable so as to make one of the trucks fast at the bottom, for if the others were to come down while they were climbing, they would be smashed to smithereens. But something had fouled the mechanism, and it would not move. So they had to risk it, not daring to hold on to the cable which got in their way, breaking their nails on the smooth, slippery timbers. He followed her, and when she slipped back with bleeding hands, steadied her with his head. Suddenly they ran into a splintered beam which barred the way up. There had been a fall of earth, and they could not climb any higher. Mercifully, there was a doorway just there, and they came out onto a road. They were thunderstruck to see a lamp burning in front of them, and to hear a man's voice shouting angrily, "Some more clever dicks who are as silly as I am." It was Cheval, cut off by the same fall that had blocked the incline and killed the 2 others who had set off with him. He had been injured in the elbow, but had had the courage to crawl back and take their lamps and search them for their sandwiches. As he was making his escape, a final collapse had blocked the gallery behind him. His first thought was to swear to himself that he would never share his provisions with these survivors from below. Sooner strike them dead. Then he recognized them, and dropping his blustering manner, he began to laugh, an unpleasant, gloating laugh. "Oh, it's you, Katrine. So you've come a cropper and want your man back again. Well, well, we're in for a fine old time together." He pretended not to see Etienne, whose first reaction had been an instinctive move to protect the girl clinging to him. But the situation had to be faced, and Etienne merely asked his mate, as though they had parted the best friends an hour before, "Have you explored the other end? Can't we get out by the coal faces?" "The faces? Lord, no, they've fallen in too, and we're between two walls in a perfect trap. But you can go back by the incline if you're a good diver." It was true. The water was still rising, and they could hear it lapping. Their retreat was already cut off. He was right. They were caught in a trap, a length of gallery cut off at each end by heavy folds of rock. No way out. The three of them were immured together. "So you've decided to stay," jeered Cheval. "Well, it's the best thing you can do, and if you don't interfere with me, I won't even talk to you. There's still room for 2 men here. We shall soon see which dies first, unless somebody comes to the rescue, which looks unlikely to me." Etienne went on. "If we tapped, somebody might hear." "I'm sick and tired of tapping. You have a go yourself with this stone." Etienne picked up the piece of sandstone that the other man had already half worn away, went to the end and beat out the miner's recall, the long roll used by men in peril to show where they are. Then he put his ear to the rock and listened. He went on obstinately a score of times. No answer came. Meanwhile, Cheval was ostentatiously settling himself in. First he put his 3 lamps down in a row against the wall, only one burning, the others were for later. Then he set out on a piece of timber his 2 remaining sandwiches. That was the sideboard. With due care he could last 2 days on that. He turned round and said, "You know, Katrine, half of this is for you if you get too hungry." She said nothing. This was the last refinement of misery, to be back again between these 2 men. The dreadful existence began. Neither Etienne nor Cheval opened his mouth, although they were sitting on the ground almost side by side. Once Cheval made a remark, and Etienne put out his lamp, which was a useless luxury. Then they relapsed into silence. Feeling uncomfortable at the way her former lover was looking at her, Katrine took up a position near Etienne, lying at his side. As the hours dragged on, the only sounds were the lapping of the steadily rising water, and from time to time distant shocks and reverberations as the mine finally caved in. When the lamp gave out and they had to open another to light it, the thought of fire damp made them hesitate for a moment, but they preferred to be blown up at once than to last on in darkness. However, there was no gas and no explosion. They lay down again, and the hours of waiting went on. A noise startled Etienne and Katrine and made them look up. Cheval had decided to have some food. He had cut a sandwich in 2 and was chewing very slowly to resist the temptation to swallow it all at once. They watched him, tortured by hunger. "You're sure you won't have any?" he asked Katrine in a provocative way. "You're making a mistake." She lowered her eyes for fear of giving in, for the pain in her stomach was so agonizing that she had tears in her eyes. But she understood what he wanted. Once already that morning he had breathed down her neck. One of his old fits of lust had come over him through seeing her near the other man. She knew that flicker in his eyes as he invited her. It was the old flame of his jealous rage when he used to fall on her with blows and accuse her of committing abominations with her mother's lodger. But she did not want to, fearing that if she returned to him, the 2 men would fly at each other's throats in this narrow cave where they were all facing death together. Oh God, couldn't they end up as friends? Etienne would rather have starved to death than beg a mouthful of bread from Cheval. The silence grew more and more ominous. An eternity seemed to stretch out before them as the slow, monotonous minutes went by one, hopelessly. They had lived shut up together for a whole day. The second lamp burned low, and they lit the third. Cheval began his second sandwich. "Come on, silly," he growled. Catherine shuddered. Etienne turned away so as to leave her free. But still she did not move, and he whispered to her, "Go on, my dear." Then the tears she'd been holding back gushed forth, and she cried for a long time, too weak to get to her feet or even to know whether she was hungry or not, for by now the pain was torturing her whole body. Etienne got to his feet and paced up and down, vainly tapping out the miner's call, lashed to madness by the thought that what little life he had left was to be spent tied to this detestable rival. Not even room to get away from each other to die. He could not walk 10 steps without having to turn round and collide with this man. And the poor girl. They were still fighting over her, even in the depths of the earth. She would go to the survivor, and if he went first, this man would rob him of her yet again. It went on and on. Hour followed hour, and the promiscuity of their lives became more and more disgusting, what with their foul breath and the stench of the bodily needs they had had to satisfy in front of each other. Twice he made a rush at the wall of rock as though he expected to split it open with his fists. Another day drew to its close, and Cheval was sitting by Catherine, with whom he was sharing his last half-sandwich. She was painfully chewing each mouthful, and he made her pay for each one with a kiss, in his jealous determination not to die before he had possessed her in front of the other man. In her exhausted state, she was beginning to yield, but when he attempted to take her, she cried out in pain, "Oh, leave off! You're hurting me!" Trembling with emotion, Etienne had thrust his face against the pit prop so as not to see. But now he jumped round in a rage. "Take your bloody hands off her!" "What's it got to do with you?" said Cheval. "She's my woman, and I can do what I like with her, can't I?" He seized her again and held her tight in his arms, out of bravado, crossing his red mustache to her mouth. Then he said, "Leave us alone, see? Kindly, buzz off." Etienne, pale to the lips, shouted, "If you don't leave her alone, I'll throttle you." The other stood up at once, realizing from the tone of Etienne's voice that he was determined to make an end of things. Death seemed too slow for them, and one of them had to make way for the other at once. The old feud had come to a head again here in the earth, where they would soon be sleeping side by side, and space was so cramped that they could not even raise their fists at each other without grazing them. "Look out," snarled Cheval. "This time I'm going to get you." Then Etienne went mad. A red mist swam before his eyes, and blood surged up to his head. The bloodlust was upon him, as imperious as a physical need, as a lump of phlegm in the throat that makes you cough. It rose up in him, and his willpower was swept away before the onrush of his hereditary taint. He laid hold of a flake of shale in the wall, tugged it from side to side until it came away. Huge and heavy though it was, he raised it in both hands, and with superhuman strength brought it down on Cheval's skull. He did not even have time to jump back, but went down with his face smashed in and skull split open. His brains spattered the gallery roof, and a red flood streamed like a steady flowing spring, making a pool which reflected the smoky flame of the lamp. Darker shadows seemed to invade the narrow enclosed space, and the black corpse on the ground looked like a heap of slack. Etienne stood over him, staring with dilated eyes. So, he had done it. He had killed a man. All his past struggles swam through his consciousness, the unavailing fight against the latent poison in his system, the slowly accumulated alcohol in his blood. And yet he was far from drunk now, unless it were with hunger. The drunkenness of his parents long ago had sufficed. though his hair stood on end at the horror of this murder, though all his upbringing cried out in protest, his heart was beating faster with sheer joy, the animal joy of an appetite satisfied at last. And then there was pride, the pride of the stronger. He had a fleeting vision of that young soldier's throat slit by a knife, killed by a child. Now he had killed too. Katrine, standing motionless, uttered a wild shriek. "Oh God, he's dead!" "Are you sorry?" asked Etienne brutally. She gasped and made incoherent sounds, then swayed and fell into his arms. "Oh, kill me too. Let's die together." She wound her arms round his shoulders in a fierce embrace, which he returned, and they wished they could die. But death was in no hurry, and they loosened their embrace. She hid her eyes while he dragged the body along and threw it down the incline, so as to clear of a narrow space where they had to go on living. Life would not have been possible with that corpse in the way. They were horrified when they heard it plop into the water, splashing up a cloud of spray. So the water had already filled that great hole? Yes, they could see it now. It had overflowed into the gallery. A new battle set in. They had lit the last lamp, and as the oil was burning away, they could see the water mounting steadily, relentlessly. First it touched their ankles, and soon it had reached their knees. The road ran uphill, and they retreated to the upper end, which gave them a few hours' respite. But the water caught them up, and now it was waist-high. Standing with their backs to the rocky wall, they watched it rise and still rise, knowing that when it reached their mouths, it would be all over. They hung up the lamp, and it cast its yellow light on the tiny wavelets of the advancing flood. But as the flame waned, all they could see was a rapidly shrinking semicircle on which the darkness was encroaching with the rising water. Then suddenly the blackness enveloped them as the lamp went out with a final splutter. Now it was total, absolute night, the darkness of the earth where they would sleep without ever setting eyes on daylight. "Bloody hell!" swore Etienne. Katrine crept close to him, as though she had felt the shadows snatching at her. In a quiet voice she repeated the miner's proverb, "Death blows out the lamp." And yet their instinct fought on, and the very will to live gave them strength. He began jabbing at the shaly wall with the hook of the lamp, and she helped him with her nails. They made a sort of high shelf, and when they had hauled themselves up onto it, they managed to sit there with their legs dangling and their backs bent, for the roof forced them to lower their heads. Now it was only their heels that were frozen by the water. But before long they felt its icy touch on their ankles, up their calves, on their knees, as it continued its inexorable advance. They had not been able to level out the seat properly, and when it was wet it became so slippery that they had to hold tight for fear of slipping off. This must surely be the end, for how long could they go on waiting with no space except this niche on which they dared not move, and exhausted and hungry, with no food or light left? The darkness tormented them by denying them even the sight of approaching death. There was no sound. The mine was now saturated with water and was lying still. The only thing they were conscious of was the tide silently rising from the depths of the galleries. Hours followed black hours, though they could not keep an exact account, as their sensation of time grew more and more confused. Instead of making the minutes drag, the torments they were enduring made them fly swiftly by. They thought they'd been buried for only 2 days and a night, whereas, in fact, the third day was already drawing to its close. They'd given up all hope of being rescued, for nobody knew they were there, and nobody could possibly come down. Hunger would finish them even if the flood relented. They thought of tapping out the signal one last time, but the stone was under water. And, in any case, who could hear? Katrine was sitting in hopeless resignation, with her aching head propped against the wall, when she suddenly jumped and said,
Listen! At first Etienne thought she meant the lapping of the rising water. He lied, trying to reassure her. No, it's me, moving my legs. No, I don't mean that. Over that side. Listen! She put her ear to the coal. He understood and did the same. They held their breath for seconds together. Then they heard 3 taps, widely spaced, very soft and very far away. But still they could not believe it. There were noises in their ears, or it might be the coal cracking, and they did not know what to answer with. Etienne had an idea. You've got my clogs. Take them off and tap with the heels. She did, beating out the miner's signal. They listened again, and again they heard the distant 3 taps. They did so a score of times, and each time the answer came. They burst into tears and embraced at the risk of overbalancing. At last their comrades were there. They were coming. All the torments of a long vigil, the frustration of endless tapping with never a reply, were forgotten in an upsurge of love and joy, as though the rescuers had only to pick away the rock with one finger and let them out. Wasn't it a bit of luck that I rested my head against the wall? She laughed. Oh, you certainly have an ear. I didn't hear anything. From then on, they took it in turns to listen and answer the slightest signal. Soon they heard the noise of picks. They were beginning to cut a way through, opening a gallery. Not a sound escaped them, but their joy was short-lived. It was all very well to laugh and try to deceive each other, but despair gradually overtook them. At first they went in for elaborate explanations. They were coming via Requia, the gallery they were hewing ran downhill into the seam. Perhaps they were opening up more than one, for they could hear 3 men at it. But they talked less, and finally relapsed into silence, as they began to work out the enormous thickness of earth between them and their comrades, each one mentally calculating the days and days it would take a man to pierce through such a mass. They would never get through in time, and both of them would be dead 20 times over. Not daring to exchange a word in their increasing agony of mind, they gloomily answered the signals by tapping with the heels of the clogs. But it was without hope, and simply out of an automatic instinct to show the others that they were still alive. Another day passed, and another. They had now been underground for 6 days. The water had stopped at their knees, neither rising nor falling, and their legs seemed to be melting away in this ice bath. They could lift them out for about an hour, but by then the unnatural posture brought on such unbearable cramp that they had to let them drop down again. Every 10 minutes they had to lift their buttocks with a jerk for fear of sliding off the slippery ledge. Jagged edges of coal stuck into their backs, and they had acute and ceaseless pain in the back of the neck through having to keep their heads constantly bent forward under the low roof. The atmosphere became more and more stifling because the water had compressed the air into the sort of cloche in which they were imprisoned. If they spoke, the muffled tones seemed to come from a great distance. Noises in their heads sounded like the jangling of bells gone mad, or a herd of animals galloping on in pelting hail. At first, Catherine suffered unspeakable tortures of hunger, and clawed desperately at her breast, while her breath came in long, agonizing moans, and her stomach felt as if it were being dragged out of her with pincers. Etienne, suffering the same pains, was desperately feeling in the darkness, when his fingers touched a piece of rotting timber which broke up as he scratched it. He gave Catherine a handful, which he swallowed voraciously. For 2 days they lived on worm-eaten wood, finishing the whole piece, and when there was no more, they almost tore themselves to pieces, trying to eat other bits that were still solid wood and too hard. As their torments grew worse and worse, they were furious to find that they could not chew the cloth of their garments. His leather belt gave them some slight relief. He bit it into small pieces, and she chewed them up and forced herself to swallow them. At any rate, it occupied their jaws, and gave them an illusion of eating.
When the belt was finished, they returned to the cloth, sucking it for hours on end. In time, however, the violent paroxysms passed away, and hunger became just a dull, deep-seated pain, the sensation of a slow and steady draining away of their strength. They might have succumbed earlier had they not had as much water as they wanted. They only had to lean forward and drink from their hands, and this they did over and over again, for they were parched with a thirst that all this water could not quench. On the 7th day, Catherine was leaning forward to drink when her hand touched an object floating in front of her. "Look here, what's this?" she said. Etienne felt in the darkness. "I don't understand. It feels like the cover of a ventilator door." She drank the water, but as she was taking up some more, the object touched her hand again, and she uttered a terrible shriek. "It's him! Oh, God!" "Who?" "Him! You know, I felt his mustache." It was Cheval's body, which the rising water had borne up the incline and washed up to them. Etienne put out his hand and felt the mustache and smashed nose, and shook with horror and disgust. Seized with the terrible nausea, Catherine spewed out the water still in her mouth. She felt she'd been drinking blood, that all this deep water in front of her was that man's blood. "Wait a minute," said Etienne. "I'll push it away." He gave the corpse a kick and it floated off. But soon it was hitting their legs again. "Go away, for Christ's sake!" But after a third time, Etienne had to let it stay, for some current kept bringing it back. Cheval would not go. He was determined to stay with them, right up against them. This gruesome companion added his foul stench to the vitiated air. All through that day they did not drink, but fought down their thirst, preferring death. But the next day their sufferings won, and they moved the body aside for each mouthful. What had been the use of killing him if he was still to come between them with his obstinate jealousy? He would always be there to prevent their coming together, even in death, even to the end. Yet another day, and another. With each wavelet, Etienne could feel the gentle touch of the man he had killed. Just a touch to remind him he was there, and each touch made him shudder. Etienne constantly visualized him, swollen and green with his red mustache and his smashed face. Then his memory began to play him tricks. Perhaps he had not killed him after all. He was swimming and about to bite. Catherine had now given way to long fits of weeping, followed by a state of semi-consciousness. In the end, she became invincibly drowsy. He would wake her, but she would only say a few disconnected words and fell asleep again without even opening her eyes. And so, to prevent her falling into the water, he kept one arm round her waist. Now he alone answered the signals which were coming nearer behind him. But his own strength was failing, and he had not the heart to go on tapping. They knew they were here, so why go on tiring oneself? He no longer cared whether they came or not. The long wait had so stupefied him that for hours together he did not even know what he was waiting for. There came one slight relief. The water receded a little, and Cheval's body went away. The rescue party had been at work for 9 days, and they themselves were able for the first time to walk a few steps along the gallery, when a fearful explosion threw them to the ground. They felt their way to each other and stood clinging together in terror, not understanding what had happened and thinking that the catastrophe was beginning all over again. But there was not another sound. The noise of the rescuers' picks had ceased. In the corner where they were sitting side by side, Catherine suddenly broke into a little titter. "It must be lovely outside. Come on, let's go out." At first Etienne tried to fight against this delirium, but even his stronger head began to catch the contagion, and he lost his sense of reality. All their senses were beginning to play tricks on them, especially Catherine's, who was now wandering in her mind and finding relief in incessant chatter and fidgeting. The noises in her head were now babbling brooks or warbling birds, She could smell a strong scent of newly trodden grass and clearly see big yellow things waving in the air, so big that she thought she was out by the canal in the cornfields on a bright, sunny day.
"Isn't it hot here? Take me, and let's stay together always and always."
He held her tight, and she nestled up against him for a long time, chattering like a happy child.
"How silly we've been to wait all this long time. I would have loved you from the very beginning, only you did not realize it. You sulked. And then do you remember how we couldn't sleep at night, but lay with our noses in the air, listening to each other's breathing, and all the time dying for each other?"
Her gaiety was infectious, and he too began joking about memories of their unspoken love.
"You hit me once." "Oh, yes, you did, on both cheeks." "That was because I loved you. But you see, I wouldn't let myself think about you. I told myself it was all over between us. But all the time I really knew that we should come together someday. All we wanted was a chance, just some lucky chance, didn't we?"
A cold shudder ran through him, and he wanted to shake her out of this dream of hers. But he went on. "It's never all over. All you need is a little happiness, and it begins all over again."
"Then will you keep me? It's the real thing this time, isn't it?"
She was so weak that she fell limp in his arms, and her voice died away. He was frightened, and he held her close to his heart. "Are you ill?" She started up in surprise.
"No, of course not. Why?"
But the question had wakened her out of her dream. She looked round in the darkness, clasped and unclasped her hands, and burst into a fresh fit of sobbing.
"Oh God, how dark it is!"
Gone were the cornfields, the scent of the grass, the song of the larks, and the golden sunshine. She was back in the flooded pit, in the stinking darkness, the lugubrious drip-drip in this cavern in which they'd been dying for so many days. Her hallucination made it all the more horrible, and she went back to the superstitions of her childhood and saw the black man, the old miner who came back from the grave to wring the necks of bad girls in the mine.
"Listen, did you hear?"
"No, nothing. I can't hear anything."
"Yes, I tell you, it's the man. You know. Look, there he is. The earth has let all the blood out of her veins, out of revenge for having an artery cut. And there he is, look, blacker than night. Oh, I'm afraid, I'm afraid."
She stopped, but was shaking violently. Then she whispered,
"No, it's still the other one."
"What other one?"
"The one who's still with us. The one who's dead."
She was haunted by the vision of Cheval, and rambled on about him, about their cat and dog life together, the one day when he'd been nice to her in Jean Bart, and the other days of alternate caresses and blows, when he half killed her with his embraces after nearly beating her to death.
"He's coming, I tell you he is, and he's going to stop our being together yet again. It's still the same old jealousy. Oh, send him away, and keep me, all of me."
She clung impetuously to him, found his mouth and pressed it passionately with hers. The darkness rolled away. She saw the sun and laughed the serene laugh of a young girl in love. Feeling her half-naked body through her rags, so close to his virility returned, and he took her. This at last was their wedding night, in this tomb, on this bed of mud. They could not die before having their happiness. They must live and pass on life one last time. They loved each other in despair, in death itself. There was no sequel. For hour after hour, Etienne sat in the same corner, and Catherine lay quite still on his knees. For a long time he thought she was asleep, but when he felt her, she was very cold. She was dead. Even so, he did not move for fear of waking her.
He dwelt with deep emotion on the thought that he'd been the first to possess her womanhood, and that she could now bear a child of his. And other thoughts came, but so vaguely that they merely touched his brow like the very breath of sleep. How lovely to set off with her, the happy things they would do later on. For he was weakening and only had strength left to make a little stroking movement with his hand to feel whether she was still there, stiff and cold, like a sleeping child. Everything sank away, even the darkness itself. He was nowhere between space and time. And yet something was still tapping near his head, and the taps were getting louder. But at first he had felt too lazy to reply, too tired. And now he hardly knew, but somehow dreamed that she was walking in front of him, and that he could hear the light tap of her clogs. 2 days passed in this way, and she had not stirred, but he stroked her automatically, glad to know she was so quiet. He felt a shock. Voices were murmuring, and stones were rolling down at his feet. Then he saw a lamp and burst into tears. He blinked at the light and kept his eyes fixed in ecstasy on the little red flame that scarcely dispelled the gloom. Now his friends were carrying him along. He allowed them to pour a few spoonfuls of broth between his clenched teeth. He was already in the Requiart gallery before he recognized one of them, Negrel, the engineer, standing in front of him. And the two men who had despised each other, the defiant workman and the sarcastic, skeptical chief, embraced and wept together, pouring out the deep springs of their common humanity. Into their bitter grief entered all the misery of countless generations, all the immeasurable sorrow of human life. At the surface, Maheude fell down beside her dead Catherine, and uttered cry after cry, long, endless moans. Several other bodies had already been brought up and laid in a line on the ground. Cheval, who, it was assumed, had been crushed by a fall of rock, a lad and 2 colliers smashed in the same way, with the brains gone from their skulls and their bellies swollen with water. Women in the crowd went out of their minds and tore their clothes and scratched their own faces. When they brought Etienne up at last, after having accustomed him to lamplight and giving him some food, he was a skeleton with hair as white as snow. People in the crowd turned away, shuddering at the sight of this old man. Even Maheude stopped her wailing and looked at him stupidly, with great staring eyes. This ends Part 7, Chapter 5. Part 7, Chapter 6 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 7, Chapter 6. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. The warmth of approaching day was beginning to succeed the cool April night, and the stars were waning in the clear sky as dawn touched the east with red. Only the faintest stir animated the black, slumbering countryside, the vague sounds heralding reawakening life. Etienne was striding along the Vendôme road. He had been 6 weeks in a hospital bed at Montou. Though he was still very pale and thin, he felt strong enough to go, and he was going. The company, still trembling for the safety of its pits and carrying out successive dismissals, had notified him that he could not be kept on. This had been accompanied by the award of a grant of 100 francs, with paternal advice that he should give up work in the mines, which was now too strenuous for him. But he had refused their 100 francs, having already had a letter from Pluchart calling him to Paris and enclosing his fare. His old dream had come true. After leaving hospital the day before, he had slept at the Bon Joyeux at Widow Désir's, and he had got up very early, with only one thing left to do: say goodbye to his friends before catching the 8 o'clock train at Marchiennes. Etienne stood for a moment in the middle of the street in the rosy light of dawn. It was good to breathe the pure air of early spring, and it was going to be a lovely day. As it grew gradually lighter, the life of the earth began to rise with the sun. Then he walked on again, loudly striking the ground with his dogwood stick, and watching the distant plain emerge from the mists of the night. He had seen nobody. Maheude had come to see him once at the hospital, but had no doubt been prevented from coming again. What he did not know was that the whole of Village 240 was now working in Germinal, and that she had gone back to work there herself. Gradually, the deserted roads filled with people, and silent, pale-faced miners continually passed Etienne. He had heard that the company was taking advantage of its victory. When they returned to work, beaten by hunger after 2.5 months of strike, the miners had had to accept a separate rate for timbering, that disguised wage cut which was now more hateful than ever, being stained with the blood of their friends. They were being robbed of an hour's work and made to break their oath never to yield, and this enforced perjury stuck in their throats with the bitterness of gall. Work was beginning again everywhere. At Mirou, Madeleine, Crèvecoeur, and La Victoire. Everywhere in the morning mist, along the shadowy roads, the trampling herd could be seen. Lines of men plodding along with their noses to the ground, like cattle being driven to the slaughterhouse. They were shivering in their thin cotton clothes, their arms folded for warmth, shambling and hunched up so that the briquet, held between shirt and coat, looked like a deformity. But behind this mass return to work, these silent, dark shapes with never a smile or glance to the side, you could sense jaws set in anger and hearts bursting with hatred. They had only knuckled under because compelled to by starvation. The nearer he came to the pit, the more of them he saw. Most of them walked alone, and those who were in groups followed each other in single file, tired out already, and sick of themselves and everybody else. He noticed one old man with eyes blazing like burning coals under his livid brow. Another, quite young, was panting as he walked, and it was like the breath of a pent-up storm. Many had their clogs in their hands, and he could hardly hear the soft pad of their stockinged feet. The stream flowed on endlessly, like the forced march of a routed army, tramping head down, sullenly absorbed in its fierce determination to fight again and be revenged. As Etienne reached Germinal, the pit was emerging from the shadows, and the lanterns on the trestles were still burning in the growing daylight. Above the dark buildings rose the white plume of an exhaust, delicately tinted with carmine. He took the stairway of the screening shed and made his way into the pit head. The descent was about to begin, and men were coming up from the locker room. He paused for a moment in the midst of the din and bustle. Rumbling tubs shook the sheet iron flooring. Drums were turning, unwinding cables to the accompaniment of shouting megaphones, the ringing of bells and the clatter of the signal hammer. Here once again was the monster gulping down his ration of human flesh. Cages emerged and plunged down again into the abyss, loaded with men, bolted down tirelessly by the insatiable giant. Since the accident, he had a nervous dread of pits, and as the cages went down, his stomach turned over. He had to look away. He could not stand it. In the great dark shed, only dimly lit by the guttering lamps, he could not make out a single face he knew. The miners waiting there barefoot, lamp in hand, looked at him with wide, inquiring eyes, and then looked down or turned away in embarrassment. They evidently knew him, but, far from bearing malice, they seemed to be afraid of him, reddening with shame as though he were reproaching them for cowardice. Saddened by this attitude, he forgot that these were the brutes who had stoned him, and found himself dreaming once again of turning them into heroes, leading the people, that force of nature feeding upon itself. A cage filled with men and disappeared,
and as others moved up, he at last recognized one of his stalwarts of the strike, a good fellow who had sworn to die before surrendering. "You too," he said, deeply shocked. The man looked confused and mumbled vaguely, then said apologetically, "What else can I do? I'm a married man." He knew all the next group to move up. "You too. You too. You too," they all muttered shamefacedly. "I've got my mother, my children. We must eat." As the cage did not come up at once, they stood about gloomily waiting, so depressed by their defeat that they avoided each other's eyes and looked steadfastly at the shaft. "What about Méhude?" asked Etienne. Nobody answered. One made a sign that she was coming. Others raised their arms in a pitying gesture as if to say, "Oh, poor woman, what she was going through." But the silence was unbroken, and when he held out his hand in farewell, they all shook it vigorously and put into the silent grip all their bitterness at having had to give in and fervent hopes of revenge. The cage came up, they got in and were swallowed in the abyss. Pierron came on the scene, wearing the open lamp of a deputy in his leather cap. A week since he had been promoted to master hauler, and the workers moved to one side, for promotion had turned his head. He was taken aback at seeing Etienne, but came up to him and was very relieved when he learned that he was leaving. They had a chat. His wife now managed the Progrès bar, thanks to the gentlemen who were all so kind to her. But he broke off to read a lecture to old Mook, accusing him of not having brought up his horse dung at the regulation time. The old man humbly listened with bowed head. But he was outraged by this reprimand, and before going down he also shook Etienne's hand with the same long, warm grip, full of suppressed anger and eloquent with promise of future rebellion. Etienne was so touched to feel the old man's hand trembling in his, showing that he bore him no ill will for the death of his children, that he watched him go without a word. "Isn't Méhude coming this morning?" he asked Pierron. At first Pierron pretended not to understand, for there were times when it seemed to bring him bad luck even to talk about her. He began to move off, on the pretext that some order had to be given, but relented and said, "What? Méhude? Yes, here she comes." Yes, here she was, coming from the locker room with her lamp, wearing trousers and coat and with her head covered by a cap. The company, touched by the poor woman's sad plight, had made a special exception in her favor and allowed her to work underground at the age of 40. But as it seemed difficult to put her back on to tramming, she'd been given the job of working a little hand ventilator that had been installed in the north gallery, in those infernal regions under Le Tartaret, where the air never circulated. And there, for 10 back-breaking hours, she turned her wheel in a tunnel of fire, roasting in a temperature of over 100 degrees. Footnote: 40 degrees centigrade. She earned 30 sous. Seeing her standing there, a pitiful sight in her men's clothes, with her stomach and bosom distended with water from the pit, Etienne was so deeply moved that he could hardly find words to tell her that he was off and had come to say goodbye. She looked at him without taking in what he was saying, but said at length, "You are surprised to see me here, eh? It's true, I said I would strangle the first of mine to go back again, and here I am going down, so I should strangle myself, I suppose? Ah, well, I would have done so before this, if I hadn't got the old man and the children at home." She talked on in her quiet, weary voice, not trying to make excuses for herself, but just saying how things were. They had almost starved to death, and she had had to make up her mind to it, otherwise they would have been turned out of the village. "How's the old man?" "Still very quiet and clean, but his head is quite cracked. He wasn't found guilty of that business, you know. They wanted to put him in the madhouse, but I wouldn't have it. they'd have finished him off with a dose of something in his soup. But it has done us a lot of harm, because they'll never give him a pension now. One of the gentlemen told me it would be immoral to give him one." "Is Jeanlin working?" "Yes, the gentlemen have found him a job above ground. He gets 20 sous. Oh, I don't complain. They've been very kind to me, as they have pointed out. The boy's 20 and my 30 make 50. Enough to live on if there weren't 6 of us. Estelle is weaned now and has to be fed. And the worst of it is that there are another 4 or 5 years to wait before Lénore and Henri are old enough to go down the mine." Etienne could not withhold an expression of grief. "Them too?" Méhude's pale cheeks colored and her eyes blazed, but her shoulders sagged as though weighed down by destiny. "What can we do? They'll have to go after the others. All the rest have left their dead bodies in the job, and now it'll be their turn." She had to stop as some laborers rumbled their tubs past them. Daylight was filtering through the grimy windows, and the lamp shed an uncertain glimmer in the gray light. The engine started up every 3 minutes, the cables unwound, and the cages went on swallowing men. "Come on, you lazy devils! Hurry up!" shouted Pierron. "Get into the cages, or we shall never be done today." He looked at Méhude, but she did not move. She'd already let 3 cages go, but now she seemed to wake up from a dream, remembering Etienne's first words. "So, you're off?" "Yes, this morning." "You're right. Better go somewhere else if you can. And I'm glad I've seen you, because anyhow you'll know that I don't bear you any ill will. There was a time when I could have killed you, just after all that slaughter. But you have second thoughts, don't you? And then you realize that in the long run it isn't anybody's fault." No, it isn't your fault. It's everybody's fault." Now she could talk quite calmly about her dead, her husband, Zachary, and Catherine. But her eyes did fill with tears when she mentioned the name of Alzire. She was once again the sensible, phlegmatic woman she used to be, taking a reasonable view of things. It wouldn't do the bourgeois any good, she reflected, to have killed so many poor people. And some day they would be punished for it, because everything has to be paid for. There wouldn't even be any need for them to do anything about it, for the whole show would blow up of its own accord, and the soldiers would shoot the employers just as they had shot the workers. In the resignation and disciplined subservience that she had inherited from a century of forebears, a change had come about. She was sure now that injustice could not last much longer, and that if God was no more, some other force would assuredly spring up and avenge the downtrodden. She was speaking softly and furtively looking about her. Then, as Pierron came within earshot, she went on in a loud voice, "Ah, well, so you're going. You will have to pick up your things at home. There are still 2 shirts, 3 handkerchiefs, and an old pair of trousers." Etienne waved away this offer of the few things of his that had not gone to the dealers. "No, don't bother about them. They'll come in for the children. I can get fixed up in Paris." 2 more cages had gone down, and Pierron made up his mind to address her directly. "Look here, you! We're waiting. Have you nearly finished your little chat?" She turned her back on him. What right had this traitor to be so zealous? The dissent was none of his business anyway, and the men on his level hated him enough as it was. So there she stayed, lamp in hand, freezing in the draught, although the weather outside was so warm. Neither of them could think of anything else to say. They stood looking at each other, and their hearts were so full that they wished there was something else to put into words. She finally said something just for the sake of talking. "La Levaque is in the family way. Levaque is in prison, and so meanwhile Bouteloup is taking his place." "Bouteloup? Oh, yes, of course." "Oh, and did I tell you? Philomène has gone off." Gone off? Where?
Gone off with a miner from the Pas-de-Calais. I was afraid she might leave the 2 children with me, but she has taken them with her. What do you think of that? A woman spitting blood and looking as though she were going to kick the bucket at any moment." She mused for a moment and then went on in her drawling voice. "The things they said about me. You remember? They said I slept with you. Of course, after my man died, it could very easily have happened if I'd been younger, couldn't it? Still, I'm very glad now that it didn't, because I'm sure we should have regretted it." Yes, we should have regretted it, was all Etienne could say. And that was the last thing they said. There was a cage waiting, and she was angrily told to get in or else be fined. She then decided to shake hands and go. Looking at her, so faded and old, with her bloodless face and untidy wisps of graying hair showing under her blue cap, and her body, the shapeless body of a female worn out with bearing young, all flabby under her cotton coat and trousers, he felt sad beyond words. But in this last handshake of hers, he felt the same long, affectionate grip, with its silent promise to be there on the day when the struggle was resumed. He read the message of calm faith in her eyes. Goodbye until the big day. "Of all the bloody lazy creatures!" shouted out Pierron. She was hustled into a tub pell-mell with 4 others. The signal rope was pulled for the meat call. The cage fell away into the darkness, and nothing was left but the flying cable. Then Etienne left the pit. On his way down, in the screening shed, he saw an individual sitting on a thick bed of coal with his legs stretched out stiff in front of him. It was Jeanlin, working as a cleaner of large coal. He held a large block of coal between his legs and hammered away bits of shale, and he was so enveloped in a cloud of fine black dust that Etienne would never have recognized him had he not raised his monkey face and shown his protruding ears and green eyes. He laughed out of bravado, broke his block with a final blow, and vanished in a rising cloud of blackness. Back in the open air, Etienne walked along the road, absorbed in a welter of confused thoughts. But he also took deep breaths of the pure air and rejoiced in the space and sky. The sun was mounting triumphant over the horizon, and the whole countryside was awakening to a new and happy day. From east to west across the measureless plain, everything was bathed in a golden haze, and on all sides life was springing up, warm and vigorous. Its youthful ecstasy was made up of the rustling sounds of earth, the song of birds, and the murmur of streams and woods. It was good to be alive. The old world meant to live through another spring. Full of this hope, he slackened his pace and let his eyes wander from right to left, taking in the gaiety of a new season. He thought about himself and knew that he was now strong, matured by his hard experience down in the pit. His apprenticeship was over, and he was going forth fully armed as a fighting missionary of the revolution, having declared war on society, for he had seen it and condemned it. In his joy at meeting Pluchart once more, and becoming, like Pluchart, a leader whose word commanded attention, he began thinking of speeches and putting phrases together. He considered how he could broaden his program, for the bourgeois refinement that had raised him above his own class now filled him with a greater refinement of hatred for these bourgeois. The poverty-stricken smell of the workers might displease him now, but he would surround them with glory. He would show the world that they alone were great and pure, the only nobility and strength in which humanity could be tempered anew. Already he could see himself on the rostrum, sharing the people's triumph, unless he were the people's victim. The song of a lark high in the heavens made him look up. The last vapors of the night were melting as rosy wisps of cloud into the limpid blue, and they vaguely reminded him of the faces of Souvarine and Rasseneur. No, it was clear that everything must go wrong as soon as any one man sought power for himself. Hence the fiasco of this much-trumpeted international, which, instead of creating a new world,
had merely witnessed the piecemeal breakup of its mighty army through internal strife. Was Darwin right, then? Was this world nothing but a struggle in which the strong devoured the weak so that the species might advance in strength and beauty? The question disturbed him, although as a self-styled scientist he could only settle it one way. But his misgivings were dispelled by one idea, a most attractive ambition: to go on with his old cherished examination of basic theory on the first occasion when he spoke in public. For if one class had to be devoured, surely the people, vigorous and young, must devour the effete and luxury-loving bourgeoisie. A new society needed new blood. In this expectation of a new invasion of barbarians regenerating the decayed nations of the old world, he rediscovered his absolute faith in a coming revolution. And this time it would be the real one, whose fires would cast their red glare over the end of this epoch, even as the rising sun was now drenching the sky in blood. On he walked, lost in these dreams, hitting stones with his dogwood stick. On looking round, however, he saw the familiar landmarks. At the Fosse au Boeuf, just over there, he remembered taking over command of the crowd on the morning they had stormed the pits. And today the brutish, deadly, ill-paid toil was beginning all over again. On the other side he thought he could hear the distant sound of picks, very soft but regular and insistent, 700 meters under the ground. It was his mates whom he had just seen go down, his black comrades tapping away in silent rage. They might be beaten, they had lost their money, and some of them their lives. But Paris would never forget the gunshots at Le Voreux, for they had inflicted a mortal wound from which the empire itself would lose its lifeblood. Even if this industrial crisis blew over, and the factories reopened one by one, a state of open war had been declared, and henceforth peace was out of the question. The miners had numbered their forces and measured their strength, and their cry for justice had stirred the workers throughout France. That was why their present defeat brought no comfort to anybody, and least of all to the bourgeois of Montou, whose victory was poisoned by the uneasy fears that strikes always bring in their wake, and who were looking over their shoulders all the time to see whether their inevitable doom was not lurking behind this ominous silence. They realized that the revolution would always be raising its head anew. Perhaps tomorrow there would be a general strike, an understanding between all workers whose fighting funds would enable them to hold out for months and eat as well. This time their old tottering society had received a jolt, and they had heard the ground crack beneath their feet. But they felt other jolts on the way, and yet others, and so it would go on until the old edifice was shaken to pieces and collapsed and disappeared into the earth like Le Voreux. Etienne turned to the left along the Joiselle road, where he remembered having prevented the mob from storming Gaston Marie. In the bright sunshine he could see the distant headgears of many pits, Mirou to the right, Madeleine and Crèvecoeur side by side. From all quarters came the hum of work, and the tapping of picks that he had thought he could hear deep down in the earth could now be heard from end to end of the plain. Under these fields and roads and villages now smiling in the sunshine, one blow, then another, then blow after blow were being struck as the work went on in the black prisons so deep down beneath the rocks that you had to know what was going on down there before your ear was attuned to its heavy sigh of pain. And now he began to wonder whether violence really helped things on at all. Cut cables, torn up rails, broken lamps. How futile. Rushing about 3,000 strong in an orgy of destruction. What a waste of energy. It was dawning on him that someday legal methods would be much more terrible, for now that his blind hatreds had had their fling, his intelligence was coming of age. Yes, Mehud was right when she said in her sensible way that would be the big day, when they could legally band together, know what they were doing, and work through their unions. Then, one morning, confident in their solidarity. Millions of workers against a few thousand idlers. They would take over power and be the masters. Ah, then indeed truth and justice would awake. Then that crouching, sated god, that monstrous idol hidden away in his secret tabernacle, gorged with the flesh of poor creatures who never even saw him, would instantly perish. Leaving the Vadame road, Etienne came out on the high road. To the right he saw Montou running down his hill into the valley out of sight. Before him were the ruins of Le Voreux, an accursed hole which 3 pumps were draining night and day. And on the horizon the other pits, La Victoire, Saint-Thomas, Fleury-Cantel, whilst northward the lofty blast furnaces and coke ovens smoked in the limpid air. If he meant to catch the 8 o'clock train, he must put his best foot forward, for there was a 6-kilometer walk ahead of him. Deep down underfoot, the picks were still obstinately hammering away. All his comrades were there. He could hear them following his every step. Beneath this field of beat, was it not Méhude, bent double at her task, whose hoarse gasps for breath were coming up to him, mingled with the whirring of the ventilator? To left and to right, far away into the distance, he thought he could recognize other friends under the corn, the hedges and young trees. The April sun was now well up in the sky, shedding its glorious, warming rays on the teeming earth. Life was springing from her fertile womb, buds were bursting into leaf, and the fields were quickening with fresh green grass. Everywhere seeds were swelling and lengthening, cracking open the plain in their upward thrust for warmth and light. The sap was rising in abundance with whispering voices. The germs of life were opening with a kiss. On and on, ever more insistently, his comrades were tapping, as though they too were rising through the ground. On this youthful morning, in the fiery rays of the sun, the whole country was alive with this sound. Men were springing up. A black, avenging host was slowly germinating in the furrows, thrusting upwards for the harvests of future ages. And very soon their germination would crack the earth asunder. This ends Part 7, Chapter 6. This ends Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock.